Chapter 1. The Last Day of the Lights. The road into Burning Hollow dropped out of the hills in a long, dusty curve, like a ribbon someone had forgotten to roll back up. From the last bend, Rowdy Banks could see almost all of it, the church steeple, the sagging roofs, the grain silos, and beyond them the brown fields belonging to his family's farm. He pressed a hand against the cracked window of the hired pickup as it rolled to a stop at the overlook. The glass vibrated under his palm, then went still when the driver killed the engine. For a moment there was only the hiss of cooling metal and the low rush of wind in the pines. "There you go," the driver said, leaning across the bench seat to squint out. Burning Hollow. Population, well, a lot less than the sign says nowadays. Rowdy followed his gaze. The town sat in a shallow bowl of land, hugged by timbered hills. Smoke rose from chimneys, and the fairgrounds glowed with tiny bulbs strung over canvas tents, bright, even in the late afternoon sun. Small as it was, it still looked like home, or it should have. "Appreciate the ride," Rowdy said. His voice came out rough, like he hadn't used it in a while. The driver, stocky, mid-50s, with a gray mustache yellowed at the tips from cigarettes, shrugged. "Ain't often someone wants to come into this place. Most these days are looking to get out." He eyed Rowdy's duffel in the back seat, the faded firefighter patch sewn onto the strap. "You visiting or moving back?" "Just visiting," Rowdy answered automatically, though he wasn't sure if that was true. "My dad's the one with the farm down there, Earl Banks." The driver let out a low whistle. "Banks, huh? Thought I recognized the jawline." He shifted in his seat, suddenly uncomfortable. Didn't know Earl still had kin willing to show their face around here. Rowdy felt his shoulders tense. He forced them down. "He's still here, isn't he?" "Yeah, for now." The man took Rowdy's crumpled bills, then hesitated, fingers rubbing the corner of one. "Listen, kid, sorry, man. Folks around here got long memories and short tempers. If they give you grief, just remember they're mostly scared and broke. Scared folks say stupid things." "I grew up here," Rowdy said. "I know what scared looks like." "Then you know enough." The driver shoved the money into his shirt pocket and tipped his cap. "Town fair's on, fireworks, music, all that. Good a day as any to roll back in, I guess. Get yourself something fried and pretend the world ain't on fire for a few hours." Rowdy pushed open the door. Heat slapped him in the face, tinged with dry grass and gasoline. He hauled his duffel out, slung it over his shoulder, and started down the gravel road. Behind him, the pickup coughed to life and rattled away, shrinking to a speck on the ridge. Each step kicked up dust that clung to his boots. 8 years gone, he thought. 8 years since the night flames had eaten the paper plant by the river. 8 years since sirens, since smoke thick as wool, since the explosion that had taken 3 lives and the town's main source of income. 8 years since they'd decided it was his fault. Down below, the fair sprawled over the lot beside the church, white tents, food stalls, a rickety Ferris wheel that had been old when his grandfather was a boy. Laughter drifted up, mixed with country music from speakers mounted on light poles and the sharp calls of vendors hawking kettle corn and fried dough. It should have felt like stepping back into a photograph. Instead, Rowdy felt like he'd walked into someone else's memory. He crossed under the organic produce and handmade crafts banner and let the crowd swallow him. Nobody noticed him at first. He was just another man in jeans and a scuffed jacket, one more face in a town that had seen better days. The smells hit him in a wave: grilled corn, spilled beer, caramel, livestock. A kid darted past with a balloon, nearly smacking him in the face. A band of high schoolers massacred a classic rock song on the makeshift stage by the beer tent. For a brief second, under the hum of conversation and the scrape of boots on gravel, Rowdy could almost pretend he'd never left. "Raffle for the school! Tickets $1! A young woman with a stack of flyers stepped into his path, smiling. You could win a smoked ham, a gas generator, or... Her gaze dropped to the firefighter patch on his duffel. The smile faltered, confusion knitting her brow as her eyes flicked up to his face, searching for recognition. "Sorry," he said, shifting the bag behind his shoulder. "I'm just passing." But she'd already stepped back, the warmth draining from her expression. "Have a good day," she murmured, and turned away to accost someone else. Rowdy exhaled slowly. So much for easing into it. As he walked, he began to feel eyes on him. Not many at first, just a couple of lingering glances. Then whispers, "Is that Banks' boy, ain't it? I thought he left for good." He kept his head down, jaw tight. Every booth, every face carried some memory. The man selling jars of pickles had once coached his Little League team. The woman braiding a girl's hair under a shade awning had worked the front desk at the paper mill. They looked older, thinner, more tired. So did he. "Rowdy?" A voice boomed, disbelieving. "Rowdy Banks, that you?" He turned. Sheriff Tom Klein pushed through a cluster of fairgoers like a ship breaking small waves. Time had thickened his waist and silvered his beard, but his eyes were still sharp and pale under the brim of his hat. His khaki uniform was unbuttoned at the throat, sleeves rolled to his elbows, the same way he'd worn it back when Rowdy was a lanky teenager begging him to ride along in the patrol car. "Hey, Sheriff," Rowdy said. The word, Sir, hovered on his tongue like an old habit. "Lord Almighty, it is you." Klein grabbed Rowdy in a hug that smelled of coffee and wood smoke. He thumped his back hard enough to rattle his ribs. "Thought you were a ghost come to scare the daylights out of me." "Not yet," Rowdy answered, forcing a smile. Klein stepped back, hands resting on Rowdy's shoulders while he looked him over. "You got taller. Or I got shorter. Probably both." His gaze softened for a heartbeat. "How long you been back?" "About 10 minutes." "Well, welcome home." The sheriff's voice gentled on the last word. "Earl know you're coming?" Rowdy shook his head. "Figured I'd surprise him." Klein's mouth twitched. "At his age, you liable to stop his heart doing that." Then the humor faded. "He's not in the best shape these days. Farm took a beating when the bank cut his credit line. Crops failed 2 years running. He's been trying to hold on to that land with bank, his bare hands." Guilt prickled the back of Rowdy's neck. "I sent money when I could." "I know you did." "He doesn't say it, but it meant something." Klein lowered his voice. "Town still holds a grudge about the plant. You're gonna hear things. I tell you to ignore 'em, but that ain't how words work." He paused. "For what it's worth, I never believed it was all on you." Rowdy swallowed. There were things about that night he still couldn't look at straight on, like staring at the sun too long. "The investigation cleared you of criminal negligence," Klein finished. "Didn't clear you in the court of public opinion, though. Folks needed a name to pin to their anger. Banks is written big and bold." He squeezed Rowdy's shoulder. "Anyway, enough ghosts for one afternoon. You eatin'? Not yet. Then get yourself a corn dog before they run out of oil." Klein jerked his thumb toward a stall. "I gotta go pretend. Everything's fine and we're not one late payment from shutting the department down. Mayor wants a community policing photo on the stage later. Come by if you feel like watching me get roasted. I'll think about it." The sheriff gave him one more long, measuring look, then disappeared back into the throng, his radio crackling at his hip. Rowdy drifted toward the corn dog stall but found himself stopping halfway. The fair's main stage sat at the far end of the grounds, backed by a trailer with a faded flag draped over it. A man stood on the plywood platform, pacing in front of a microphone while a small knot of people watched. Even from this distance, Rowdy recognized the squared shoulders, the clipped dark hair, the way he jabbed a finger with every other word. Marcus Hale. If Klein was the good cop on the town's shoulder, Marcus had become the not-so-quiet voice in the other ear. He'd always been like that in school, loud, quick to anger, obsessed with being in charge. According to the gossip Rowdy had picked up when he still answered calls from his father, Marcus now ran something called the Burning Hollow Citizens Guard. On stage, Marcus wore a black leather jacket despite the heat. A pistol rode his hip in a shiny holster, more prop than necessity. His voice boomed over the cheap speakers. "And when the factory burned, what did the state do?" he demanded. Did they send jobs? Did they send aid? No. They sent inspectors and lawyers. They let our neighbors lose their homes while some insurance adjuster in a suit got a bonus. Who stood up for us? Nobody. A ragged cheer went up from his listeners. Rowdy stayed near the back, half shadowed by a tent pole. He didn't want Marcus to see him. Not yet. The man had loved the factory fire story. It gave him a villain, a rallying cry. If Marcus spotted Rowdy, he'd probably drag him onto the stage as Exhibit A. While Marcus ranted, Rowdy's attention drifted, sideways. Near the front of the small crowd, a woman in a simple navy dress stood with a notebook tucked against her chest. Hair the color of dark honey was pulled into a low ponytail at the nape of her neck. She wasn't clapping or nodding. Instead, she watched with a detached focus, eyes moving from Marcus to the people around him, then down to jot something. "Who's she?" Rowdy muttered under his breath. A teenager beside him, chewing on a fried Oreo, glanced up. "That's Miss Bickmore, Chloe. She's subbing at the middle school till Christmas," he snorted. "She writes for some paper, too. Keeps asking folks weird questions about migration patterns and missing persons." "Missing persons?" Rowdy repeated. The kid shrugged. "Couple folks skipped town, I guess. She thinks it's a story. My mom says she's trouble." He went back to his food. Chloe Bickmore scribbled another line in her notebook and, as if feeling his gaze, looked up. For a second, their eyes met. Hers were an uncertain shade between green and gray. He offered a small nod before he could stop himself. She considered him, head tilted, then returned her attention to the stage. If she recognized the bank's jawline, she hid it well. Rowdy turned away, weaving through the crowd, telling himself he was done haunting the edges. He followed the smell of fryer grease until he reached a food stand strung with yellow bulbs. Behind the counter, a woman in an apron dropped battered hot dogs into bubbling oil. "2 corn dogs," he said, setting a few crumpled bills on the counter. The woman glanced up and froze. Her mouth thinned, wiping the friendly greeting right off her face. Rowdy knew that face. Patricia Patterson, owner of the town grocery, mother of Wesley Patterson, one of the 3 men who hadn't walked out of the paper plant 8 years ago. He'd told himself he might see her, that he would be ready. A lie, apparently. "Afternoon, Mrs. Patterson," he managed. Her eyes flicked to his badge patch, then back to his face. Her hands, still slick with batter, curled at her sides. "You have some nerve," she said quietly. "Mom, don't you ma'am me." Her voice rose, cutting through nearby conversations. "You walk in here like you're just another tourist, like nothing happened. You think time erases everything, Rowdy Banks?" People turned. The corn dog fryer hissed, oil snapping. Heat crowded around him, tighter than the circle of staring faces. "I don't think that," he said. "And I'm sorry for Wesley, for all of it. I never stopped being sorry." "Sorry?" Her laugh was sharp as broken glass. "My boy went in to work the night shift and never came home. They said it was an accident. They said the fire suppression system didn't work because someone activated it wrong. You were there. You were in charge. And now you stand here breathing, eating my food, talking about sorry." Klein's words about scared people and stupid things rang in Rowdy's head, but they didn't help much. He felt every eye on the back of his neck, felt old accusations resurfacing like bodies in a lake. "I did what I was trained to do," he said, keeping his tone low. "The system failed before I touched it. That's in the report." "The report," Mrs. Patterson spat the words. "You know what I got? A box with my son's watch and a pamphlet on grief." Her chin trembled, but her glare didn't. "You should have stayed gone, Rowdy. This town had almost forgotten the sound of your name." He swallowed hard. "I'll go then. You can keep the food." He reached for his money, but she slapped her batter-slick hand over it. "No," she hissed. "You don't take your money back. I'll donate it to the church. Maybe they can pray your soul into being worth something." Rowdy stepped away, leaving the bills and the corn dogs untouched. The murmurs rose around him like buzzing insects. He didn't look to see who was watching. He didn't want to know which faces he'd once trusted were now twisted with blame. He pushed through the crowd until he broke free into open space near the edge of the lot, beneath the sagging wires that held up the string lights. His heart thudded against his ribs. Part of him wanted to keep walking past the fair, past the town, straight up the dirt road leading to his father's farm. You knew this would happen, he told himself. You came anyway. He tipped his head back, closing his eyes. Above him the sky faded from blue to a dusty purple, streaked with high clouds. The Ferris wheel creaked, carrying kids in slow circles. On the stage, Marcus Hale hit another rhetorical high note, and the crowd whooped. A small voice broke through the noise. "Excuse me, mister. You okay?" Rowdy opened his eyes. A girl of maybe 11 stood in front of him, wearing an oversized flannel, shirt and muddy sneakers. Her hair was a dark tangle, her cheeks smudged. She clutched an old transistor radio to her chest, the kind with a crank handle on the side. "I'm fine," he said. "Shouldn't you be with your folks?" She jerked her chin toward the midway. "Mama's working the pie booth. She says I'm too much in the way, so I get to wander." Her eyes dropped to his duffel. "You a firefighter?" "Used to be." "Cool." She frowned at the radio, turning the crank. "This thing's acting weird. Maybe the batteries are dying," he suggested. "It doesn't use batteries. That's the point." She twisted the knob. Static hissed, then cut out entirely. The little red light above the speaker flickered and went dark. Huh. Before he could answer, the world changed. There was no warning sound, no building growl of engines, no whistle, no thunderclap. One moment the sky above the hills was just sky. The next, it was on fire. A white flare blossomed high above the northern ridge, too bright to look at. It wasn't like lightning, which cracked and vanished. This light spread outward in a silent wave, a halo expanding across the clouds. Every shadow deepened, every color washed out to stark black and white. Someone screamed. The band on stage stopped playing mid-chord. For a heartbeat, the fair fell utterly still, the way a field does when a predator steps out of the tree line. Then the lights went out. Every string bulb, every flood lamp around the lot, every neon sign fluttered and died. The music from the speakers cut off, leaving only a faint electronic whine. Somewhere nearby, a portable generator coughed, sputtered, and choked itself to death. The Ferris wheel shuddered and stopped. Children shouted in fear from swaying seats. Vendors cursed as fryers cooled and cash registers died. A distant siren wailed once and went mute. Rowdy's phone, in his pocket, vibrated violently for half a second, then went cold. He yanked it out. The screen was black. He held down the power button. Nothing. The emergency flashlight clipped to his belt, a heavy-duty LED model, gave off a brief, ghostly glow and then faded. "What the hell?" he muttered. Beside him, the girl with the radio was staring at the dead device in her hands. It was working. It was just working. All around them, confusion rose to panic. People talk when they don't understand something, and now they were all talking at once. "Damn power company." "Not again. They said they fixed the grid." "My truck died on the road in. It just died." "Check your phones. Any of them work?" "Folks." Sheriff Klein's voice boomed, loud even without a microphone. He'd climbed onto a hay bale in the center of the lot, hands spread in a calming gesture. "Everybody take a breath. Looks like we had ourselves a surge or a transformer blow. Maybe a lightning strike. This ain't our first blackout. Lanterns are in the church basement. We'll get 'em. In the meantime, watch your step and keep an eye on the young'uns." His words smoothed some of the sharp edges, but only some. People clung to any explanation, however thin, because the alternative that something bigger had just happened was too big to look at yet. Rowdy kept his eyes on the sky, blinking spots from his vision. The bright halo was fading, leaving behind a strange metallic aftertaste in the air, like pennies on his tongue. He'd seen cell tower failures and substation fires. He'd never seen light like that. A memory surfaced from training days, a grainy video in a dim classroom, a bored instructor droning about low probability, high-impact events. An animated diagram showed a nuclear weapon detonated high in the atmosphere, the blast invisible on the ground but sending out an electromagnetic pulse that fried electronics over a huge area. The instructor had called it an EMP scenario, a thought experiment. Something officials worried about on paper, not in real life. Rowdy felt a chill crawl down his spine, despite the heat. "No way," he whispered. On stage, Marcus Hale recovered his composure faster than anyone. He seized the dead microphone, discovered it didn't work, then simply raised his voice. "You see?" he shouted. "You see how fragile it all is? One little burp from the grid and we're back to the Stone Age. You think Nashville's going to fix this for us? Washington? Forget it. We have to rely on ourselves." It wasn't logic, but it was loud. And right now loud sounded a lot like leadership. Near the front of the crowd, Chloe Bickmore snapped her notebook shut. Her pen was tucked behind her ear. She pulled it down and scribbled something on the cover instead. Her phone, Rowdy noticed, dangled uselessly from her fingers, dark as his own. She turned to leave the stage area and nearly ran into the little girl with the radio. "Evie? Chloe?" said, catching the girl by the shoulders before they collided. "You okay?" Evie nodded too fast. "Fine, I think. The lights all died. My radio, too. But before that." She looked up, eyes huge. "Before the flash, I heard a voice in it." Chloe frowned. "What kind of voice?" "A man. It was fuzzy, but he was counting. Like on TV when they launch rockets." She hugged the silent radio close. It went. 3, 2, 1. Then the light came. Chloe's gaze flicked to the dark sky, then down to the device. She opened her mouth as if to dismiss it, closed it again. "You heard that right before the flash?" "Yes, ma'am." And then it all went quiet. Evie twisted the crank harder as if she could will the radio back to life. Nothing happened. "Even the static's gone." Chloe wet her lips, pages of her mental notebook clearly flipping. "Stay close to me, okay? We're going to find your mom and stick together until we know what this is." Evie nodded, slipping her small hand into Chloe's. From where he stood, Rowdy caught only fragments of their conversation, but the sight of the silent radio and the girl's frightened face lodged inside him. An EMP. A countdown. A light that killed power without a sound. Farther out, beyond the fairgrounds, chaos rippled through town. He could hear it now. The squeal of brakes from dead vehicles coasting to a stop, the thud of something heavy hitting asphalt, dogs barking wildly. Somewhere a baby wailed. Somewhere else, a gunshot cracked one, then two, followed by shouted curses. Fear spread faster than flames ever had. "Rowdy!" Sheriff Klein's voice cut through the noise. The sheriff strode toward him, hat askew, radio dangling uselessly from his belt. "You see that flash from up here?" "Hard to miss," Rowdy said. "Any word from the state?" Klein tapped the dead radio with the back of his knuckles. "This thing's as useful as a brick. Squad cars. Won't start. Not just the old ones, the new cruisers, too. It's like every piece of electronics in town had a heart attack at the same time." Rowdy's mind worked the problem the way it always had in a crisis, stepping around his fear. "Home generators? The hospital? Generators are down, far as I can tell. Old Doc Harmon's clinic is on backup lights battery, I think, but the equipment's not responding." Klein glanced around, lowering his voice. "If this is just us, it's a big damn problem. If it's more than us, if it's an EMP, it won't just be us," Rowdy finished. Klein stared at him. "You're thinking what I'm thinking? High-altitude detonation, man-made or solar storm big enough to cook a continent," Rowdy said quietly. "Either way, if the grid is out across the region, help isn't coming soon." The sheriff scrubbed a hand down his face. When he spoke again, his tone was brisk. All business. I can't go chasing ghost stories on a hunch. Right now, my job's to keep people from trampling each other in the dark." He hooked a thumb at Rowdy. "But you've seen disaster drills bigger than this. You still remember how to run a scene?" "I remember some," Rowdy said. "Good. Then congratulations, Banks." "You just volunteered." Klein pointed toward the Ferris wheel where kids still clung to their seats, crying, "Help the fair folks get those little ones down safe. After that, find us some flashlights that still work, not the fancy LED kind, the old crap that runs on leftover batteries. I'll organize a search for anyone stranded on the roads." Rowdy nodded. Orders, even half-formed ones, felt like solid ground beneath his feet. "What about the town?" Klein gave a humorless smile. "The town's about to realize how much it's been leaning on things it can't see. When they do, they'll look for somebody to blame. Hale's already trying to be that somebody. I need another voice out there who isn't planning to crown himself king." "You sure I'm that voice?" Rowdy asked. "You heard Mrs. Patterson. Half the people here would rather see me in the river." "I heard her," Klein said. "I also saw you not shout back. That counts for something." He gripped Rowdy's arm. "Whatever this is, it doesn't care who burned what 8 years ago. Right now, we're all standing in the same dark." He moved off, barking instructions at a knot of men near the stage. Marcus Hale watched from his platform, assessing, calculating. Already his people, men and a few women wearing matching armbands, were moving through the crowd, herding families, offering to escort them to their cars, their hands never far from the guns on their hips. Rowdy turned his back on that for the moment and jogged toward the Ferris wheel. The ride operator was shouting apologies, manually spinning the big metal wheel with the help of 2 volunteers to bring the seats around one by one. Each time a car reached the bottom, a sobbing child was passed down into waiting arms. Rowdy stepped in without a word, bracing his shoulder against the metal frame, pushing. Muscles burned. Sweat ran down his spine. It felt good. Pain and effort, he understood. The world might have gone sideways, but the rules of leverage hadn't changed. As they worked, the last light of day bled out of the sky. The hills became dark shapes, their edges softened. Without electric glare, the stars appeared sharper, colder, as if they had been waiting for their chance. "Thank you," the ride operator panted when the last child was safely on the ground. "Just don't let them back up there until you know what's going on," Rowdy said. He stepped away, wiping his palms on his jeans. Already people were lighting candles, shaking out old kerosene lanterns from storage, striking matches. Flickering points of orange dotted the fairgrounds, feeble but defiant. The shadows between them seemed deeper by contrast. From the edge of the lot, a vehicle horn blared once, weak and strangled. Rowdy turned to see a line of cars stalled on the main road. Hoods popped, drivers arguing. None of the engines were running. Farther off, beyond town, he thought he saw something else. The faint red glow of a fire on one of the distant ridges. Maybe a brush fire. Maybe something bigger. The girl with the radio, Evie, stood beside Chloe near the pie booth, watching him. Chloe's face was a mask of concentration as she listened to a farmer gesturing toward the hills. She caught Rowdy's eye and this time didn't look away. He walked over. "Sheriff wants you for the rescue team?" she asked. Her voice carried the crispness of someone used to interviews and deadlines. "Something like that," Rowdy replied. Up close, he saw ink smudges on her fingers and faint worry lines at the corners of her eyes. Rowdy Banks. Recognition flitted across her face, followed by the cool neutrality of a professional. "Chloe Bickmore, I've heard your name. Good things, I hope. Mostly loud things." Her mouth quirked, then straightened. "Evie was just telling me about the countdown she heard. I'm assuming that wasn't normal." Rowdy glanced at the dead radio. "Nothing about today's normal, if it was an EMP. An electromagnetic pulse," Chloe supplied. "I covered a piece on grid vulnerability last year. My editor thought it was too depressing to run." She nodded at the fairgrounds. "This is what depressing looks like, I guess." Evie shifted from foot to foot. "Is it going to stay dark forever?" "No," Rowdy said automatically. "Some things will come back. People will fix what they can. And what if they can't? She persisted. Rowdy answered honestly. Then we'll figure out how to live without it. Evie studied his face as if deciding whether to believe him. Finally, she nodded. Okay. Listen, Chloe said, lowering her voice. If this really is big, someone needs to start keeping a clear record before rumors get ahead of facts. I intend to do that, but I also don't want to get in the way of people actually trying to keep order. Then stick close to Klein, Rowdy advised. He might grumble about reporters, but he knows he needs witnesses. And get that radio somewhere safe. If it's got any old-school parts that still work, it might be worth more than a truckload of phones. Evie hugged the radio tighter. It's my uncle's. He said it could talk to the whole world if you tuned it right. Chloe's eyebrows rose, questions sparking behind her eyes. But before she could ask them, a shout went up near the entrance to the grounds. Fire! There's smoke on the North Road! Klein's voice answered, firm and steady, calling for buckets, volunteers, anyone with muscle left. Marcus Hale climbed back onto his platform and started directing his own men, splitting the crowd's attention. The fair's party mood had died with the bulbs. What remained felt like the first minutes after an earthquake, dazed, disbelieving, feet testing a floor that might still be shaking. Rowdy looked once more at the hills, at the dark farmhouses scattered across them, at the faint glimmer of his father's silo in the distance. The land that had shaped 4 generations of banksmen lay quiet, unaware it had just been shoved into a new world. Welcome home, he thought bitterly. You picked one hell of a day to come back. He hitched his duffel higher on his shoulder, squared himself toward the commotion, and walked into the deepening dark. Chapter 2. The Silent Night. By the time the last of the fairgoers drifted away from the grounds, true night had settled over Burning Hollow. Not the thin, hazy kind that leaked around the edges of street lamps and porch lights, but a heavy, unbroken dark that swallowed everything beyond the reach of a candle flame. Rowdy Banks stood on the church steps, sweat drying on his neck, and watched people scatter like nervous cattle. They carried lanterns, flashlights that still had a faint glow, candles in mason jars. Little islands of light bobbed down the streets and across the fields. Looks like a damn medieval festival broke up, Sheriff Klein muttered beside him. His hat was pushed back, gray hair damp at the temples. Except in those festivals, they usually had torches and working horses. We got neither in the numbers we need. A cold breeze slid down from the hills, making the strings of dead bulbs above the fairgrounds sway and knock together with a dry clack-clack. Somewhere a child started crying again. Rowdy flexed his sore hands. At least the Ferris wheel's empty. Could have been worse. It can still get worse, Klein said. Give it a few hours. He turned to the small cluster of volunteers gathered at the steps: farmers, a couple of high school kids, one off-duty nurse in scrubs, and an elderly man who apparently refused to relinquish his position as unofficial town handyman. Listen up, Klein called. We've got at least a few hours before people realize this isn't just a hiccup. Before then, we're going to do what we can to keep anyone from freezing in the confusion. He jerked his chin toward Rowdy. Rowdy, here's going to take a team up Maple and Cedar Streets. Knock on doors, check on the elderly, especially folks on oxygen or with mobility problems. Tell them this is likely to last through the night, maybe longer. They need to conserve candles, stay calm, and for the love of God, don't start any bonfires in their living rooms. A thin, bearded man raised a hand. You think this'll be more than a few hours, Sheriff? Klein hesitated, just long enough for Rowdy to see it. Looks that way, he said finally. Cars won't start. Radios are out. That's more than a normal outage. But until we know what happened, we plan for short term and hope we're wrong. Hope, the handyman snorted quietly. That and $2 will get you a cup of coffee, if the machine worked. Klein ignored him. I'll take the second team with me down toward the highway and see how many vehicles are clogged up there. We clear what we can, move people off the road, bring anyone injured into town. He looked at each of them in turn. We're not fixing the whole world tonight. We're just making sure nobody dies in the first 12 hours. Rowdy nodded. Simple enough. Nothing simple about fear, the nurse said softly. Klein gave her a curt nod. Right. Any questions? What about Marcus? One of the teenagers asked, jerking his head toward the far end of the lot. Marcus Hale and his armband-wearing Citizens Guard had set up their own little operation near the beer tent. They moved with purpose, handing out glow sticks, patting backs, promising escorts home for women and elderly folks. I'll talk to him, Klein said. For now, if his boys want to walk folks to their porches and move debris, let them. But if they start waving guns around or telling people what they can or can't do, you come find me. The volunteers dispersed, pairing off, grabbing whatever lanterns and flashlights they'd scrounged. Rowdy ended up with a kerosene lantern so old the glass was etched with smoky rings. You sure this thing won't explode? He asked the handyman, who'd fished it out of a church closet. Only if you kick it, the old man said. And if you kick it, I'll hit you with it. So, Rowdy chuckled despite himself. He lit the wick, watched the flame settle into a steady, soft glow, and headed down Maple Street. Houses crouched in the dark, like sleeping animals. Without porch lights, their outlines were weirdly fragile, simple shapes of shadow and wood. Dogs barked behind fences, then fell silent when they recognized his voice or smell. Gravel crunched under his boots. Rowdy and the handyman, whose name was Arthur, but everyone called him Artie, moved from door to door. People answered slowly, suspicious until they saw the sheriff's badge on the lantern or recognized Rowdy. How long you think this'll last? Mrs. Gomez asked, wrapping a cardigan around her shoulders. The air was cooling fast. Fall nights in the hollow could drop to near freezing. Can't say yet, Rowdy told her. Best to assume no power until at least tomorrow afternoon. Fill pitchers and tubs with water now while there's still a little pressure in the lines. After that, pumps might give out. She glanced at the sink behind her. And the freezer? Don't open it, Artie advised. Food'll hold longer if you leave it shut. Couple days, maybe. Eat what's in the fridge first. At the next house, they found Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins huddled in their living room, candles stuck in empty beer bottles on the coffee table. The CPAP machine's dead, Mr. Jenkins said, eyes wide and ringed with tired circles. I can't sleep without it. I'll stop breathing. You'll sleep lighter, Artie said bluntly. You ain't the first man to snore his way through the night and live to annoy people in the morning. Sit propped up, don't lie flat. If you feel dizzy or chest hurts, bang on the wall loud enough for your neighbor to hear. Rowdy squeezed his shoulder. We'll do another sweep later if we can. In the meantime, try to stay calm. Calm was in short supply. At one house, a man in a stained undershirt looked ready to fight when he saw Rowdy. Didn't figure we'd see you back till they rebuilt the plant, he sneered. Or ever. I'm not here to argue, Dean, Rowdy said. I'm checking to make sure your mother has candles and water. Dean's expression flickered. His mother, widowed, used a walker and lived in a back bedroom. She appeared behind him now, cardigan wrapped around her thin frame, hairnet askew. Rowdy? She said, peering at him. Is that little Banks' boy? Yes, ma'am. He stepped around Dean to take her hand gently. Just making sure you're all right. Oh, I've seen worse, she sniffed. Blackout in 77, now that was a night. Her eyes sharpened on his face. You look tired. We all do, Rowdy said. Dean backed down as his mother fussed over Rowdy's weight and hair length. By the time they left, the older woman had insisted on pressing 2 jarred peaches into his hands, for later, when the world ends, or whatever. On Cedar Street, a cluster of teenagers gathered in a driveway, their phones dead, Bluetooth speakers useless. Without their usual distractions, they looked smaller, younger. When Rowdy advised them to go home and help their parents, one kid muttered something about boomer panic, but they drifted apart anyhow, drawn back to candlelit windows. The quiet between houses was the strangest part. Even in rural Tennessee, there were always sounds at night, TVs through thin walls, the faint whine of distant traffic, air conditioners humming. Now the only constant noises were crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. Even the air seemed to be holding its breath. At the top of Cedar, where the pavement turned to gravel, Rowdy paused and looked back. From here, he could see much of Burning Hollow spread below, dotted with moving lights. It looked like a faded version of some frontier settlement. Artie leaned on his walking stick. "I ain't seen it this dark since I was a kid," he mused. "Back then it was normal. You go to bed with the sun unless you had chores." "Think folks can go back to that?" Rowdy asked. Artie grunted. "They might have to. Question is whether they'll do it pulling together or tearing each other apart." Down in the center of town, the courthouse steps glowed brighter than anywhere else. At least 20 people clustered there, some holding lanterns, some holding hunting rifles, all looking toward a man standing on the higher step. Marcus Hale. Even from a distance, Rowdy could tell he was speaking, gesturing with his free hand while the other rested on the butt of his pistol. His followers' armbands, a strip of dark cloth with a stencil of the town's outline, caught the weak light. Artie spat into the weeds. "And there's your answer." At the same time, on the far edge of town, where the fairground road met the highway, Chloe Bickmore tightened her grip on the steering wheel of her car out of sheer habit, even though it sat dead and silent on the shoulder. The last of the twilight had drained away. Her sedan's dashboard was completely dark, the engine as lifeless as a stone. She could smell cooling metal and the faint tang of spilled gasoline from other vehicles along the road. "Try it one more time," Evie urged from the passenger seat, leaning forward. Chloe had already tried half a dozen times, out of the same futile hope that made people flip a dead light switch again and again. She turned the key anyway. Nothing. Not even a click. "It's not going to magically fix itself," she said gently, letting the key fall back to the off position. "Whatever hit us fried the electronics. We're lucky we rolled to the shoulder before we stopped." Evie pressed her forehead against the window. Outside, the highway stretched like a black river, cars and trucks scattered along it as if someone had dropped a handful of toys and left them. People walked between them, carrying flashlights or lighters, their voices drifting in agitated bursts. "Miss Chloe?" Evie asked. "Is everyone's car broken like this?" "So far it looks that way," Chloe answered. "Unless someone had a 30-year-old pickup with no chips in it. Maybe that'd survive. New stuff, not so much." A semi-truck lay jackknifed across both lanes, a little ahead, its trailer blocking part of the highway. From the angle of the cab, it had clearly lost power mid-climb and slid back until it met the guardrail. The driver stood nearby with a flashlight, making sharp chopping motions as he argued with another motorist. "Maybe we should walk home," Evie suggested. "It's not that far." "Not far in daylight with working street lamps," Chloe said. "Right now it's a couple miles through pitch-black woods with everybody on edge. You know how your mom feels about you walking alone after dark, even on normal days. She'd feel worse if I don't show up at all," Evie pointed out. Chloe couldn't argue with that. Before she could answer, a flashlight beam swept across her rearview mirror. Someone knocked on the driver's window. 3 brisk taps. She and Evie both flinched. Chloe rolled the window down halfway. The night air felt colder than it should. A man in a reflective orange vest and baseball cap leaned in, light held low so it didn't blind them. "You ladies all right?" he asked. "We're trying to get folks off the main road, maybe form up a convoy back into town." He didn't have a uniform, but the orange vest and the safety-conscious way he kept his light directed away from their eyes made Chloe think of a volunteer firefighter or highway worker. Lines creased his face, and he smelled faintly of diesel and coffee. "We're okay," Chloe said. "Car's dead. I'm Chloe Bickmore. I teach up at the middle school. This is Evie. Her mom's working the fairground booths." "I know Evie," the man said, nodding, to the girl with a gruff kind of affection. "I'm Ron Massey. My wife babysat you when you were knee-high and sticky with popsicle." He looked back at Chloe. "We're telling folks to grab what they can carry and walk in groups. Highway might get ugly if people start panicking about being stuck." "Ugly how?" Evie asked, eyes wide. "Nothing yet," Ron said quickly. "But a lot of these folks were passing through, and when people are scared and far from home, they ain't always polite. Better to be someplace where folks know your name." Chloe thought about the semi blocking the road. about the dark stretch between here and town, about the thin line between fear and anger. Makes sense. We can walk. Ron glanced at the dead car. Leave it unlocked. Someone might need a place to sleep if they're stuck out here tonight. Chloe hesitated. Every big city instinct she'd grown up with screamed against leaving a vehicle unlocked on a highway at night. Then she reminded herself this was not a normal night, and, technically, no one could steal it via hot wiring anyway. Okay, she said, popping the trunk to grab a small backpack and a flashlight that she'd confirmed was battery-powered, not rechargeable. The beam was weak, but steady. Evie scooped up her uncle's crank radio, clutching it like a teddy bear. "What about the countdown voice?" she whispered, as they joined a group forming along the shoulder. "We'll worry about that when we're not walking blind on a highway," Chloe murmured back. "I'm not dismissing it, Evie. I just need us both safe first." They fell in with a group of 8 or 9 people, 2 families with kids, an elderly couple, Ron, and a young man from out of state whose car with the out-of-state plates had died in the opposite lane. "Headlamps would be handy right about now," someone grumbled. "Should have bought one when they were $10 instead of $100, Ron replied. "Stick close. There are no guardrails on parts of Old Ridge Road. If you wander off, you're in a ravine." They left the highway where a narrow gravel lane cut through the trees, the same shortcut Chloe had used earlier to reach town. Without headlights, the lane was a black tunnel between trunks and undergrowth. The flashlight beams were small, shaky circles on the ground. The forest felt louder without engines to drown it out. Crickets chirped in a ragged chorus, and something larger, a raccoon maybe, or a deer, crashed through the brush to their right. One of the kids squealed, then clapped a hand over their own mouth. "Just critters," Ron said. "They're as confused as we are." Half a mile in, the group passed under a set of high-tension power lines. The steel towers loomed above them, barely visible against the star-pricked sky. At their base, the grass was scorched in a jagged circle, the soil darker, almost glassy. "Whoa," the young man with the comm. "Out-of-state plates," said, sweeping his light over it. "What did that?" Evie shifted closer to Chloe. "It smells funny," she whispered. The air did carry a sharp, metallic tang, like ozone after a lightning strike, but stronger. Ron squatted near the edge of the blackened patch, careful not to step on it. Transformer must have blown, or something ran down the lines. He straightened slowly, frowning up at the cables stretching away into the dark. None of them hummed. Chloe snapped a few pictures with her phone out of habit, then grimaced at herself when she remembered the dead battery. "Old reporter reflex," she muttered. "You write for somebody?" Ron asked as they moved on. "Sometimes," she said. "Regional features, mostly. I was working on something here before all this. Human interest pieces." "Can't get more human interest than the whole grid going belly up," he said. "You'll have yourself one hell of a story if you get to grade. Tell it." It echoed hollowly in her head. They trudged on. The stars grew brighter overhead, a spray of cold silver. Somewhere far off, a dog barked and barked, then abruptly stopped. A wind came up, rustling the treetops, making the flashlight beams wobble. The lane dipped into a shallow hollow where the trees grew closer. The air felt colder there, as if the ground held onto the night more tightly. The young man up front stumbled over something and swore. Ron played his beam ahead. A fallen tree lay across the lane, trunk thick enough that an adult couldn't wrap both arms around it. Bark had been stripped away in jagged strips, and the wood beneath was splintered. "That wasn't here this afternoon," Chloe said. She would have remembered blocking a lane with a fallen tree. "No, ma'am, it sure wasn't," Ron replied. "Storm didn't blow through either." He walked around it carefully, light searching the surrounding ground. Hit by something, though. Evie shone the crank radio's weak light on the tree. The top branches were blackened and splayed outward, as if something had exploded above them. More of that burnt metal smell hung in the air. "Can we go around?" the elderly woman asked nervously. "Yeah," Ron said. "Just mind your footing." They scrambled up the embankment, teeth chattering as loose soil gave way under boots and sneakers. Chloe helped Evie over a tangle of roots. As she climbed, she looked back down the lane and glimpsed, for a split second, a pale glow flicker somewhere deeper in the forest, like lightning bottled far away, blinking behind the trees. "Did you see that?" she asked. "See what?" Evie puffed. "Nothing," Chloe lied. The last thing she wanted was the group bolting in different directions because someone thought ghosts were chasing them. By the time they cleared the fallen tree and regained the lane, everyone was breathing harder, the air forming white puffs in front of their faces. "How far now?" one of the fathers asked. "Another mile and change," Ron said. "We'll hit old Miller's pasture. Then the road splits toward town. We're not going to make it before midnight," Chloe murmured, glancing at her dead watch. She felt the hours slipping by in her bones, but everything without a clock was guesswork. "Better late than never," Ron replied. They hadn't gone much farther when they heard it. Distant voices, raised in anger, echoing faintly through the trees from the direction of the highway. A woman shouting, then a man. The words were impossible to make out, but the tone was unmistakable. Ron halted. "That's our cue to keep moving," he said. "Sound carries strange at night. I don't want to be anywhere near that mess." Chloe swallowed. She'd covered riots, protests, tornado aftermaths. Panic had a sound, and she could hear the edge of it now, riding the wind. Evie tugged at her sleeve. "Miss Chloe? My, feet hurt." Chloe looked down. The girl's shoes were thin-soled sneakers, more holes than canvas. "We'll stop soon," she promised. "There should be an old cabin near Miller's pasture." "Hunting cabin? If it's not locked, maybe we can rest there until the sun's up." "How do you know about that?" Ron asked, curious. "Interviewed Old Man Miller in spring," Chloe said. "He bragged about renting it out to tourists. Told me about getting lost in a snowstorm and finding it by accident when he was a boy." She offered a small smile. "Every old farmer has a near-death story ready for reporters," Ron grunted. "Well, if that cabin's still standing, it'll be the best hotel we're going to find tonight." Back in town, Rowdy and Artie completed their loop and regrouped with Klein at the courthouse steps. The sheriff looked 10 years older than he had at the start of the evening. Lantern light threw hard shadows under his eyes. His hands were stained, with oil and dirt from checking dead cruisers and prying open jammed doors. "How bad?" Rowdy asked. "Not the worst day I've had," Klein said, "but it's trying." He pointed to a rough map someone had chalked on the courthouse wall. "We got at least 20 vehicles stranded on the North Road, including a semi lying sideways like it's taking a nap. No serious injuries yet, thank God. Some bruises, one broken arm. Folks are scared, but they're listening for now." "What about outside contact?" Klein shook his head. "Landlines are dead. That old emergency radio we keep in the station, tube-powered, supposed to survive anything, won't spit out more than a low hum. It's like the airwaves themselves are jammed." Rowdy thought of Evie's story about the countdown. "You try the ham radio, guys? There are a couple of towers out toward Pine Ridge." "Artie's son is one of them," Klein said. "We sent a runner. No word yet." Artie smoothed his beard. "He might have gone offline before this. Working out in the old mine. Hard man to track down." Rowdy glanced around the square. Marcus Hale's group had grown. At least 30 people now loitered near him, some with rifles slung over their shoulders, others clutching baseball bats or crowbars. Marcus himself strode back and forth, talking in low, intense bursts, his audience leaning in. "What's he telling them?" Rowdy asked. Klein snorted. "That the state's going to abandon us, that I'm underfunded and over the hill, that the Citizens Guard needs more authority to keep order. Same song, different verse." He looked tired, but there was steel under it. "I told him if his boys want to help, they register with me, leave the military cosplay at home, and take orders like everyone else." He smiled and said, "We're all on the same side. That's what men say right before they start drawing lines." As if sensing he was being watched, Marcus turned his head. His gaze flicked from Klein to Rowdy and lingered. A slow, knowing smile curled his mouth. He tipped 2 fingers off his brow in a mock salute, then turned back to his circle. Rowdy felt a prickle along his spine. "He's going to make a move." "Oh, sure as taxes," Klein said. "But not tonight. He's waiting to see how deep this goes. If the power comes back on before breakfast, I'm just the bumbling old sheriff again, and he's the loudmouth with a militia hobby. If it doesn't—" He didn't finish the sentence. "What's the plan for the station?" Rowdy asked, shifting the subject. "I've got Deputy Hall and 2 volunteers there. We'll bunk down in shifts, keep a lamp lit for anyone who needs help. Jail cells are empty, so worst case we got 3 rooms with bars for drunk idiots or folks who start looting." Klein rubbed his eyes. "I keep telling myself that's not going to happen here." Rowdy thought of the crowded square, the guns, the fear. "You should also plan for if it does." Klein's mouth twisted. "Yeah, I know." He clapped Rowdy on the shoulder. "You did good tonight. Folks listened to you. That counts." "Some of them did," Rowdy said. He felt the weight of Mrs. Patterson's words like a stone in his pocket. "Some is enough to start." The sheriff straightened, rolling his shoulders as if shedding a physical burden. "Go see your daddy, Banks. He'll have heard about the lights and be worrying himself sick. I can spare you for a couple hours. If anything catches fire, literal or otherwise, I'll send Artie running after you with his lantern of doom." Artie snorted but nodded. "You sure?" Rowdy asked. "Feels wrong to leave. You being here any longer won't make the lights come back," Klein said. "And I might need you more tomorrow than I did today. Get some food in you. Check on Earl. Grab whatever supplies you got up there. Water, filters, old tools. Anything that doesn't need a plug." His gaze hardened. "And if your dad's got that shotgun he loves so much, make sure it's cleaned and put somewhere you can reach but fools can't." Rowdy didn't bother protesting the implication. He'd seen enough panicked crowds to know how quickly things could flip. "All right," he said. "I'll head up now. Take the back route by the creek," Klein advised. "Less chance of running into Hale's boys playing patrol." Rowdy nodded his thanks and left the square, lantern bobbing at his side. The wind had picked up, bringing with it the scent of wood smoke and something sharper, rubber, maybe, or insulation. Somewhere in town, a transformer had probably burned itself out. As he walked toward the edge of Burning Hollow, he passed houses where candlelight flickered behind curtains, silhouettes moving back and forth. Snatches of conversation drifted from open windows. "Heard it hit Nashville. They're saying it was an attack." "No, I told you, it was solar, like those flares." "What if planes fell out of the sky?" Rumors were already multiplying like weeds. Whatever had really happened, the truth would have to fight for space in people's heads. Rowdy tightened his grip on the lantern handle and lengthened his stride. On old Miller's land, several miles away, Chloe and her makeshift group broke out of the trees into an open pasture. Moonlight silvered the grass, turning it into a rippling sea. The sky above was crisp and clear, a sprinkle of stars cut by the thin, dark line of the power lines. "There," Ron pointed with his flashlight. The cabin sat on a low rise, a squat rectangle of weathered planks with a tin roof. Its small porch had seen better days, the railing missing in 2 places, but the structure itself looked solid. No light shone in the single front window, of course, but Chloe guessed no one had been renting it, this late in the season anyway. "Thank God," one of the mothers sighed. "My legs are about to fall off." "Let's see if the door's open before we start thanking anybody," Ron said. He walked up onto the porch, boards creaking, and tried the handle. It turned. Either Miller trusted his neighbors or he forgot what locks are for, Ron said. "Come on in, but go easy. Watch for critters." Chloe followed, holding her flashlight high. The cabin's interior smelled of dust and old wood, but not of rot. A pot-bellied stove squatted in one corner, surrounded by a ring of scorched floorboards. A small table with 2 mismatched chairs sat beneath the window, and a bunk bed that looked like it had been built by hand took up the far wall. "Home sweet home," Ron announced. "At least for tonight." The kids collapsed on the lower bunk and the floor, groaning about blisters. The elderly couple claimed the top bunk with surprising agility. Apparently, years of climbing church steeple stairs kept you limber. Chloe locked the door more out of instinct than effectiveness. The flimsy latch wouldn't stop anyone determined, but it made her feel marginally better. Evie set her radio carefully on the table and immediately started cranking the handle again. The faint grinding sound filled the small space. "Give it a rest, kiddo," Ron said. "You'll wear your arm out for nothing." "It worked earlier," Evie said stubbornly. "It might work again." She cranked and cranked, tongue poking out in concentration. Chloe moved around the cabin, checking corners, opening cabinets. She found a box of matches in a drawer, half a bag of charcoal tucked behind the stove, and, miraculously, a dusty hurricane lamp with a mantle still intact. "Score," she murmured, lighting it. Warm light spilled into the room, pushing back the gloom, softening everyone's faces. "Bless you," the elderly woman breathed. "I hate the dark." "Don't. Trust what comes with it. Nothing's coming in that we don't let," her husband said, though his eyes darted toward the window. Chloe sat on the table edge near Evie. "Any luck?" Evie frowned at the radio. She'd cranked it enough to make her wrist ache, but when she turned the dial, all they got was silence. Not even static. It was like tuning across an empty universe. "Nothing," she said finally, shoulders sagging, like the voice got what it wanted and left. Chloe remembered the girl's earlier words. 3, 2, 1. A countdown to what? Just the flash? Or something more? She made a mental note to write it down, but without a functioning phone or laptop, that meant good old-fashioned pen and paper. She dug her notebook and a pen out of her backpack. By the lamp's glow, she began to scribble. Time approximations, locations, observations of people's reactions, details about dead electronics and strange scorch marks under the power lines. Evie watched her. "You're really going to write a story about this?" "Someone will, eventually," Chloe said, "if there's still a later where newspapers matter. But even if there isn't, records are important. People forget fast, especially things they don't want to remember." "You think this is going to be one of those things?" Chloe hesitated. "I think this night is the beginning of something none of us understand yet. When that happens, writing things down is a way of refusing to let fear be the only story." Evie thought about that, then nodded slowly. "Can I draw what I remember?" "Absolutely." Chloe tore out a blank page and handed it to her. While Evie sketched the power line tower, the circle of scorched ground, a crude sunburst for the flash, Chloe listened to the others settle. The parents hushed their kids, offering snacks from pockets. The young man leaned against the wall, staring at his dead cell phone like he expected it to. Apologize. Ron checked the stove, decided not to risk a fire unless the temperature dropped further. "I'll sit up a while," he said. "Make sure we're not sharing this place with raccoons or worse." "You two should try to sleep in shifts." Chloe wasn't sure she could sleep at all, but she lay down on the lower bunk edge with Evie, boots still on, jacket zipped. The lamp guttered once, then stabilized. Flame sieved through the mantle. "Miss Chloe?" Evie whispered into the near dark. "Yeah? What if the lights never come back?" Chloe listened to the wind pressing against the cabin walls, to the creak of wood cooling, to the faint ache in her own voice when she answered. "Then we'll have to learn to be our own light," she said. "Humans did it for thousands of years. We can do it again. It'll just be harder than we're used to." Evie was quiet for a long time. Her breathing eventually slowed, evening out into shallow sleep. Chloe stared at the ceiling, tracing the knots in the wood with her eyes, and thought of Burning Hollow as she'd first seen it, small, a bit shabby, but hanging on. She'd come looking for a story about rural decline, old grudges, missing people. She'd found something far bigger, and it had found them all. Outside, the night went on, vast and indifferent. On the other side of the pasture, and a world away in mood, Rowdy trudged up the last bend of the dirt road to the Banks farm. His lantern cast a narrow halo around his boots, making the gravel wink. Beyond it, fields stretched like dark waves, the outlines of barn and silo rising from them. The farmhouse windows glowed faintly with candlelight. That, more than anything, made his chest loosen. His father was many things, but careless with flame was not one of them. If there was light, Earl Banks was alive to light it. Rowdy paused at the gate, hand resting on the top slat. For a second, he was 12 again, coming home late from swimming, in the quarry, rehearsing excuses. Then the present crashed back in the EMP, the fair, Mrs. Patterson's grief. He pushed the gate open and walked up the path. The front door yanked open before he reached the porch. A tall, gaunt figure filled the frame, candle in one hand, shotgun in the other. "You took your damn time," Earl Banks said. Then, after a heartbeat, "Boy." The word was not quite an accusation, not quite a welcome, but it was more than Rowdy had dared hope for. "Traffic was hell," Rowdy said quietly. Earl snorted, lowering the shotgun. "Traffic's dead. Everything else might be soon, too." He stepped aside. "Get in here. You let all the heat out. We'll be freezing before breakfast." Rowdy ducked inside, the familiar smell of the house closing around him, wood polish, hay dust, the faint lingering scent of his mother's old lemon cleaner, though she'd been gone a decade. Candles burned on the kitchen table, their wax pooling around old saucers. A pot of something hearty simmered on the wood stove. Apparently Earl had reverted to pre-electric habits fast. Lanterns hung from hooks, glass clean, wicks trimmed. For the first time all evening, Rowdy felt like he'd stepped into a place that expected the dark, not just endured it. "You all right?" Earl asked gruffly, setting the shotgun in the corner. "Looked like someone sandpapered your face." "I'm okay," Rowdy said. "Town's a mess. Klein's holding it together for now." "For now?" Earl echoed. His eyes, still sharp despite the lines around them, studied his son. "You were at the fair when the lights went out?" "Yeah. Anybody dead?" "Not yet," Rowdy said. "Some bruises, a lot of fear. Marcus Hale's making noises about protecting the town." Earl made a disgusted sound. "That fool couldn't protect a chicken coop from a fox. Long as there's a camera on him, though. He thinks he's Patton." "There aren't any cameras," Rowdy reminded him. "Not anymore. They're as dead as the trucks." "Good." Earl shoved a bowl into his hands. "Eat. Talk after." The stew tasted like childhood. Potatoes, carrots, venison from last season. Rowdy hadn't realized how hungry he was until the first spoonful hit his stomach. He ate in near silence while his father fidgeted, pretending not to watch him. When the bowl was empty, Earl leaned back, chair creaking. "Theory is this is that electromagnetic thing you used to go on about. The one you said could fry everything from here to Memphis." Rowdy blinked. "You remember that?" "I remember you coming home from some training or other, all full of scary stories they fed you," Earl said. "Told your ma we needed a bunker. I told you we needed to pay the mortgage before we started digging holes. Looks like you won that argument in the end." "Not the bunker part," Rowdy said. "But, yeah, it fits. Cars, power, even radios gone at the same time. A normal outage doesn't do that." Earl scratched his jaw. "You think it's just us, or bigger?" "It's bigger," Rowdy said. Saying it out loud made his skin feel too tight. "How big? I don't know. But if it was just a local event, we'd still be hearing something on the old radios," Earl grunted. "I got that crank radio your uncle left behind in the barn, old tube thing. Wouldn't say boo when I turned it on. Just hummed like a fat bee, then quit. Evie the Johnson girl, she had a similar radio," Rowdy said slowly. "Said she heard a countdown in it before the flash. Then, nothing. Like someone flipped a switch." "Countdown." Earl rolled the word around like a pebble. "That sounds more like man than God." "Either way, we're here now," Rowdy said. He glanced around the kitchen, at the cabinets he knew held preserved jars, the pump at the sink that could be switched to draw from the old well if the electric pump failed. "We can make it for a while up here. Town might not be so lucky." Earl's gaze softened briefly. "You planning to stay this time, or run back to whatever city you've been hiding in?" I wasn't hiding, Rowdy said, stung. I was working, trying to send money, trying to build a life. A life that wasn't here, Earl said. I can't blame you. Hell, if I was your age when all this happened, I'd have lit out too. But the land's still ours, at least till the bank says different. He jabbed a finger at the table. You're back now, on the day the world breaks. That means something. Means my timing sucks, Rowdy said, but there was no heat in it. Earl snorted. Maybe, or maybe it means this old place ain't done with us yet. He pushed himself to his feet. Come on, I want to show you something. He led Rowdy through the back door and into the yard. The sky overhead was clearer here than in town, stars, dense enough to make him dizzy if he stared too long. The barn loomed ahead, a dark shape with its doors half open. Inside, Earl lit another lantern and hung it on a nail. The familiar smell of hay, oil, and animals greeted Rowdy. A few cows shifted in their stalls, hooves shuffling on straw. Chickens muttered sleepily in a fenced corner. All of them, at least, were blissfully unaware of the technological catastrophe outside. Earl crossed to a workbench and pulled a tarp aside. Underneath sat an object Rowdy hadn't seen in years, a battered, army green generator the size of a steamer trunk, its metal casing dented but intact. You kept this? Rowdy asked, surprised. They'd used the generator after storms when he was a teenager, but he'd assumed it had died long ago. Didn't have the heart to throw it, Earl said. Runs on diesel. No fancy chips. I had it cleaned up last year when the power company started doing those planned outages. Figured if they were gonna treat us like third-class customers, I'd better have a backup. You tried starting it? Rowdy asked. Not yet. Threw the switch right after the flash, but decided not to yank the cord till I knew what we're dealing with. If fuel deliveries stop, this thing becomes a big metal paperweight after a few days anyway. Earl gave the generator a fond pat. Still, be good to know if she'll kick over when we need her, Rowdy considered. We should try it, but not tonight. If it makes noise and throws light while everyone else is in the dark, we'll have half the hollow on our doorstep by morning. That's what I figured, Earl said. I ain't hard-hearted. But we barely got enough for ourselves. Can't feed the world on a pantry and a prayer. Rowdy leaned against a post, feeling the rough wood against his back. Klein's going to try to keep order. Marcus is going to try to take it. People are already scared. Tomorrow's going to be worse. So tomorrow, Earl said, you go down there and help the man wearing the badge, not the one wearing the gun for show. You're good with people when they're on fire. Now you just got to be good with them when they're scared. Rowdy huffed a soft laugh. Didn't know you thought I was good at anything. I thought a lot of things, Earl said. Didn't say most of them. Your ma always said I'd talk more when the sky fell. Guess she was right. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, listening to the cows breathe, the rustle of straw, the far-off howl of a coyote on the ridge. Get some sleep, Earl said at last. We can't fight the dark, but we can meet the morning standing up. Rowdy nodded. As he followed his father back toward the house, lantern swinging, he let himself imagine for the first time in years waking up on the farm not as a visitor but as someone who belonged out beyond the fields, in the forest, near. Miller's pasture, a small hunting cabin, glowed faintly against the night, sheltering Chloe, Evie, and their little band of refugees. The world between them was a tangle of shadow, fear, and unanswered questions. Above it all, the stars watched, cold and indifferent, as the first silent night of the new world rolled on. Chapter 3. The Dawn Without Signals. The first sounds of morning at the Banks farm were the same as they'd always been. Cows lowing in the barn, a rooster with no sense of timing, the soft clank of buckets. The difference was the silence wrapped around those noises, a hollow where the hum of the refrigerator and the whir of the well pump should have been. Rowdy woke to pale gray light filtering through the thin curtains of his old bedroom. For a second he lay still, disoriented, wondering why his phone wasn't buzzing its usual alarm on the nightstand. Then memory sluiced over him, the flash, the fare, the dead electronics, the long walk home by lantern. Not a dream, he thought. Day 2. He rolled out of bed, feet hitting the cold floor. The house smelled of coffee and wood smoke. Someone, his father, moved around in the kitchen with the same heavy-footed efficiency as always. Rowdy pulled on his boots and padded down the hall. Earl Banks stood at the stove, stirring a pot of oatmeal with one hand and holding a battered percolator steady with the other. The coffee pot sat directly on the wood stove surface, bubbling slow and angry. 2 candles burned on the table, though dawn light already seeped through the windows. "Morning," Rowdy said. "Morning," Earl grunted. He nodded toward the sink. "Turn the tap," Rowdy did. The faucet sputtered, coughed, then spat out a thin stream that dwindled to a drip. "Pressure's almost gone," Earl said. "Whatever's in the town reservoir's all that's left. Electric pumps aren't pushing more up the hill. Rowdy, shut the tap off. We'll have to switch to the old hand pump." Earl jerked a thumb toward the back door. "Already rigged it last night, soon as I heard your story. I might be an old fool, but I'm an old fool who remembers how to live without wires." He spooned oatmeal into 2 bowls and slid one toward Rowdy. "Eat. It'll be a long day." They sat across from each other, steam fogging the air between them. The oats were thicker than Rowdy liked, handful of raisins scattered on top like an afterthought. But they tasted warm and solid. "I'm going back into town after breakfast," he said. "Figured," Earl replied. "Klein'll need hands, and you've never been good at sitting still when something's burning." "Nothing's literally on fire yet," Rowdy said. Earl raised a bushy eyebrow. "Not that you can see from here, anyway." He jabbed his spoon for emphasis. "Take the truck keys if it makes you feel better, but that old Chevy's as dead as the rest. You'll be walking." "Maybe someone's horse-drawn buggy still works," Rowdy said. "We'll reinvent Uber with saddles." Earl huffed a short laugh. "Joke now. Later, when gasoline turns to gold, you'll see who's laughing." He sobered. "Klein a good man, but he's used to calling for backup. What happens when there ain't none? You watch his. Back here?" "I will." Rowdy hesitated. "And I'll keep an eye on Marcus." "You do more than that," Earl said sharply. "You make sure that son of a mule doesn't crown himself king while everyone else is looking for candles." Rowdy imagined Marcus on the courthouse steps, pistol gleaming, armband crew hanging on his every word. "He's already dividing people into us and them in his head. Then remind folks there ain't no them small enough to matter when the whole damn grid goes down," Earl said. "Town turns against itself. We're done before we start." Rowdy nodded, letting the words sink in like marching orders. He finished his oatmeal, drank a tin cup of bitter coffee, and stood. "I'll bring back news," he promised. "And if they're handing out trouble," Earl said, "try not to bring that back with you." The road down into Burning Hollow looked different in daylight without cars moving along it. A few vehicles still sat skewed on the shoulder or across both lanes, hoods up, drivers long gone. Crows hopped between them, picking at fast food wrappers and abandoned groceries. No engines, no distant whine of 18-wheelers, just the crunch of Rowdy's boots and the whisper of the wind in dry grass. Smoke drifted upward from several points in town, thin gray columns, more like cooking fires than house fires. A dog trotted up the road toward him, sniffed his trouser leg, then trotted off again with the distracted air of someone who'd just lost their job. At the first house on the edge of town, Mrs. Gomez was hauling water from a rain barrel with a bucket while her teenage son stood nearby, cradling a baseball bat as if expecting invading armies. "Morning," Rowdy called. "Mrs." Gomez straightened, pushing sweat-damp hair off her forehead. "Mr. Banks, sheriff came by late, told us to fill everything we could. Water's already down to half. Use it for drinking and cooking first," Rowdy said. "Wash with a basin. You've got a well out back, right? Old hand pump?" "It's rusted stiff," she said. "We haven't used it in years." "I'll send Artie up with tools later," he promised. "We're going to have to get those old systems going again." The boy eyed him warily. "Is it true? About the cars?" My friend said even the new trucks at the dealership won't start. It's true, Rowdy said. But that means nobody's driving into town with trouble either. Remember that. He moved on, heart sinking as similar scenes repeated from yard to yard. People filling bathtubs, rummaging for candles, trying old transistor radios and getting nothing. The sense of disbelief from the night before had shifted into something heavier, anxious, brittle. By the time he reached the town square, the air buzzed with voices. A crowd jammed the space in front of the courthouse, milling around a makeshift notice board someone had erected. Paper signs were tacked there with anything people had available: nails, tape, chewing gum. Asking for Grandma Marta, last seen on Ridge Road. Does anyone have insulin? Spellman family offering fresh eggs. Trade for canned goods. Radio working? Check in here. Rowdy shouldered his way through, scanning for a familiar uniform. Sheriff Klein stood on the courthouse steps again, hat off, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief so thoroughly sweat-soaked it wasn't helping much. He looked like he'd slept only in short snatches, if at all. You look like hell, Rowdy said when he reached him. Morning to you, too, Klein replied. News from Mount Banks? Farm's okay. We've got a working hand pump and maybe a generator we're not ready to show the world. Water pressure in town's almost gone. Gomez's barrel was halfway empty. I know, Klein said. We're prioritizing the clinic and the people who can't haul their own buckets. Didn't realize how much of the town's muscles had atrophied leaning on electricity. He gestured toward the crowd. Folks want answers. They want me to tell them when the lights are coming back, whether it was an attack, if the government's sending trucks full of bottled water and soldiers. All I can tell them is what I see with my own eyes, and they don't like that answer. What answer is that? Rowdy asked. Klein met his gaze. That we're on our own for at least a few days, maybe longer. That if help comes, it'll be because we held ourselves together long enough to receive it. Before Rowdy could respond, a new voice cut through the mutter of the crowd. Which is exactly why we need a plan that's more than hope and see, Sheriff. Marcus Hale came down from the other side of the steps, as if gliding into his mark on a stage. He wore his leather jacket, despite the warming day, and the same armband as his followers, a strip of cloth, emblazoned with a crude outline of the town, and the letters BHC in white paint, Burning Hollow Citizens. Two men walked half a step behind him, rifles slung. Their presence turned conversations into stares. We do have a plan, Marcus, Klein said, tired patience fraying. Food, water, medical check-ins. That's survival, Marcus interrupted smoothly. Bare minimum. I'm talking about security. He raised his voice so people further back could hear. Last night, my men patrolled the streets when your deputies couldn't be everywhere. We walked folks home. We watched the main roads. If some outsider tried to roll in and take what little we have, they would have met armed citizens instead of blinds. We didn't see any outsiders, Klein said, because everybody's cars are dead. Today, Marcus said, holding up a finger. Today, nobody moves far. But what about tomorrow? The day after? You think the cities are sitting pretty right now? Or do you think they're tearing themselves apart? And sooner or later some of that mess spills our way? Rowdy could feel the crowd leaning toward Marcus, drawn by the confident swagger as much as his words. What exactly are you proposing? Klein asked. Checkpoints at the 4 main roads into town, Marcus said promptly. Citizen-manned, under my coordination. Nobody comes in without being vetted. Nobody leaves with more than their share. His gaze slid over the crowd, then settled on Rowdy like a fly landing on a cut. And weapons. What about them? Rowdy asked, keeping his voice even. In a crisis like this, there should be no private arsenals, Marcus declared. We all know which houses are stocked like war bunkers. I say we collect firearms from private homes and store them centrally, under guard for the community's protection. People can sign them out when they join patrols or hunting parties. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, some approving, some outraged. In this part of Tennessee, guns were more than tools, they were heirlooms, symbols of independence. Confiscating weapons isn't your call, Klein said sharply. And it sure as hell isn't happening under your coordination. Marcus smiled the way a wolf might if it knew the fence was weakening. Nobody said confiscate, Sheriff. I said collect for safekeeping. Words matter. He stepped closer, voice silky. We're all on the same side here. People are scared. They want to know someone's looking out for them. From somewhere in the crowd, someone shouted, "He's right." "We got kids in this town," another voice answered. "Like hell, I'm handing over Grandpa's rifle to your little club." The mood teetered, could tip either way. Rowdy stepped up beside Klein so they stood shoulder to shoulder facing Marcus and the crowd. He didn't raise his voice, but he pitched it to Carrie. "You want to keep people safe, Marcus? Good. Start by not trying to turn neighbors into suspects." Marcus's eyes narrowed. "Rowdy Banks. I wondered when you'd stick your nose in." "Funny," Rowdy said. "I was wondering the same about you." A few people chuckled nervously. "We're not going to start this new world by handing power and guns to one self-appointed group," Rowdy continued. "If we need organized patrols, and we might, Sheriff Klein will coordinate them. Deputies, volunteers, clear chain of command. And everyone keeps the firearms they already legally own, unless they choose to share." "You speak for the sheriff now?" Marcus asked. "Last I checked, you left this town under a cloud of smoke." "And you stayed to blow more," Rowdy shot back. "Difference is, I've spent the last 8 years dealing with real emergencies. People in collapsed buildings, flooded highways, wildfires that move faster than gossip. You know what I learned? You don't start by taking things away from the people you're supposed to protect. Not their food, not their dignity, and not their means to defend themselves." "He's right about that," someone in the crowd said. Others murmured agreement. Marcus's jaw flexed. "You're good with words, Banks. Maybe you missed your calling as a politician." He let his gaze sweep the crowd again, recalculating. "Fine. No one's taking anything they don't want to give. But when trouble comes, and it will remember who offered structure and who offered speeches." He turned on his heel and strode back toward his cluster of followers, barking orders for them to check the North Road and log any strangers. The armbanded men followed, some glancing over their shoulders at Rowdy with measuring eyes. Klein exhaled slowly. "Thanks," he said under his breath. "He's slippery as an eel, that one. Every time I try to pin him down, he squirms just enough to say he didn't really mean what he seemed to." "Authoritarians like to discover they're authoritarians in slow motion," Rowdy said. "Makes it easier on their conscience." "Let's make sure he doesn't get the chance," Klein replied. Louder. He addressed the crowd. "We will organize patrols and road watches, but they'll report directly to my office. We'll need volunteers who can follow orders and keep a cool head. If that's you, sign up by the steps, name and address. And for now, keep your firearms secure in your own homes. No waving them around in the square." The crowd gradually broke apart, some heading toward the sign-up sheet, others toward the barter board or the clinic. Conversations resumed in low tones. "Town meeting at noon," Klein said to Rowdy. "People want to be heard, and if we don't give them that here, they'll do it in smaller, angrier clusters elsewhere. You up for standing beside me again?" Rowdy looked toward the road leading out of town, where a small group was coming in a handful of figures, one of them distinctly child-sized. "Depends who that is," he said. The group from the cabin reached the edge of Burning Hollow, just as the church bell rang 11 times. No electricity controlled the bell. It had a manual rope, currently being hauled by one of the elder deacons who'd decided time still needed keeping, even if the clocks disagreed. "Smells like stew," one of the kids murmured as they passed a house with a pot simmering over an outdoor fire. "Smells like people trying not to panic," Chloe thought, but didn't say. Her legs ached from the walk. Dust clung to her jeans, and she was pretty sure she'd developed a blister somewhere under her right heel. Evie trudged beside her, radio hugged to her chest, almost as dusty but with eyes still flicking around, taking everything in. Town looked like an old photograph come to life. No neon open signs in the diner windows, no flicker from televisions, no growl of engines. People clustered in front yards and on porches, some talking, some staring at nothing. Smoke from cook fires threaded the air, carrying the scents of beans, bacon, and wood. Ron peeled off with the two families they'd escorted, promising to check on them later. Chloe and Evie headed straight for the square. They found Rowdy and Klein near the courthouse, shoulders squared against another wave of questions. Klein's face broke into a brief, genuine smile when he saw Evie. "Look who finally made it," he said. "We were just about to send someone to check the North Road again." "We spent the night at Miller's cabin," Chloe explained. "Too dark and messy to risk the whole walk." Klein nodded. "Good thinking. Ron with you?" "He went to see his wife," Chloe said. "He's fine. Tired. He says traffic's a mess all the way to the highway. Lots of stranded drivers who don't know this area. We'll have to figure out what to do with," Klein said. "Can't feed every lost tourist that wanders in, but we can't just leave 'em on the asphalt either." Evie tugged at his sleeve. "Sheriff? Did your radios work at all last night?" "Not worth a damn," he admitted. "Old one hummed a bit. That's all." She hesitated, then blurted, "My radio talked before the flash." It counted down. "I heard," Klein said. "Rowdy told me. We'll come back to that, okay? Right now we've got about 200 people who want to yell at me at noon. And you want me to write it down," Chloe said. "Half statement, half question. The yelling. The decisions. I want someone with a level head keeping record," Klein replied. "If you're willing. Might make a difference later when folks argue about who said what." "I'm willing," Chloe said. "But I'm not neutral, just so you know." He gave a tired smile. "Nobody neutral in a storm." "I just need you honest." Rowdy folded his arms. "What's the meeting format?" "Short," Klein said. "I'll lay out what we know and what we don't. Then I'll open the floor for questions and suggestions as long as people keep it respectful. Marcus is going to try to hijack it. I'm counting on you to help me keep it from turning into his rally," Rowdy grimaced. "No pressure." Evie glanced toward the square's center, where Marcus's armband crew were setting up a folding table and a big hand-painted sign that read Community Defense Registry. A line was already forming in front of it. "What are they doing?" she asked. "Collecting names of anyone with firearms, I bet," Chloe said quietly. "Or anyone willing to defend the town. It's a smart move." Evie looked up at her, frowning. "But you don't like it." "It's smart for Marcus," Chloe corrected. "Not necessarily smart for anyone else." She pulled her notebook out again and began jotting. Day 2. Morning. Water pressure failing. Citizens Guard setting up registration table. Sheriff scheduling town meeting. Tension with hail increasing. The church bell tolled 12 times. Conversations dimmed as people drifted toward the courthouse steps like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Rowdy climbed one side of the steps with Klein. Marcus strode up the other, surrounded by a few of his armband men. The division was not lost on the crowd. "Thank you all for coming," Klein began, voice strong despite his fatigue. "I know you've got a lot of questions. I've got some answers, and a whole lot more questions of my own. I'm going to tell you what we do know first." He ticked points off on his fingers. "We know that around dusk last night there was a flash of light over the hills. After that, all electrical and electronic equipment in town shut down, and not just here. Reports from the highway suggest vehicles and devices over a wide area were hit. That means this. Isn't just our little hollow having a bad day. It's bigger." Murmurs. "We know that the power company's lines are dead, and that as of this morning our phones and radios aren't picking up any signals," Klein went on. "We don't know if that's because the grid is down across the state, across the country, or something else entirely. We don't know how long it will last." He let that sit for a beat, every face turned toward him. "What we can do," he said finally, "is act like neighbors instead of enemies while we ride this out. We can share information, keep water and food moving where they're most needed, make sure the sick and the elderly are checked on. We can keep our tempers and our humanity." Marcus stepped forward a half step, as if physically restraining himself from taking the mic that wasn't there. Klein noticed and added, And we can make damn sure that when somebody tries to take advantage of this chaos, whether they're from outside or inside, we shut that down fast. A few scattered claps. I will not lie to you, Klein said. Help from outside may be days away, maybe longer. So for now, assume we are responsible for our own safety. That means no looting, no vigilantism, and no turning on each other because fear makes your brain short-circuit. If you see something that needs doing, step up. If you see someone stirring trouble, walk away and tell one of us wearing a badge. He gestured to a small cluster of deputies and volunteers. Their badges looked suddenly fragile against the backdrop of gun belts and armbands. Marcus chose that moment to speak. And if you see someone threatening your family or trying to steal your supplies, he called, projecting his voice. Are you supposed to walk away then too, Sheriff? No, Klein said shortly. You defend yourself with proportional force. But you don't get to decide the law changes just because the lights went out. The law changed the second we got cut off, Marcus said. Like it or not, we're on our own. People have a right to know who's prepared to stand up when things get ugly. That's why the Citizens Guard is registering volunteers, so we have a roster of capable men and women who can respond fast. Under your command, Rowdy said. Under coordinated command, Marcus countered. You want chaos? Fine. Tell people to stay home, bar their doors, pretend bad things won't cross their property line. Or, he swept his arm wide at the crowd. Or we can work together to protect this valley. My people have maps, radios that might still be coaxed to life, weapons, training. Training? Rowdy repeated. You worked 3 summers at the range, Marcus. That doesn't make you Delta Force. A few titters broke out. Marcus's jaw clenched. I served in the Guard, did my time overseas. And we respect that, Klein interjected quickly. But service doesn't give you the right to set up your own personal army. If we're going to organize defense, it'll be through the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office that can't even call the state police? Marcus shot back. Be honest, Tom, your authority ends where the wires do. The crowd shifted, some restless, some resentful. Chloe scribbled furiously, trying to capture tone as much as words. Evie stood at her elbow, eyes ping-ponging between the men on the steps. Rowdy stepped forward. We don't have to pick between pretending everything's fine and handing Marcus the keys to the town. There's a middle path. Volunteers do matter. Patrols do matter. But they should report to someone accountable to all of us, not just to one man with a loud voice. And you propose yourself? Marcus sneered. I propose a council, Rowdy said. The word surprised even him. It fell out of his mouth fully formed. Temporary. Representatives from the main parts of town, farmers, business owners, medical staff, the church, the school. Sheriff Klein sits on it. So do you, Marcus, if people want you there. Decisions about security, rationing, and outside contact go through that council, not through back rooms or backyards. A hum of interest rippled through the crowd. People liked the sound of being represented, even if they didn't yet know what it meant. Klein shot him a glance that was half gratitude, half, are you sure you know what you're doing? Marcus hesitated, scenting both risk and opportunity. A council, huh? He said slowly. A lot of talking when we need action. Talking is action when you're deciding how people eat, one of the older women called out. I ain't letting any of you boys divvy up my pantry without hearing me first. Laughter, genuine this time. Marcus's eyes flicked over the crowd, weighing the mood. He spread his hands in a gesture of magnanimity. Fine, he said. Have your council. But it better not be just the same old good old boys club. I want someone there who understands security and logistics. Then run, Rowdy said. When we ask for volunteers to sit on it, put your name in like everyone else. Klein seized the opening. We'll take nominations this afternoon, he announced. One from each of the main areas: farming, business, healthcare, church, school, law enforcement, and yes, community defense. Anyone with a clear head and a willingness to work can serve. The council will be temporary until we know what we're really facing. People started talking excitedly, the energy shifting from anger to argument, a small but important difference. "We still need immediate plans," someone shouted. "My fridge is already warming. I got meat in there. The clinic's running out of some meds," another woman added. "We need to know who's got what." "Water," a third voice said. "Our taps are dry on the east side." Klein lifted his hands. "One thing at a time. For now, anyone with extra drinkable water, list your address with Deputy Hall on the left. Anyone with wells or pumps that don't rely on electricity, talk to Artie. He'll organize a map. Anyone with medical supplies or needs, check in with Nurse Ellen by the clinic table. This afternoon, when the council meets, we'll start formalizing rationing and patrols." He paused, letting his gaze move over the crowd. "And if anyone thinks now is a good time to settle old scores or make new ones, think again. We're too small to survive that." The crowd began to disperse into purposeful clusters. Some anger lingered, would linger for a long time, but at least it had direction. Chloe closed her notebook, fingers cramped. Evie tugged her sleeve. "You're going to be on that council, right?" "I doubt anyone here wants an outsider on their first emergency committee," Chloe said dryly. "You're not an outsider," Evie said, scandalized. "You're my teacher." "That's not the same thing," Chloe started, then stopped. Looked around at the town square, at the barter notes, at the tables forming like mini-agencies. But maybe it shouldn't be that different. Rowdy stepped down from the steps and joined them. There was a question in his eyes that he didn't yet know how to ask. "You handled Marcus pretty well up there," Chloe said. "I poked him," Rowdy replied. "We'll see if that was smart later." Evie hugged her radio tighter. "All of this because of some invisible wave," she murmured. "It's like the rules changed, but nobody told us what the new ones are." "That's what we're trying to write," Chloe said, more to herself than to the girl. "Before someone else writes them in blood." Above them, the courthouse clock still wound by hand tick-tocked in the silence, keeping time the old-fashioned way. Burning Hollow had made it through its first 24 hours of darkness without tearing itself apart. How it handled the days to come would decide whether that remained true. Chapter 4. Signal from the Hill. By the second afternoon without power, Burning Hollow had already started to smell different. Wood smoke rode the air, not the faint hint of weekend barbecues, but the thicker, constant haze of cook fires. The usual odors of gasoline and hot asphalt were gone, replaced by damp earth, sweat, and the tang of unwashed clothes. Someone on Maple Street had killed a hog. The metallic scent of fresh blood drifted all the way to the square. Evie stood on the church lawn with her crank radio hugged to her chest, feeling like she was about to jump off a cliff. "Say it again," she demanded. Chloe sighed. "Evie, you promised," the girl said. "Yesterday, when we got back. You said tomorrow, when things calm down, we'll see if higher ground helps. It's tomorrow. Things are as calm as they're going to be." Chloe glanced around. The square was a blur of movement. At one end, people lined up to trade eggs for flour, batteries for medicine, gossip for reassurance. At the other, Sheriff Klein and a handful of volunteers were drawing a big rough map of town in chalk on the courthouse wall, marking wells that still worked and houses where the elderly lived alone. Marcus Hale's table had grown into a small encampment, 2 tents, a crude bulletin board listing patrol shifts, and a stack of crates that almost certainly held ammunition. "It's not that I don't remember," Chloe said. "It's that I'm trying very hard not to drag the sheriff into an argument about hiking while half the valley is still in crisis. It's not just hiking." Evie lifted the radio a little. "What I heard wasn't an accident. The countdown, the flash, those things matched. Maybe whoever sent that knows what's happening. Maybe they can tell us if it's going to happen again." She said the last part in a rush, like pulling off a bandage. Chloe looked down at her. The girl's eyes were ringed by exhaustion, but the stubborn set of her jaw was pure resolve. She'd handled the highway, the cabin, and the walk home without whining. She deserved something more than being told to sit on her hands. "All right, Chloe said finally. "But we don't go alone." Evie's expression brightened. "Rowdy?" Chloe followed her gaze. Rowdy Banks was helping Artie and two teenagers wrestle a metal pump handle into place over a capped well just off the square. Sweat darkened the back of his shirt. His hands were black with grease and rust. "We can ask," Chloe said. "But if he says no, then we ask Sheriff Klein," Evie said immediately. Chloe snorted. "You're getting dangerous with all that logic. They crossed the grass." Artie had just given the newly mounted pump a triumphant jerk. Water gushed from the spout into a waiting bucket, splashing onto dust that turned instantly to mud. "There we go," Artie crowed. "Old bones still know their tricks." "Make a list of every house that can reach this one on foot," Rowdy told one of the teenagers. "Tell them it's drinking water only. We don't want kids playing in it like a fountain." The teen nodded, taking the bucket and the admonition seriously. "Rowdy?" Evie said. He turned, wiping his hands on a rag. "Hey, Trouble, you come to save the day again?" "I need to go up to Johnson Hill," she said without preamble. "With my radio." Rowdy blinked. "You lost me after Need." Chloe stepped in. "We talked about trying higher ground. See if we can catch any radio signal from outside the valley. The ridge blocks a lot of line of sight." "You want to hike up the hill in the middle of all this?" he asked, incredulous. "People can manage without me for 2 hours," Chloe said. "Klein has half the town hauling water, the other half arguing about chickens. And if there is a signal, someone should find it sooner rather than later." Rowdy's gaze dropped to the radio. "You still think that countdown was real?" "I know it was," Evie said. "And I heard other words too, before it cut out. Just quick. If we catch it again, I might understand more." Rowdy had seen too many kids' eyes through smoke and panic to dismiss that kind of determination. He looked over at the courthouse steps. Klein was bent over the chalk map, arguing amiably with Pastor Joel about how many people the church could realistically shelter if things got ugly. "Fine," Rowdy said. "But we clear it with a sheriff, we go armed, and we're back before dark." Evie beamed. "I knew you'd say yes." "Oh, I was absolutely going to say no," he said. "But then you played the responsible adult card, and now I'm trapped." Klein didn't like the idea at first. His frown deepened with every word when Chloe explained. "You want to take a child up a hill outside town, where I can't spare anyone to check on you if something goes sideways," he said, "so she can listen to static." "It might not be just static," Evie said. "Last time, I know," he cut in, more gently. "I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm saying I've got 30 things on fire down here, metaphorically speaking." Rowdy leaned against the courthouse railing. "Which is why you should let us go test this now. If there's nothing, we've lost an afternoon and burned off some nervous energy. If there is something, some kind of organized signal, knowing that could change how you plan." Klein rubbed the bridge of his nose. "You're not wrong, and I hate that." He looked at Chloe. "You're confident you know the trail? No cliff drops? No sinkholes?" "It's Johnson Hill, not Everest," Chloe said. "Half the teenagers make out up there every summer." Klein grimaced. "Thank you for that image. I'll stay between Evie and anything that looks like a hazard," Rowdy said. "We'll take a shotgun and 2 pistols. And a whistle. You blow the whistle if you see Marcus's boys before you see trouble," Klein said. He chewed his lip a moment longer, then sighed. "All right. You've got 3 hours. If you're not back by then, I'm sending a search party and adding your names to our list of problems." Evie bounced on her toes. "We'll be back." "You better," Klein said. "We're fresh out of spare reporters and stubborn kids." Johnson Hill rose on the south side of the valley, a long-backed ridge topped with scrub and a scattering of pines. The path to it started behind the last row of houses on Cedar Street, squeezing between a rusted barbed wire fence and the runoff ditch that everyone in town called a creek when they felt generous. The sky was a clean, hard blue, the kind that made distant objects look closer than they were. The sun sat high enough to make Rowdy grateful for his hat. They walked single-file, Rowdy in front with a pack slung over his shoulder and a shotgun over his back, Chloe behind him with a pistol at her hip, Evie bringing up the rear, Radio hugged tight. Dry grass whispered against their legs. "You know," Chloe said after a few minutes, "if this were a normal day, this would feel like a very pleasant hike. On a normal day, my phone would be playing music and I'd be complaining about not getting service on the hill," Rowdy replied. "So yeah, pleasant is relative." Evie cranked the radio's handle as they walked, the soft mechanical whine punctuating their footsteps. "Do you think whoever did this is listening to us?" she asked suddenly. Rowdy glanced back. "To you? Maybe," he said, deadpan. "You're pretty loud when you get going." She stuck her tongue out at him, then sobered. "I mean over the air. Like, if they can send the countdown, maybe they can hear any radio that turns on?" "Short answer, probably not," Chloe said. "Radio isn't a two-way walkie-talkie unless it's built that way. Your little set is mostly a receiver. But I guess it's possible someone's sweeping the spectrum for activity." Evie chewed on that. If they were, they'd know we're not totally broken, that some radios still work. Would that make them happy or scared? "Depends what their goal was," Chloe said quietly. They climbed higher, the town shrinking behind them. From this angle, Burning Hollow looked almost peaceful. A scatter of houses around the church and courthouse. Fields beyond. Smoke from cook fires rising in lazy columns. No moving cars. No glitter of sunlight on windshields, just static shapes. When they reached the first outcrop of rock, Rowdy called a halt. "Water break." Evie started to protest, but took the offered bottle anyway. The radio's crank had warmed under her hand. She flexed her fingers. The path steepened beyond that point, twisting through scrub oak and thorn bushes. Once they had to detour around a tree whose roots had given way in the last big rain. A squirrel darted across the trail, chattering indignantly as if they'd trespassed in his private corridor. At last they emerged onto the hilltop, a rounded shoulder of rock with knee-high grass and a few stubborn pines bending away from the wind. From here, the valley unfurled in full a bowl of land, rimmed by hills, town at its center, roads like spokes on a wheel. "Damn," Chloe said softly. "It's beautiful." "Looks smaller than I remember," Rowdy said. "Like you could fit it in your pocket." Evie didn't answer. She was already dropping to the flattest patch of rock, setting the radio down and cranking feverishly. "Give it a second," Rowdy said. "Everything's still the same air up here as down there. Air doesn't stop radio waves," she muttered, eyes on the dial. Chloe squatted beside her. "Okay, scientist, let's do this methodically. We'll start at the lowest frequency and work our way up. If we hear anything, you stop and listen. Don't jump around too fast, or we might miss something." Evie nodded, jaw set. She filled the radio's small internal dynamo with another burst of muscle, then slowly turned the tuning knob. Rowdy and Chloe held their breath without realizing it. Nothing. Just absence. Not even the comforting hiss of cosmic background noise, the faint shush that usually filled the spaces between stations. It was like opening a door and finding not a quiet room but no room at all. Evie swallowed, throat bobbing. It wasn't like this before the countdown. There was static, music, someone preaching about the end times. "Well, that part aged well," Rowdy murmured. "Shh," Chloe said. They worked their way through the band in tiny increments. Every so often, a ghost of something flickered, a faint pop, a warbling tone that might have been interference. Each time, Evie froze, head tilting, but the sound vanished before it could resolve. "This doesn't make physical sense," Chloe muttered after a while. "Even if all the local stations are down, we should be getting something. Distant skip, atmospheric noise. Unless the thing that fried our electronics did something to the ionosphere," Rowdy said. "Or someone is actively jamming this whole chunk of spectrum," Chloe countered. "Can people do that?" Evie asked. "Governments can," Chloe said. "So can big telecoms, if they need to protect a band. But to blanket this much area..." She shook her head. "That's military project level." Evie kept turning the knob. Sweat gathered at her temples. Rowdy straightened and walked a slow circle around them, shotgun cradled. The hilltop gave him a clear view in almost every direction. To the north, beyond the ridge where the flash had blossomed, he saw faint smudges of smoke in the far distance, too far to tell if they came from houses, forests, or something else. No contrails scarred the sky. No planes, no helicopters, just birds. He was starting to think the climb had been, at best, a morale exercise, when Evie's breath hitched. "Wait," Chloe leaned in. "What? Do you?" "Shh," Evie hissed. "Listen." For a moment Rowdy heard only the wind and the creak of tree branches. Then, faint but unmistakable, from the radio speaker came a sound that hadn't been there all day. A voice. It was tinny, compressed, distorted by distance and damaged circuitry, but it was speaking English in a clipped, bureaucratic cadence. "Pete, Zone Charlie 7 remains black. No civilian transmissions detected inside perimeter. All units maintain radio silence unless authorized." Static scratched over the words, then cleared just enough for another sentence to slip through. "Project Ashfall parameters holding. EMP saturation achieved. Dead zone radius 60 clicks, plus or minus. 5. Chloe's pen froze above her notebook. Rowdy dropped into a crouch beside them, heart thudding. "Turn it a hair left," he whispered. Evie obeyed. The signal grew infinitesimally stronger. Local law enforcement response minimal. No organized resistance observed. Testing conditions optimal. Repeat. The voice cut off mid-word, replaced by a piercing squeal that made them all wince. Evie scrambled to adjust the dial. For an agonizing couple of seconds there was only that shriek and then blessedly silence again. "Don't move it," Chloe said, voice low. "We had something." Evie nodded, fingers trembling but steady on the knob. "It's like someone noticed we were listening and turned the volume down. That's not how physics works," Rowdy muttered. "Not with normal signals," Chloe said. "But if someone's controlling a directional array, they could change gain, power, switch antennas. We don't know what infrastructure. Survived." "Shh," Evie said again. A different voice crackled through now, fainter, like it was riding the edge of reception. "Coordinates, confirm. Test site center near grid reference, 36.17 north, 83 point, mark." Static chewed up the rest. Evie's eyes went huge. "That's us," she breathed. "That has to be us." "Could be Chattanooga," Rowdy said reflexively. "Could be Rowdy," Chloe snapped. "Don't hand-wave. That's a coordinate pair. I don't know the exact numbers, but I've seen enough maps to know we're in that neighborhood, and they said test site." The first voice returned, more distant. "Command maintains quarantine. No personnel to enter dead zone without full protective protocol. Local population behavior to be observed. Non-intervention unless scenario breaches containment." "Non-intervention," Chloe repeated softly. "We're a petri dish." Rage flared, hot and pure, in Rowdy's chest. "Turn it up," he said through his teeth. Evie twisted the volume knob. For a moment, they heard nothing. Then a new sound bled through the faint warble of a tone, as if some automated system had taken over. "Countdown to Phase 2. The words were barely there, more suggestion than speech. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the signal vanished. This time, there was not even static to replace it. Just the same impossible silence as before. Evie stared at the radio like she might will it back to life. "No," she whispered. "Come on. Don't do that again." Chloe exhaled shakily. Her hand had cramped around the pen. She looked down at her notebook and realized she'd been scribbling without really seeing the page, a messy line of fragments. Zone C, 7 black. Dead zone radius 60 kilometers. Project Ashfall. Test site center near 36.17 newtons, 83. Non-intervention. Phase 2? Rowdy stood up abruptly and walked a few paces away, hands on his hips. The valley spread below him, all those people moving like ants, completely unaware that somewhere, someone with a clean voice and a bad conscience had called them a test. Son of a... He cut himself off. Throat tight. They did this on purpose. Chloe closed the notebook. Looks that way. Whoever they are, he went on, they not only expected this, they're monitoring it, measuring, talking about phases. He spun back toward them. How do we even process that? How do I walk back into town and tell Earl the lights are off because some jackass in a bunker pushed a button and decided we'd be good research material? You don't sugarcoat it, if that's what you're asking, Chloe said. People have a right to know they're in a cage. And do what with that knowledge? He shot back. We have no direction, no faces, no way out. All we have is a name for the nightmare ashfall and some half-baked coordinates, Klein's, barely holding things together as it is. You drop Project This and Dead Zone that on, folks, and Marcus will turn it into fuel for whatever revolution he's been rehearsing in the mirror for years. The truth isn't fuel, Chloe said. It's a match and a flashlight. Yes, it can start fires. It can also keep us from walking off cliffs. Evie had been very quiet. Now she looked up, eyes bright with angry tears. I heard the countdown, she said, before the flash. Nobody believed me. Not really, but now we know. She jabbed a finger at the radio. They did it like a science project. We're ants under a magnifying glass. How can you not tell people that? Rowdy crouched in front of her so they were eye level. I'm not saying we never tell them, kid. I'm saying we choose how and when. There's a difference. But if they do phase 2, Evie said, voice cracking on the words, and we didn't tell anyone when we could, have Rowdy's guts twisted. He glanced at Chloe. She's not wrong, Chloe said softly. If there's another countdown, another wave, Klein needs to know, at least. And the council we're putting together. Maybe not every detail to every person right away, but the people making choices should have the full picture. Rowdy scrubbed a hand over his face. The wind on the hill felt colder now. Fine, we tell Klein. We show him your notes, Chloe. We explain exactly what we heard, no embellishment. Then we see what he wants to do. And Marcus? Evie asked. Marcus gets nothing until we see which way he jumps, Rowdy said. Information is power. I'm not handing him more ammo until I'm sure it won't be pointed at us. Chloe nodded reluctantly. Agreed. For now. They lingered a few more minutes, Evie sweeping the dial again in case the signal returned. It didn't. The silence felt deliberate now, like a door slammed in their faces. At last, Rowdy said. We should go. Klein's clock is ticking. Evie hugged the radio, getting to her feet. Do you think they know we heard them? Hard to say, Chloe replied. But whether they do or not, they're not going to stop just because 3 people on a hill got a peek behind the curtain. Rowdy took one last look at the valley. Then we'd better decide what we're going to do with that peak. They descended by a slightly different route, cutting along the side of the hill where the grass gave way to loose rock. Halfway down, Chloe caught movement out of the corner of her eye and stiffened. Rowdy, she said quietly. Don't look fast. 2 o'clock, near that group of pines. He didn't turn his head. Instead, he pretended to adjust the shotgun strap while letting his eyes slide sideways. A man stood at the edge of the trees a few hundred yards away, halfway up the slope, a dark silhouette against the sky. He wore a ball cap and had binoculars slung around his neck. When Rowdy's gaze brushed over him, the man lifted a hand in a casual sort of wave that somehow didn't feel casual at all. That's Darrell Keene, Rowdy said under his breath. One of Marcus's boys. He followed us? Evie asked, alarmed. More likely he was on patrol and saw us come up, Chloe said, and decided to see what we were doing. Don't panic, Rowdy added. If we act like we're just out stretching our legs, that's what it'll look like. Evie hugged the radio tighter. People don't hike with shotguns. People do all kinds of weird things when the world ends, Rowdy said. Keep walking. They did. Behind them, Darrell began to move parallel to their path, angling to intercept farther down the slope. Rowdy's shoulders tightened. He shifted his grip on the shotgun, making no effort to hide it. They met near a stand of scrub oak, where the trail widened enough that everyone could pretend this was a chance encounter. "Well, hey there," Darrell drawled, resting his thumb through his belt loop. His armband dark cloth with the BHC symbol was tied neatly around his bicep. "Didn't know we were offering guided tours of the hill today. Just needed to clear our heads," Rowdy said. "Town's getting noisy." "Sheriff know you're up here?" Darrell asked. His eyes slid to the radio in Evie's arms. "And that you brought? Equipment?" "Sheriff approved it," Chloe said. "We're testing reception. Higher ground, better signal. Basic physics." Darrell smiled without warmth. "Find anything interesting?" "Not yet," Chloe lied smoothly. "Just ghosts and static." Evie looked like she might burst. Rowdy put a hand on her shoulder, squeezing lightly later. "Shame," Darrell said. "Marcus was wondering if anyone with technical know-how was working on communication. Says it's real important we know who's trying to talk to us and who might be listening in." "I'm sure he has a lot of thoughts," Rowdy replied. "You can tell him we'll share anything that concerns the whole town with the sheriff and the council." "Council?" Darrell repeated, as if testing how the word tasted. "Right. That little committee you folks cooked up this morning." He tipped an imaginary hat to Chloe. "Reporter lady, you on it too?" "I'm just writing things down," she said. "Somebody should. Somebody always is," Darrell said, and it didn't sound like a compliment. Rowdy shifted his stance. "You need something, Darrell? Or are we free to get back before Klein decides to yell at us for missing curfew?" Darrell shrugged. "Just doing my duty, keeping an eye on the hills, making sure nobody sneaks up on us." His gaze lingered on the radio again. "You hollows want to play with gadgets. That's your business. Just remember there are folks willing to stand between you and whatever's coming." "We'll remember," Rowdy said. "You might want to remember the sheriff's office still wears the badge." Darrell's smile thinned. "Sure. We're all on the same team, right?" He stepped aside, gesturing down the trail. "You kids run along now." Evie bristled at being called a kid, but she kept her mouth shut. They walked on, feeling his gaze prickle between their shoulder blades. "When the trees hid them from view," Evie hissed, "he knows." "He suspects," Chloe said. "Suspicion isn't proof. He doesn't need proof to make trouble," Rowdy added. "But he doesn't have specifics either. All he saw was us on a hill with a radio. That's hardly illegal." "It could still be dangerous," Evie said. "It is," Rowdy agreed. "All of this is, which is why we go straight to Klein and no one else." "Agreed?" Chloe nodded. Evie, after a moment, did too. They hurried the rest of the way down, the slope seeming steeper on the descent. By the time they reached the edge of town, shadows were already lengthening, stretching like fingers toward the square. Klein listened to their account with his jaw clenched so tight a vein pulsed at his temple. They sat in his office at the back of the courthouse, a cramped room lit by a single oil lamp and a narrow window. The American flag in the corner looked oddly out of place in the flicker of flame. "It said Project Ashfall?" he asked when they finished. "You're sure?" "Clear as day," Chloe said. "At least that part. Evie heard it too." He looked at the girl. "Evie?" She nodded vigorously. "And dead zone radius. And those numbers. I don't remember the whole coordinates, but I know they started with 36.17. Miss Chloe wrote it down." Chloe slid her notebook across the desk. Klein scanned the messy notes, lips moving silently as he read. "Coordinates like that? That's close enough to us it might as well have our name on it," he said finally. "Damn." He rubbed a hand over his face. "I hoped, stupidly, that this was some freak accident. Solar flare, cosmic sneeze, whatever. You're telling me there's a project, maybe government, maybe not watching us like lab rats." "I wish I wasn't," Chloe said. Klein stared at the closed radio on his desk as if it might start speaking on cue. "And you said something about Phase 2. "Just a piece of a phrase," Rowdy said. "Could be anything. Could be nothing." But I'd bet my last can of beans it means this isn't the end of whatever they planned. Silence settled for a moment, broken only by the creak of the courthouse settling and the murmur of voices outside. "Who else knows?" Klein asked sharply. Rowdy shook his head. "Just us. And now you." "Darrell Keene saw us on the hill," Chloe added. "He asked what we were doing. We told him we were testing for signals and didn't find anything yet." Klein grimaced. "If he believes that, I'm a ballerina." He stood, pacing the narrow span behind his chair. "All right, here's how we play it." He pointed at Chloe. "You keep that notebook close. No copies, no loose pages. If we find more transmissions, you document them the same way, time, words, as exact as you can make them." Chloe nodded. He pointed at Evie. "You do not go up that hill without an adult again. Understood?" "Yes, sir," she said, chastened. "And you," he said to Rowdy, "need to be my filter. You're right, if I get up on those steps and start talking about secret projects and dead zones, Marcus will turn it into gasoline. Folks already figure the government's out to get them. This would just confirm their worst stories." "So we say nothing?" Rowdy asked. "I didn't say that," Klein replied. "We tell the council once we've got it properly formed. Behind closed doors, we present it as possibility, not gospel truth, explaining that transmissions can be misheard, that we don't know who's sending them. Then we decide together what to tell the town." Chloe frowned. "You're asking a lot of trust from people who just became politicians yesterday." "I know," Klein said. "But that's better than asking a crowd of scared armed citizens to process the idea they've been turned into a science experiment while the power's still off and the water's running low." Rowdy couldn't argue with that. Evie shifted in her seat. "If they do phase 2 and we're still talking about what words to use." Klein crouched so he was level with her. "Evie, you've done more to help this town in 2 days than most adults have in 2 years, he said. "You trusted your gut, you made us listen, and now we're not walking blind. I can't promise phase 2 won't come, but I can promise we'll be watching for it now, and we'll be as ready as we can be." It wasn't enough, not really, but it was more than nothing. Evie nodded slowly. "Can I keep listening on the radio?" she asked. "Under supervision, yeah," Klein said. "If you catch anything new, you come straight to me or Rowdy or Miss Chloe. No detours." She smiled faintly. "Yes, sir." A knock sounded at the office door. Before Klein could answer, it opened a crack and Deputy Hall stuck her head in. "Sheriff, Marcus is outside," she said. "Wants a word. Says it's about shared security concerns." Klein's expression hardened. "Of course he does. Tell him I'll be right there." Hall's gaze flicked over the three of them, curiosity obvious, but she didn't ask. She closed the door. Klein exhaled. "And there goes my quiet afternoon." He straightened his hat and looked at the three of them. "What you heard on that hill doesn't leave this room. Not yet. Not until we know more, and not until I've had a chance to see what kind of counsel we're actually dealing with." Rowdy nodded. Chloe hesitated a heartbeat longer, journalistic instincts warring with pragmatism, then nodded too. "Okay," she said. "For now." Evie hugged her radio to her chest. "I still hate them," she muttered. "Whoever they are." "Good," Klein said. "Hate's a better fuel than fear, if you aim it right. Just don't burn yourself with it." He left them there, heading out to face Marcus Hale in the fading light. Through the small office window, Chloe watched the two men meet on the courthouse steps, their gestures controlled, their distance careful. From this angle, they looked like two players in a game whose rules had changed overnight. Behind the courthouse, the sun slipped lower, setting the tops of the hills on fire. Somewhere beyond those hills, in a room full of consoles and cool air and clean water, someone listened to a different kind of static and made notes about Zone, Charlie 7. On Johnson Hill, the wind moved the branches as if nothing at all had changed. Chapter 5. Campfire and Lies. By the time the sun slid behind the western hills on the second day, Burning Hollow had already split itself into two kinds of darkness. There was the honest dark of houses and fields, where candles and lanterns fought back shadows one room at a time. And then there was the theatrical dark gathering at the edge of town, where Marcus Hale had ordered a bonfire. The fire burned in the gravel lot behind the old feed store, not far from the river, far enough from houses that no one could accuse him of carelessness, close enough that the glow bled into the streets like spilled paint. Pallets and scrap lumber crackled and flared. Sparks drifted upward, swallowed by the night. "Remind me again why we're going to this?" Rowdy asked, shifting his grip on the flashlight he'd brought. Its beam was thin and yellowish, but it worked. "Because half the town is," Chloe said beside him. "And if you want to know where people's heads are, you go where the stories are told." Evie walked between them, clutching her radio. Klein had frowned when he saw her with it, but said nothing. She'd promised not to crank it during the meeting. For once she was quiet, eyes darting from face to face. Ahead, the murmur of voices swelled. Families, couples, and knots of neighbors filtered down to the lot, like water finding its way into a basin. The fire threw their shadows long and thin, making everyone look taller and stranger. "This was Marcus's idea?" Rowdy asked. Chloe nodded. "He called it a community rally. Said we needed shared spirit to get through the crisis." "Spirit," Rowdy muttered. "Right." At the edge of the lot, Sheriff Klein waited, arms folded, expression set in the worried neutral he'd apparently chosen as his default for the foreseeable future. His badge gleamed faintly in the firelight. "You armed?" he asked as they joined him. Rowdy lifted his jacket to show the grip of his pistol. "Yeah." Chloe touched the butt of the handgun at her hip. "Me too." "Evie?" Klein asked. She hugged the radio tighter. "Just this." "Good," he said. "Let's keep it that way." "Where's the rest of the council?" Chloe asked. It still felt strange to say the word, like a borrowed coat slightly too big, sleeves dragging. "Getting cornered by their neighbors, mostly," Klein said. "Pastor Joel's over there trying to talk Mrs. Patterson down from declaring the end times. Artie's explaining for the 5th time that he can't restart the internet with a wrench. Nurse Ellen's fending off every cough and bruise as if it's the plague." He sighed. "We haven't even had our first official meeting, and we're already behind." "You think Marcus planned this bonfire to get ahead of you?" Rowdy asked. Klein followed his gaze. At the far side of the fire, Marcus stood on the back of a flatbed trailer, hands on his hips, the leather jacket, the armband, the pistol, same uniform as before, only now the flames painted him with dancing highlights, giving him the look of a man carved out of the fire itself. His citizens' guard clustered nearby, rifles and shotguns slung, armbands visible. "Oh, I don't think," Klein said. "I know. They didn't have to wait long." As the crowd thickened, Marcus stepped forward, raising both arms. Conversations trickled to a stop, then dried up completely. "Evening, Hollow," he called, voice easily cutting across the distance. He smiled, not too wide. "I know everybody's tired, hungry, confused. So I'm not here to scare you. I'm here to remind you what we still have." He gestured at the fire. "We have this, light, heat, the same tools our grandparents used when the power went out in storms and the electric company didn't answer their phones." "We didn't have phones back then," someone called. Marcus laughed obligingly. "Exactly my point, Mr. Ramsey. We've gotten soft, all of us. It took one little flash in the sky to knock us to our knees. But we're not staying there." A rumble of approval. "Today you worked," he went on. "You hauled water. You cooked outside. You checked on your neighbors. You didn't wait for some politician in Nashville or Washington to show up with a camera crew and a bottled water truck." His tone shifted, darker. "And you know what? Maybe they won't show up at all. Maybe they got their own fires to put out, or maybe they don't care what happens to folks like us." He paused, just long enough for resentment to bloom. "But we care," he said. "We care about each other. That's why we're here tonight, not to cry, not to beg, but to look each other in the eye and say, we're still here, and we're going to stay that way." People started clapping. It rolled around the fire like a wave. Hard to argue with that, Chloe murmured. Oh, he's not at the part I want to argue with yet, Klein said. Marcus let the applause crest, then raised a hand for quiet. Now, I know Sheriff Klein and the new council are working on plans, he said, putting just enough emphasis on the last word to make it sound like something fragile. Rationing, patrols, all the nuts and bolts stuff. That's good. That's important. He pointed toward Klein, who nodded warily. But plans written on chalk and paper don't stop bad men with guns from coming over our hills. They don't stop desperate strangers from deciding our pantry looks better than theirs. They don't stop fear from creeping into your house at night. Oh, for God's sake, Klein muttered. That's why I pulled together the Burning Hollow Citizens Guard, Marcus continued. Men and women who volunteered to stand watch, to walk the roads, to keep an eye out for trouble the way our grandparents' neighbors did. We're not here to replace the sheriff. He smiled, aimed it like a bullet. We're here to back him up. Back me up? Klein repeated under his breath. Right. Across the fire, Darrell Keene and a few of the other armband wearers stood straighter, enjoying the attention. Their rifles glinted. Marcus's tone shifted, gaining a new thread, something conspiratorial. But to do our job, we need two things. One, your support. Two, he let the word hang. The truth. Chloe's pen stilled over her notebook. Rowdy felt his stomach tighten. You deserve to know what's going on, Marcus said, pacing slowly along the edge of the trailer. You deserve to know if this was a freak accident or something else, if anyone is talking to the outside, if anyone knows more than they're telling you. He didn't look directly at Rowdy, Chloe, or Evie, but his gaze skimmed past them long enough that anyone watching closely could connect dots. There've been rumors, he went on. Rumors of folks going up on the hills with fancy radios. Rumors of hush-hush meetings in back rooms. Now, I'm not a gossip. A laugh, practiced, and hearty. But when people start whispering that some of us are trying to make deals with whoever turned off the lights, his smile vanished. That concerns me. And it should concern you. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The word radios hissed from one mouth to another. Klein took a step forward, jaw tight. Nobody's making deals with anybody, Marcus. Then you won't mind telling folks who's gone up there and what they heard, Marcus replied smoothly. Clears the air, builds trust. Rowdy felt Evie stiffen at his side. He squeezed her shoulder lightly. Don't, he thought at her. Not yet. Klein hesitated. It lasted only a second. But in that second, the crowd felt it. I mind because we don't have the full picture yet, Klein said. We have bits and pieces. Nothing solid enough to base action on. I won't throw half-facts at people whose nerves are already shot. Half-facts are better than no facts, someone called. Half-facts are how wars start, Klein shot back. Marcus spread his hands. Tom, people are scared. When you say, we know some things but we're not going to share them, what they hear is, we don't trust you. That's not leadership. That's something else. Chloe could practically see the headlines writing themselves in people's heads. Sheriff hides information, ex-firefighter and outsider reporter in on it. She stepped forward before the narrative could harden. What we heard up there, she said, pitching her voice to Carrie, wasn't a phone call with the president. It was a few broken phrases, probably part of some military or government transmission. Could have been old. Could have been bouncing around the atmosphere for hours. We heard terms like dead zone and coordinates that might match. This valley. That's it. Eyes pivoted to her. Marcus turned slightly, the picture of polite curiosity, though his jaw muscles ticked. And you didn't think that was worth mentioning? He asked. Not until we knew what it meant, she said. Throwing words like that at everyone without context would just add fuel to a fire we're already struggling to control. We took it to the sheriff. We're taking it to the council. To figure out what's real and what's not before we decide how to act. So you decided for us, someone said. Who made you queen? I'm no queen, Chloe said calmly. I'm a note-taker with a better view from up there than down here. If you want the raw transcript, fine. But don't pretend hearing the word project and a number on a radio suddenly gives anyone clear marching orders. Rowdy stepped in, voice steady. If what we heard is genuine, it means someone out there knows this area is blacked out, that we're cut off. It doesn't change the fact that we've got no working vehicles, no outside contact, and one sheriff's department with 2 running pistols between them. Our situation on the ground is the same as it was this morning. What does change, Marcus said smoothly, is knowing we didn't just get tapped on the shoulder by God. Somebody did this. He jabbed a finger toward the sky. Somebody, maybe in a uniform, maybe not. Are we just supposed to sit here and play nice while they watch us scramble? What do you propose? Klein asked. That we march on the coordinates with torches? We don't even know if they're within walking distance. No, Marcus said. I propose we stop pretending the rules haven't changed. That we stop acting like keeping people in the dark is the same as keeping them safe. And I propose you stop using hints and rumors to stir people up, Klein said, voice sharpening. You have a concern? Bring it to the 5. Counsel like a grown man. Don't throw it in a bonfire like kindling. The tension thickened, sticky as sap. Around the fire, faces glowed red gold, eyes reflecting flame. Some looked at Marcus with admiration, others with wariness. Many looked at Klein and Rowdy with suspicion that hadn't been there yesterday. Evie's hand crept into Chloe's. Chloe squeezed it. Before anyone could say something that would be impossible to walk back, a shout cut through the murmurs. Fire! Fire in town! The voice came from the far end of the lot. A teenage boy burst into the circle of light, panting, eyes wide. What kind of fire? Rowdy demanded, instincts snapping into place like a switch flipping. Where? Storage barn, the boy gasped. The one behind the clinic, where you put all the donated stuff. It's going up. Fast. For half a heartbeat, nobody moved. Then the spell broke. Klein's voice boomed. Bucket brigades. Move. Anyone with water. Access. Start filling whatever you got. Pastor Joel, get the church volunteers to clear a path. Marcus. But Marcus was already jumping down from the trailer. Guard with me, he barked. You heard him. Move, you lazy bastards. The crowd exploded into motion. Some people sprinted toward the square. Others stood frozen for a second, torn between the warm glow of the bonfire and the colder, more dangerous light rising from the center of town. Evie, you stay with me, Chloe said, grabbing her arm. I can help. With what? Your bare hands? Chloe snapped. You want to see the fire? We'll see it. But you do not run in front of a burning building. Ever. Rowdy was already moving, cutting through bodies with the ease of someone who'd navigated panicked crowds in worse circumstances. He heard Klein yelling for him and waved back without slowing. The bonfire crackled merrily behind them as they ran, its flames licking the sky in obscene parallel to the new, angrier glow rising over Burning Hollow. The storage barn behind the clinic was a repurposed equipment shed, 40 feet long, tin-roofed, and packed to the rafters with the valley's emergency good intentions. Food donations, mostly canned beans, sacks of rice, boxes of pasta, some medical supplies in labeled crates, blankets, and clothes. Everything people had hauled out of spare closets and basements when they realized the grid wasn't snapping back on. Now its far end was burning. Flames crawled up the outer wooden wall and chewed at the roof line, coughing smoke into the night. Embers floated down onto the clinic's shingled roof. Tiny orange comets. Get those off! Nurse Ellen shouted from the clinic porch, hair pulled back, eyes frantic. If the roof catches, we're done! Half a dozen people were already forming a chain from the nearest working hydrant. An ancient hand-pump pipe Artie had coaxed into sputtering life. Bucket after bucket sloshed along the line, thrown against the barn's side. The water hissed and flared as it hit, some of it turning instantly to steam. Rowdy! Klein yelled, spotting him. Tell me you remember how to get into that thing without burning alive. Rowdy didn't answer. He was already circling the barn, counting windows, checking doors. One double door at the front, padlocked earlier that day for security. A side door halfway down. 2 small windows near the back, one of them glowing orange from within. He saw what he needed, a gap near the middle where the flames hadn't yet eaten through. He grabbed the shoulder of a young man in the bucket line. "You?" he said. "And you?" He snagged another. "With me. We're throwing water," the first protested. "You'll do more good inside for the next 5 minutes," Rowdy said. "Move." They followed, because his voice left no room for argument. "Artie," Rowdy shouted as they ran past the pumping station. "Any hook tools, crowbars?" "In the back of my truck," Artie grunted, hand working the pump handle. "You owe me a new back after this." Rowdy found the tools, grabbed a long metal hook, and shoved a crowbar at one of the men. "We're going to open a vent near the top. Let some heat out," he said. "Otherwise the roof will blow and take half the town with it. We do it quick or we don't do it at all." "You sure that's safe?" the second man asked, voice shaky. "No," Rowdy said. "But standing here watching sure isn't." They reached the back corner of the barn where the fire had not yet reached. The wall here was just old wood planking, dry but intact. "Crowbar, up there," Rowdy ordered, pointing to a spot a couple of boards down from the roof. "Pry a gap big enough to get this hook through." The man scrambled, wedging the bar, grunting with effort. The board creaked, split, popped loose. Heat spilled out through the crack. A blast of plain, oven air laced with the metallic stink of burning paint and plastic. Rowdy jammed the hook in, tearing downward to widen the opening. Flames licked at the gap, but the rush of hot air made them lean inward, vacuum drawing some of the worst heat up and out instead of sideways. "Again," he said. 3 more, spaced out." They worked fast, sweat and smoke stinging their eyes. Each new vent made it easier for the fire to breathe, but also gave it a place to go. From the front, people shouted as smoke thickened near the roof. "Sheriff!" someone cried. "He's making it worse!" Klein saw what Rowdy was doing and bellowed back. "He knows what he's doing. Keep those buckets coming." Chloe and Evie reached the scene just as another vent board came free. Chloe yanked Evie backward as a plume of smoke rolled over them. "Back," she coughed. "You want those lungs later. Don't fry them now." Evie, eyes wide, nodded and let herself be dragged to the clinic. Steps. From there they had a grimly clear view. People were everywhere, passing buckets, shouting directions, hauling boxes from the barn's front when Klein finally got the padlock knocked off with a hammer and admitted a handful of volunteers. For a few terrifying minutes, Rowdy vanished into the smoke. Chloe's stomach clenched. "Is he?" Evie began. "There," Chloe said, relief punching through as Rowdy reappeared at the front, face blackened, hair damp with sweat and soot. He was coughing, shirt smeared with black streaks, but he moved with purpose. "Get the food nearest the door out first," he yelled. "Rice, canned stuff. Leave the clothes. They'll smolder, but they won't kill us tonight. Don't go deeper than 3 steps if you can't see the floor. You fall, we might not find you." People listened. They might mutter about his past in quieter hours, but right now they followed the voice that sounded like it belonged on the far side of a fire. In the chaos, Marcus Hale and his armband crew arrived. For a moment, Marcus stood at the edge of the circle, taking it in the flames, the buckets, the shouting. His eyes flicked from Klein to Rowdy to the barn. Then he sprang into action, barking orders of his own. "Guard! Perimeter!" he shouted. "Keep the gawkers back. Maintain a clear lane for bucket lines. You," he pointed to 2 of his men, "help Klein with the door. You 3, watch those embers on the clinic roof. If you see a spark, you stomp it. Move!" To an untrained eye, it was a perfect picture of cooperation. Sheriff and self-appointed commander working side by side, each using their own people. To Chloe, watching from the clinic steps, it felt more like a rehearsal. Marcus was not just helping, he was auditioning. The fire obeyed no man. It surged and retreated, black smoke billowing as water hit hot wood, glowing patches dimming only to flare again elsewhere. Rowdy's venting trick seemed to work. The worst heat rose through the holes they'd punched, sending sparks streaming into the night like frantic fireflies. "Roof's starting to sag," someone shouted. "Then we're out," Rowdy yelled back. "Everybody clear the interior now. Last bucket goes on the outside wall." They pulled out, breath ragged, as a section of roof collapsed inward with a roar, sending a wave of sparks skyward. People screamed and ducked. For a few heart-stopping seconds it looked as if the whole structure would go with it, but the fire had already eaten most of the fuel at that end. The collapse smothered part of the flame, leaving a twisted, smoldering mess where boxes and beams had been. The other end, where supplies remained stacked high, steamed and smoked but did not catch. Gradually, the heat eased. Buckets kept coming, dousing the stubborn little fires that clung to corners and piles of debris. The air cooled from unbearable to merely miserable. When it was clear the barn was not going to explode or roll over into the clinic, Klein lowered his arms. "That's it," he called. "We got it. Good work, everyone. Start moving anything salvageable away from what's left of the walls. Careful, they might still be hot." A ragged cheer went up, half relief, half adrenaline. Rowdy staggered away from the barn and bent double, coughing into his sleeve. Soot streaked his face like war paint. Someone shoved a canteen into his hand. He swished, spat black water onto the ground, then drank deeply. "Banks!" a sharp voice snapped. He looked up. "Mrs." Patterson stood near the clinic's porch, cheeks flushed, eyes blazing, not with gratitude, but with something else. "Funny," she said loudly, so people around her could hear, "how wherever there's fire in this town, there you are." The remark might have slid off in a gentler moment. Right now, with everyone's nerves raw and the smell of smoke still in their noses, it landed like a spark in dry grass. "What's that supposed to mean?" Rowdy asked, straightening slowly. "You know damn well," she said. "First the paper plant, now this. All our supplies just happens to go up while we're off listening to speeches." She swung her glare toward Marcus, then Klein. "You sure there ain't some connection?" "That's enough," Klein said sharply. "Everybody knows the plant fire was ruled an accident. We're not rewinding 8 years right now." "It was an accident?" Mrs. Patterson snapped. "Tell that to my boy's grave. Every time something burns, he's around. Maybe he's cursed. Maybe he's careless. Either way, I'm tired of paying the price." Murmurs. Not loud, not unanimous, but present. A few heads nodded. Old resentments never really died in small towns. They just waited for oxygen. Rowdy felt the weight of 100 eyes. He could feel the old guilt like a bruise. The urge to defend himself rose up hot and useless. "I was at the bonfire until you yelled," he said evenly. "Same as most of you. I helped put this out, not start it." "Yeah," someone said. "But how'd it start?" That was the real question, lurking under the rest. The barn had no electrical hookup anymore. They'd cut the line that morning to avoid shorts. No one had been cooking near it. No lightning, no stray sparks from a grill. Klein seized on that. "We don't know yet," he said. "It might be something simple, someone knocked over a lantern inside, a kid smoking where they shouldn't be. Or it might be worse. But until we know, nobody points fingers. Understood?" "Whatever you say, Sheriff," Mrs. Patterson said. But her tone made it clear her mind was not so easily directed. Across the clearing Marcus watched, face unreadable. When he stepped forward, it was with the air of someone reluctantly offering balance. "Mrs. Patterson," he said, "I get your anger. We all lost something in that. Plant fire. But I saw Rowdy at the bonfire, same as you. He was standing next to the sheriff when the boy came running. That doesn't mean, it means he didn't start this," Marcus said firmly. "And it means he sure as hell finished it better than most men would have." He turned to the crowd. "We saw that with our own eyes. Let's not forget it because grief still bites." Rowdy stared at him, surprised. The defense felt too smooth, too well-timed. But the effect on the crowd was immediate. Some of the tension eased. Mrs. Patterson's mouth pressed into a thinner line. "That doesn't answer how it started," she muttered. "No," Marcus agreed. "It doesn't." He lifted his voice. "Which is why we need a council. And we need it acting, not just talking." He turned in a slow circle, addressing everyone. "Tonight we came together around a fire to talk about fear. Then we found another fire lit right under our noses. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe it wasn't. Either way, it exposed a weakness. We stored our supplies in one place with minimal watch. That can't happen again." People nodded. Heads turned toward Klein and toward the others who had been mentioned that morning as likely council members. "Sheriff, with your permission," Marcus went on, "I say we stop dragging our feet. Tonight, right now, we confirm the members of this emergency council and give them the mandate to investigate what happened here, secure what we have left, and take charge of decisions going forward. We can't afford to wait. It was a trap, but a clever one. Say no," and Klein looked like a dithering bureaucrat while the town's food smoldered behind him. "Say yes," and Marcus wedged himself into the new power structure at its birth. Klein knew it. Rowdy saw the realization flicker across his face like heat, lightning. The sheriff opened his mouth, closed it, then straightened. "Fine," he said, voice clipped. "We'll do it. Artie, Pastor Joel, Nurse Ellen front and center, Mrs. Gomez, Ron Massey, Chloe Bickmore, you too, Marcus. You all step up here." Chloe blinked, startled. "I didn't. You said you're just a note-taker," Klein told her. "Good. We need someone who'll remember what we promise later when the smoke clears." She swallowed and climbed onto the clinic porch with the others. Evie watched, eyes shining despite the acrid smell. "I'll keep it simple," Klein said, facing the crowd. "These folks represent the pieces of this town that are going to make or break us. The farms, the clinic, the church, the small businesses, the working families, the emergency services, and yes, the people organizing defense." He looked at Marcus on the porch beside him, then at Rowdy, still standing among the crowd. "They will meet in this building at sunrise tomorrow. Their first tasks: figure out exactly what we have left in terms of food, water, medicine, control how it's distributed, and find out how this fire started. Investigate thoroughly," Marcus added, seizing his cue. "No sacred cows. No off-limits questions. If someone lit this on purpose, whether they're from outside or inside, we will find them." He let his gaze sweep across the faces, lingering just long enough on Rowdy to make the older suspicions twitch. Rowdy met his eyes steadily. "And if the someone turns out to be one of your boys?" he asked. Marcus's smile didn't falter. "Then they'll answer to the town same as anyone else," he said. "I don't protect saboteurs." The words were perfect, a little too perfect. Chloe's reporter sense prickled. She made a note. "Marcus promises equal accountability. Tone? Believable?" Klein raised his hands. "All right, that's enough talking for one night. Everyone needs rest. The council will post an update tomorrow afternoon after we've had time to actually do something." People began drifting away, some lingering to salvage unburned supplies from the barn, others to whisper in tight little knots. The bonfire at the lot's edge had burned lower while they were gone. Its glow was fainter now, but still there, as if reminding the town how easy it was to gather around a controlled blaze and forget the wild ones. Rowdy walked slowly toward what was left of the barn. Inside, the air was a bitter mixture of char and wet ash. He picked up a half-melted can, turning it in his fingers. The label had burned away. Whatever had been inside was now just black sludge. Behind him, footsteps crunched. "You handled yourself well," Marcus said, stopping a few feet away. "In there," he nodded toward the barn. "Proved your worth to the hollow." Rowdy set the ruined can down. "Thought you already decided what my worth was years ago." "People change," Marcus said. "Circumstances change. Right now this town needs every bit of it, competence it can get, even from men with complicated reputations." "You say that like you're doing me a favor," Rowdy said. Marcus smiled. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm doing the town one. Either way, you'll sit on that council sooner or later. Klein might not see it yet, but the others will. I didn't hear my name called, Rowdy said. Feels like you made sure of that. Couldn't stack the deck too obviously, Marcus replied easily. Let folks think they built it themselves. It'll make it easier when tough decisions come down. Rowdy studied him. You're enjoying this. I'm alive in this, Marcus corrected. This is what I'm good at, seeing the whole board. Klein's a decent man, but he thinks in terms of yesterday's rules. You don't win new games with old playbooks. And what game are we playing, Marcus? Rowdy asked. Because it feels like the rest of us are pieces. Marcus didn't answer directly. He glanced at the barn instead. Shame about the supplies, he said. But it'll make people take scarcity seriously. They'll listen when we say ration. They'll listen when we say protect what's left. Rowdy's skin crawled. You talk about that like you're grateful it happened. I'm not grateful, Marcus said. I'm opportunistic. There's a difference. I didn't light that fire, Banks. He held Rowdy's gaze, voice firm. But if someone else's stupidity or malice gives us a chance to get our shit together before the really bad days hit, I'd be a fool not to use it. Rowdy didn't know if he believed him. If it turns out one of your boys did light it, he said, you still standing there talking about opportunism? I told you already, Marcus said. Saboteurs answer to the town, even if they wear my colors. He turned and walked away, armband disappearing into the dark. Rowdy watched him go. Unease lodged under his sternum like a splinter. On the far side of the square, beyond the circle of lantern light, two figures crouched behind the closed hardware store. Their voices were low, frayed with exhaustion and something sharper fear. I didn't mean for it to go that far, the younger one said, hands shaking as he lit a cigarette with clumsy fingers. The flare briefly illuminated his armband before he cupped it. Marcus just said make a point. I thought a little smoke, scare folks into taking security serious. A little smoke? The older man hissed. You poured half a can of gas on a wooden wall and walked away. What did you think it was going to do, singe the paint? I thought they'd be closer, the younger mumbled. That they'd see it faster. I didn't know it'd catch that quick. The older man ground his teeth. You pray they never find that gas can, boy. And you pray nobody heard you talking about Marcus. Far as anyone knows, this was an accident. A knocked-over lantern. You got that? The younger nodded miserably. Good, the older said. Now get rid of that damn cigarette before you start fire number 2. The butt arced into the dirt, ember dying. A block away, Marcus Hale paused on his walk home and looked up at the sky. The stars were out again, indifferent pinpricks over a town that had nearly lost the heart of its winter food in one night. He didn't know the specific details of the barn fire's origin. He suspected. He'd chosen his words carefully when talking to Rowdy. I didn't light that fire. True enough. He had merely told a jittery, eager young guardsman that people need to see how vulnerable we are, that sometimes it takes a close call to wake folks up. Sometimes, he thought, that was still true. In the morning, the council would meet and argue and wring their hands. They'd tally cans and blankets and damaged beams. They'd ask how such a thing could happen. Marcus already knew one answer, because fear was a better accelerant than gasoline. And now, thanks to that fire, he had a seat at the table in a town that had seen what chaos could do when nobody was in charge. He smiled, just a little, in the dark. Chapter 6. Those who came from the highway dawn, on the third day, crept into Burning Hollow without ceremony. No street lights flicked off, no alarm clocks chirped. The sun simply pushed a little more gray into the thin curtains of Rowdy Banks's childhood bedroom until his eyes opened and remembered why he hadn't really slept. He lay still for a moment, listening. Cows in the distance, a rooster shrieking like someone had stepped on it. Earl moving somewhere in the house, kettle clanking on the wood stove. No hum of fridge, No chatter from a morning news show. No vehicles on the road. Still off, he thought. Day 3. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and pulled his boots on, muscles protesting from the previous night's sprint and bucket brigade. When he stepped into the kitchen, Earl was staring out the window at the barn, coffee mug in one hand, shotgun leaning against the wall within easy reach. "You smell like smoke in my dreams now," Earl said without turning. "That's how bad this week's gotten." "Barn's still standing," Rowdy answered, reaching for his own mug. "Could have been worse. Could have been better if someone hadn't lit it in the first place," Earl said. "You figure out how it started?" "Not yet," Rowdy said. "Klein's calling the council at sunrise. Supposed to be top of the list," Earl snorted. "Along with food, water, medicine, Marcus's ego, and whatever strangers decide to wander in off that dead highway." Rowdy took a sip of coffee, grimaced at the strength. "You heard something?" "Heard enough," Earl said. "Ron Massey came by before dawn. Said there's a cluster of folks still stuck out there on the interstate. Families, he thinks. Couple of rougher sorts. He promised he'd go back this morning and see if he could bring some in before they start cutting each other up over a granola bar." Rowdy sighed. Of course he did. Earl finally turned from the window, eyes sharp. "You don't like it?" "I don't like the timing," Rowdy said. "We just lost a chunk of supplies. People are on edge. Now we're supposed to play host?" "That's the job," Earl said. "World goes sideways. You don't get to pick and choose who needs help. You just get to decide how much of yourself you're willing to give away before you're tapped." "Yeah," Rowdy said. "And if we misjudge, the Hollow starves." Earl studied him for a moment. "You remember the '93 flood?" Rowdy did. He'd been 12, standing on a different porch, watching muddy water chew chunks off the edge of a road 2 counties over. "Yeah," he said. "Town over the ridge got hit bad," Earl went on. "Roads washed, folks on rooftops. We were high enough that all we got was soggy fields and a few ruined fences. People came this way looking for a high spot and a dry blanket. Some folks in town said we shouldn't take 'em. Said we. Didn't have enough as it was." He shrugged. "We took 'em anyway. Shared what we had. Didn't die from it. That was a flood," Rowdy said. "We knew the water would go down. This," he gestured vaguely toward the sky. "This doesn't have a weather report." Earl's mouth twisted. "You're not wrong, but you're thinking like a man who knows somebody's running an experiment on him. Most of them down there are still just thinking like scared neighbors." Rowdy stared into his coffee for a moment. "What would you do?" "Depends who shows up," Earl said. "Little kids with blisters? I feed 'em. Grown men with more knives than sense? I make sure they understand the rules before they set foot on our dirt." He jabbed a finger at Rowdy. "You were going to be down there when those highway folks hit town, whether it's official or not. You know the score better than most. So you take what we learned from the plant fire in the barn and that damn radio on the hill. And you help Klein make a choice he can live with. Fortress or gate?" Rowdy said quietly. "Something like that," Earl replied. "I didn't raise you to build prisons. But I also didn't raise you to be a fool. There's a middle." He tipped his mug back. "Find it." The courthouse smelled like strong coffee and too many bodies. When Rowdy slipped into the back room, the town had started calling the council chamber, with a mix of pride and irony. It wasn't much of a chamber. Just the old jury room, an oblong space with a scarred wooden table in the middle, mismatched chairs, and a bulletin board that still held a faded Fire Safety Week flyer tacked behind a new hand-drawn map of Burning Hollow. Around the table sat the people Klein had named the night before. Artie the handyman, beard more chaotic than ever, grease permanently embedded in his knuckles. Pastor Joel, a soft-spoken man with a receding hairline and a Bible that looked as worn as Artie's wrench roll. Nurse Ellen, in rumpled scrubs, dark circles bruising the skin under her eyes. Mrs. Gomez, arms folded, apron still on, representing the households that fed more people than they could afford because that was just what they did. Ron Massey, in his orange vest, representing working families and the folks on the roads. His eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep. Chloe Bickmore, notebook open, pen ready. She sat a little to the side, not quite separate, not quite centered. And Marcus Hale, leather jacket and armband immaculate, leaning back as if the chair belonged to him. Sheriff Tom Klein stood at the head of the table, hat off, gray hair wild. He looked like he'd aged a year every day since the flash. Rowdy took a spot against the wall. No chair, no nameplate. Not a council member, but no one asked him to leave. "All right," Klein said. "Let's get this circus moving. First order of business, last night's fire. Nurse." Ellen blew out a breath. "We lost roughly a third of what was stored," she said. "Maybe more. Food near the front is mostly salvageable, some cans warped but still sealed. Sacks of rice we can dry out. Stuff in the back quarter." She shook her head. "Gone. Clothes are mostly smoke damaged, not destroyed. We can wash them when water's less tight. Medical crates were mostly in the clinic already, thank God. Any idea what started it, Mrs.?" Gomez asked. "Not yet," Klein said. "Artie?" Artie scratched his beard. "No power going in. We cut that line. No signs of lightning or spontaneous combustion. Could have been a knocked-over lantern, somebody sneaking a smoke, or—" He trailed off. "Or somebody helped it along," Marcus finished. "We can't rule that out," Pastor Joel winced. "I don't want to think someone in this town would do that." "Want doesn't come into it," Marcus said. "We have to assume the worst, and I'm pleasantly surprised if it's not true." Chloe jotted, "Fire cause still unknown. Internal versus external?" She glanced at Rowdy, who eyed the floorboards as if they'd done something wrong. "Investigation committee?" Ron suggested. "Couple of people with eyes for wiring and burn patterns. We can at least rule out what it wasn't." "Fine," Klein said. "Artie, you lead that. Take whoever you need who isn't already holding something else together. Report back to us before dark." Artie nodded. "Next," Klein said, "rations. We need hard numbers." Mrs. Gomez leaned forward. "I went house to house on Maple and Cedar yesterday," she said. "Most folks have pantry food for a week, maybe 2 if they stretch it. A few have more. A few have almost nothing. Farmers can butcher if they have to," Ron added. "But that's short term. We start killing off our animals too fast, we're cooked next year." "We ration now," Nurse Ellen said. "Firmly. If power comes back tomorrow, we'll have been cautious for nothing. If it doesn't, we'll be glad we weren't idiots." Marcus tapped a finger on the table. "Rationing requires enforcement," he said. "Otherwise people hoard, lie, or steal. That's human nature. You want fair distribution, you need someone to oversee it with teeth." "What, your guard?" "Mrs." Gomez asked, skepticism clear. "You going to stand in my kitchen and count beans?" Marcus smiled thinly. "If that's what it takes." "No," Klein said. "We're not sending armed men into people's homes to inventory their food. At least, not yet." He held up a hand as Marcus opened his mouth. "We start voluntary. Households report what they have on a simple form. The council reviews the numbers, and if we see glaring gaps, we talk to those families. If we catch people lying, then we talk about consequences." "People lie," Marcus said, "especially when they're scared." "They also surprise you by doing the right thing," Pastor Joel said quietly, "especially when you show them you trust them first." Marcus looked unconvinced, but he didn't push yet. Klein continued. "Water? Hand pumps are working at 6 houses in the old well by the school," Artie said. "More if I can scrounge parts and elbow grease. River's still flowing, obviously, but I wouldn't drink that unboiled if you paid me. We can set up public barrels at the pumps and limit how much each household takes per day. Boil water advisories without power," Chloe murmured. "Welcome to the 19th century." "All right," Klein said. "We'll write up ration guidelines and post them after lunch. Next big item, outsiders." The word sat heavy on the table. "Ron," Klein said, nodding to him. "What are we dealing with?" Ron rubbed his eyes. Night of the flash, there were dozens of cars on the highway when everything died, he said. Some folks walked out on their own. Others stayed with their vehicles, figuring the cavalry was coming. Last couple days, trickle of them started heading toward us on foot. We turned away a few loners and small groups, gave them directions to bigger towns. But there's a cluster about 4 miles east, 15, 20 people, families, mostly. Kids, couple of rougher guys. They've been living off what they had in their cars. That's done. They're out of water. I told them I'd ask if we can bring some in under rules. Under what rules? Marcus asked. Same ones we're about to live under, Ron said. Rations, work in exchange for food, no freeloading, no picking fights. They'll be more scared of us than we are of them once they see we're organized. Disagree, Marcus said. Desperate people with empty stomachs are scared until they smell food. Then there's something else. You bring them in, they see what we have, and suddenly you've got 20 extra mouths and 20 extra sets of eyes measuring what they think they can take. So we just leave them on the highway? Mrs. Gomez demanded. Let them die in a ditch? Marcus held her gaze. We can't save everyone, he said. That's math, not cruelty. Every outsider we feed is one local we might not be able to. Like it or not, the people who grew this town take priority. That's not how I read the good book, Pastor Joel said. That's not how my conscience works, Chloe added. Marcus spread his hands. Then you invite them in to share what little you have and we all starve slower. Is that better? Rowdy spoke up from the wall. There's a middle ground, he said. We can't be the Red Cross station for the whole interstate, but we also don't have to slam the door. Marcus turned toward him. I'm listening. We bring in a small number at a time, Rowdy said. Families first. Sick, kids, elderly. We tell them what we tell everyone here. There's rationing, there are rules, and there's work. No one eats who doesn't contribute. We keep them in one section of town at first. Close enough to watch, close enough to help. Marcus's eyes narrowed. You're talking about a camp. I'm talking about a neighborhood, Rowdy said. Temporary. Integrate the ones who show they're useful and sane. Send the real trouble elsewhere if we have to. Where exactly is elsewhere in a dead zone? Marcus asked. We don't know if any place within walking distance is better off. There are other towns, Ron said stubbornly. Other communities. We're not the only dot on the map. Klein rubbed his temples. All right. Let's boil it down. We have 3 broad options. Turn everyone away at the valley edge. No vacancy. Let everyone in, no questions asked. Controlled entry with rules. He looked around the table. Option 1 makes us safe and ugly. Option 2 makes us generous and dead. So unless someone's got a magic 4th door, we're living in option 3. Marcus exhaled through his nose. Controlled entry, he said slowly. Fine. But that means we set up a proper checkpoint on the main road. My people. Our people, Klein interjected. We'll man it, Marcus continued, only slightly adjusting. We search for weapons. We log names. We disarm anyone who isn't a child or a nursing mother before they set foot past the sign. They can earn their guns back later if we decide we trust them. That'll go over well, Chloe muttered. You got a better idea? Marcus shot back. You want strangers with Glocks walking through town while we're trying to keep folks from stabbing each other over canned peaches? You disarm them completely, and they'll see us as jailers, not neighbors, Rowdy said. Some of them are going to be ex-military, ex-cops, people who feel naked without something on their hip. We're already asking them to walk into a place they don't know. You take every weapon they have and they'll think we're building a prison. Maybe we are, Marcus said. For threats. Nurse Ellen slammed a palm on the table, surprising them all. Enough, she said. I have people at the clinic who are scared out of their wits because their insulin's running low and their inhalers are empty. I don't have time to babysit your philosophical debates. She pinned Klein with a look. If you bring in sick kids from the highway, I'll do what I can. If you turn them away, I'll still have sick kids here. But I'll also have to live with the fact that we let others die. That will eat us from the inside out." Silence. Klein sighed. "So noted," he said. "Ron, go meet your highway folks. Bring them in slow, in a group you can handle. Marcus, you get your checkpoint temporarily, but no rough stuff. Courteous. Firm. Weapons pointed at the ground, unless they give you cause." Marcus looked as if he wanted to argue, then apparently thought better of it. "You'll have a guard detachment on that road within the hour," he said. "Chloe," Klein said, "you're with me. I want a record of who these people are and what they say happened beyond our borders. That may be the only news we get for a while." He glanced toward the wall. "Rowdy, you're with me too. I need someone who can read people and pull bodies apart if they start piling up." "Always nice to be needed," Rowdy said. Klein ignored the sarcasm. "Everyone else work your lists. Inventory, investigation, ration drafts. We'll reconvene before dark, with luck, with more information, and fewer fires." He had just finished when a fist hammered on the door. Deputy Hall popped in, cheeks flushed. "Sheriff," she said, "we've got movement on the East Road. Scouts say there's a group coming. In 15, maybe 20. Packs, couple of rifles." "Ron's faster than I thought," Klein muttered. He looked around the table. Showtime. The highway group had gathered in the shadow of a highway overpass half collapsed from some earlier storm, huddled into what little shelter the concrete lip offered. They were a mess. A young family with a toddler who had a rash blooming on his cheeks, an older couple in church clothes, the man still clutching a briefcase he should have dropped 2 days ago. A lanky guy in a leather vest with prison tattoos curling around his neck. 2 college-age women with sunburned noses and sneakers worn to threads. A middle-aged woman in scrubs maya, with a medical bag slung over one shoulder. A quiet, watchful man in his 40s with wire-rimmed glasses and a sober windbreaker, carrying a backpack that looked more tactical than tourist. Doc. Ron had taken to calling that last one, though the man had only given his name as Alex and, said he, used to work with communications systems. He stood a little apart from the others now, watching the tree line as if he could see signals in the leaves. "They'll come?" A woman asked Ron for the 3rd time. "You said they'd let us in?" "I said I'd ask," Ron corrected gently. "They've got their own problems. But Burns Hollow, burning," Alex said quietly. "It's Burning Hollow." Ron blinked at him. "Right, Burning Hollow. We're not monsters. We'll do what we can." "Lot of torches and pitchforks start with, 'We'll do what we can,'" the tattooed man muttered. Maya shot him a warning look. "Travis." "What?" he said. "I'm just saying, we've all seen movies. Little town, bunch of strangers shows up, people get weird. I'd like to keep my weird where I can see it." "Weird or not, we can't stay out here," Maya said. She adjusted her bag. "The little one spikes a fever. I've got nothing left in this kit but gauze and aspirin." Alex checked his watch out of habit, then remembered it was dead. He dropped his hand. "How far is it again?" he asked Ron. "Couple miles," Ron said. "Less. From here. You can make it. Kids'll complain, but they'll live." He took a breath. "There'll be rules. They're figuring things out. They might search you on the road." "Search us for what?" Travis scoffed. "Pocket lint?" Ron's gaze dropped to the bulge under Travis's vest where a pistol sat tucked. "For anything that can hurt people," he said. "They're not wrong to be jumpy." Travis scowled. "You saying I can't keep my peace?" "I'm saying if you wave it around in front of scared farmers who've never seen a man with your tattoos, they might shoot you before you can explain you're not here to rob them," Ron said flatly. "You want to keep it out of sight and your hands in your pockets." Travis grunted. "Fine." Alex shifted his pack straps. "Do they have any kind of radio up there?" he asked, casual on the surface. "Emergency band? Ham setup? Anything like that?" Ron frowned. "Why?" Alex shrugged. "Information's oxygen right now. If anybody can hear something, anything from outside this zone, we need to know. Evie would have pricked up her ears at that word zone, but she wasn't there. Just Ron, who had spent the last 2 days hauling water, not parsing coded language. "We're mostly deaf," Ron said. "Kid's got a crank thing that squeals more than it speaks. Why, you know something about radios?" Alex smiled faintly. "Used to, before the lights went out." "Maybe you can help," Ron said. "We got a sheriff who'd kill for someone who knows which knob to jiggle." "Maybe," Alex said. He didn't elaborate, just turned his head slightly as if listening to something only he could hear. The east road into Burning Hollow sloped gently, down through trees and past the old Welcome to Burning Hollow sign, white paint peeling. Someone's cousin's attempt at adding a smiling cartoon log cabin faded almost to nothing. Today, the space beneath the sign was occupied. 4 members of the Citizens Guard stood arrayed across the road, armbands clear, rifles slung but hands close. Darrell Keene was among them, binoculars around his neck. A crude sawhorse barrier had been set up, more symbolic than effective. Behind the line, Sheriff Klein, Rowdy, and Chloe waited, with Evie at Chloe's elbow despite explicit instructions to stay near the clinic. Word had spread fast. A scattering of townspeople hovered farther back along the ditch, curiosity winning over caution. "You sure she should be here?" Klein asked under his breath, nodding at Evie. "No," Chloe said. "But she's here. Better with me than hiding behind a tree by herself," Klein grunted. Marcus joined them a moment later, his own small squad of guards fanning out behind him. He'd chosen his outfit carefully, no helmet or obvious armor, just the jacket and an easy smile. "Scouts say 20, plus or minus," he said. "No vehicles. Some guns. Want us up front?" "You stay beside me," Klein said. "Your people stay behind my deputies unless I say otherwise. We show these folks one face, not 2 competing ones." Marcus's jaw tightened, but he nodded. "Whatever you say, Sheriff." Down the road, Ron Massey appeared first, orange vest bright against the trees. Behind him, the outsiders came into view in 1s and 2s. The family with the toddler, the older couple, Maya with her bag, Travis in his vest, Alex with his pack. They walked like people who had run out of adrenaline and were operating on stubbornness alone. When they saw the armed line, some slowed. The toddler started crying. Ron turned, gesturing for them to keep moving. "Remember," he called back to them, loud enough for the locals to hear too. "They're nervous. Same as you. Keep your hands where folks can see them. Let me do the talking." "Always wanted to be in a Western," Travis muttered. "Didn't think I'd be on the wrong side of the rifles." Evie sucked in a breath when she saw the toddler. The kid's cheeks were raw with rash, his hair wild. He clung to his mother's leg, thumb jammed in his mouth. "They have a baby," she whispered. "Yeah," Chloe said. "That'll help, or make it worse." Klein stepped forward until he stood at the center of the road, just inside the sawhorse. He didn't have his hand on his gun. He wanted that scene. "Ron," he called as the group approached conversational distance. "I take it these are your highway friends." "Some of them," Ron said, face creased with worry and hope. "Sheriff, this is everyone. Folks, this is Sheriff Tom Klein of Burning Hollow." The older man with the briefcase grabbed his wife's hand. Maya straightened, eyes wary but direct. Travis stared past Klein at the rifles. Alex took a measured step forward, close enough that Klein could see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. "Sheriff," Alex said. "Alex Rourke." The name rolled off his tongue easily enough that Chloe's internal alarm clock pinged. It might be real, it might not. "Klein," the sheriff replied. "You come from the interstate?" "Yeah," Ron answered for them. "All their cars died, same as ours. They've been clustered under the overpass. How long without real food?" Klein asked, though he could guess from their faces. "Since yesterday morning for some," Maya said. "Longer for others." She jerked her chin toward the toddler. "He's had crackers and water. That's it." "We're not here to beg," Travis interjected quickly, pride bristling. "We just need a place to rest, figure out next moves. And maybe a meal? Mrs. Gomez murmured, just loud, enough for Chloe to hear. Klein nodded slowly. "I'm not going to lie to you," he said. "We don't have much. We lost a big chunk of supplies in a fire last night. We're putting rationing in place. We're scared about feeding the people we already have." Travis opened his mouth. Maya stepped on his foot. "But we've also got a river and some fields," Klein continued. "We've got roofs and stoves. What we don't have is an infinite supply of goodwill or canned beans. So if we let you in, there will be conditions." "Conditions like what?" Maya asked. "Like this," Marcus said, stepping up beside Klein. His voice was velvet over iron. "You don't come in armed." Travis's head snapped up. "Like hell." "Travis," Maya hissed. "You're asking us to walk into your town blind and defenseless?" Travis demanded. "We don't know you. For all we know, you're a hell of a lot better off than you are," Marcus said calmly. "And the only one standing between you and a tent city of desperate strangers." "That's enough," Klein said to Marcus, then to the newcomers. "We're not going to strip you naked and lock your belongings in some vault. But we can't have an unknown number of weapons wandering around while we're already stretched thin. So here's my proposal. Long guns and visible sidearms stay at the checkpoint. We'll tag them with your names. You want them back later, we talk. Small knives, tools, personal items stay with you unless you give us a reason not to worry." Travis clenched his jaw. "You're asking us to trust you, not to lose our guns." Klein met his gaze. "I'm asking you to trust that we'd rather add trained, capable people to our community than turn them into enemies." He glanced at Alex. "What skills do you bring?" Alex hesitated, then said, "I worked in telecom, radio systems, signal analysis. If you have anything that still squeaks, when you turn it on, I might be able to coax more out of it." Evie's head snapped toward him. The words signal analysis dropped into her mind like stones into a pond. "You know about the blackout?" she asked before Chloe could stop her. "What caused it?" Alex's eyes flicked to her, quick and sharp. For a second, something completely unexhausted looked out at them. Then it was gone, replaced by weary blandness. "I know that something took out power and electronics over a wide area all at once," he said. "I know it wasn't your run-of-the-mill storm. Beyond that, I know about as much as you do." "But you said zone earlier," Evie persisted. "To Ron, like you knew there was a—" "Evie," Chloe said softly, squeezing her arm. Alex tilted his head. "Zone's just a word people use," he said. "Quarantine zone, blast zone, cell phone dead zone." His smile didn't reach his eyes. "Seems appropriate, don't you think?" Rowdy watched him closely. The man's answers were plausible. They were also just polished enough to set off his firefighter's BS detector. "You worked for government?" Rowdy asked. "Military?" Alex shook his head. "Private sector, subcontractor stuff. Doesn't matter now." It might, Chloe thought, but didn't say. Behind Klein, the townspeople shifted. Words carried on the air. "How many? Look at that kid. We can't feed them. Can we really turn them away?" Marcus stepped forward again, careful to keep his tone reasonable. "Sheriff, we can't make completely new rules on the fly every time some group wanders in. If we give these folks one set of terms and the next group another, we'll have a mess. I say we vote, right now, on a standard." "This isn't a town hall," Klein said. "This is my road." "It's our road," Marcus replied. "Ours to protect." "You organized yourselves under my badge," Klein snapped. "Don't forget that." Tension braided between them like a rope pulled from both sides. Evie pressed closer to Chloe. "They're going to fight," she whispered. "Not if we can help it," Chloe said, though she wasn't sure how. Rowdy intervened. He stepped up beside Klein, making sure both Marcus and the outsiders could see him. "Look," he said, raising his voice. "We're all tired and jumpy. Folks up valley are scared of anyone new. Folks from the highway are scared of being told to turn around and starve. Let's start with something simple. Names and skills. You," He pointed to the family with the toddler. "What are your names?" The mother swallowed. "Katie," she said. "Jack, this is Liam." "What do you do?" Rowdy asked gently. "Wait tables," she said. "He's an electrician." She nudged her husband, who nodded mutely. Rowdy nodded back. "We need electricians," he said. "Even in a blackout, there's wiring to fix, generators to coax, pumps to gen. Adapt. You're useful," he pointed to the older couple. "You too?" "Linda and Carl," the man said, briefcase still clutched like a life raft. "I did accounting. She's, well, she ran the household." He sounded apologetic, as if that didn't count. Mrs. Gomez spoke up from the watching crowd. "Household runners are worth their weight in gold right now," she said. "You know how to stretch food? You're hired." A few chuckles rippled. Rowdy gestured to Maya. "You, I can guess." "Nurse practitioner," she said. "Urgent care, mostly." Nurse Ellen's head popped out from behind the line. "Get her in here," she said. "Now. I don't care if she's got a bazooka in that bag. We need hands." Laughter. Real this time. Rowdy looked at Travis. "You?" Travis lifted his chin. "Carpenter," he said. "Drywall, framing, that kind of thing." "We got buildings that'll need shoring up," Artie called from the back. "You fall in, with me. I'll keep you in nails and coffee." Finally, Rowdy turned back to Alex. "And you?" "We already covered." "Radios." Alex spread his hands, performing modesty. "If you have any left." "We do," Klein said. "So, you see?" He addressed both groups now. "These aren't just mouths. They're hands and brains. That doesn't mean we open the floodgates and hang a welcome sign on the interstate. But it does mean we don't slam the door on the first group because we're afraid of the second." His gaze slid to Marcus. "Burning Hollow will not become a fortress. Not on my watch." The words hung there. Decision made. Marcus's jaw worked. For a heartbeat, Rowdy wondered if he'd openly defy the sheriff in front of half the town. The guard behind him shifted, fingers brushing triggers. Then Marcus smiled a small, tight thing. "Sheriff's made his call," he said. "We'll respect it. For now." The "for now" curled around the edges of his agreement like smoke. "All right," Klein said. He looked at the newcomers. "Here are the terms. Long guns stay here for the time being. We'll tag and store them where you can see the lock. Knives, tools, and one concealed sidearm per family stay with you, but you let us know where they are. You'll be assigned temporary lodging, church basement, spare rooms, maybe the school if we clear it. You'll be expected to work. No exceptions. If you break the rules, steal, assault, threaten, you'll be escorted out of the valley. If it's bad enough, you'll sit in a cell instead. Understood?" Katie nodded rapidly. "Yes. Thank you. Thank you." Maya exhaled. Travis hesitated, then slowly drew the pistol from under his vest, fingers careful, and held it grip first toward Klein. "I don't like this," he said. "But I'm not dragging Liam back up that road either." "Smart choice," Klein said. He took the weapon, checked the chamber, by habit, and handed it back to Deputy Hall with a jerk of his head toward the temporary weapons crate someone had dragged out. One by one, the newcomers stepped forward. A hunting rifle here, a shotgun there, 2 more pistols. Not a massive arsenal, but enough that Rowdy could feel some of the local tension ease as the metal piled up. When Alex's turn came, he unzipped his pack slowly. Evie watched, breath held. Her mind, still ringing with phrases like Project Ashfall and Zone Charlie 7, whispered that he'd pull out some sleek piece of military hardware, some coded radio, some sign that he was tied to the voice on the hill. Instead, he produced a compact revolver and a small folding knife. Both looked used but well-maintained. He set them on the sawhorse. "That's it?" Marcus asked, skeptical. "That's it," Alex said. "I wasn't exactly planning for the apocalypse. Just a drive." Klein nodded, gesturing for Hall to tag them. He noticed the way Alex's eyes lingered on the crate for a fraction of a second longer than the others had, not longing, not fear. Calculation. "Let's get him inside the line," Klein said. "Mrs. Gomez, see if you can rustle some bread or stew. Nobody works on an empty stomach. Pastor Joel, you got space in the church basement?" "For tonight," Joel said. "We'll find more dignified arrangements after that." The newcomers began to shuffle forward, limping into Burning Hollow under the watching eyes of people who would now, whether they liked it or not, be their neighbors. As they passed the sawhorse, Evie edged closer to Alex, craning her neck. "You really worked with radios?" she asked. He glanced down at her, surprised. "Yeah," he said. "Why?" "I heard something," she said. "On a crank radio, before the flash. A countdown. And yesterday, we heard more on the hill. Words. Dead zone. Project." She lowered her voice. "Do you know anything about that?" Chloe's heart jumped into her throat. "Evie?" Alex's expression didn't change much, but his pupils tightened. He bent slightly, bringing his head closer to hers. "Who else heard it?" he asked quietly. "Me, Miss Chloe. Rowdy. The sheriff," she said. "And the people on the radio, I guess." He nodded once, thoughtfully. "Then you're already ahead of most," he said. "You might be right about some things. But if you want to stay ahead, be careful who you say that to in front of." His gaze flicked toward Marcus and Darrell. "Some people hear the word project and see an enemy. Others hear it and see an opportunity." "Which are you?" Evie asked. Alex smiled faintly. "That's what you're trying to figure out, isn't it?" he said. "Keep listening. That radio of yours might still have more to say." Chloe stepped between them then, her protective instincts finally beating out her curiosity. "Come on," she said to Evie. "Nurse Ellen's going to need help sorting sleeping spots." Evie let herself be steered away, but looked back over her shoulder. Alex had already turned his attention to the hills, eyes scanning the ridgeline as if counting the distance. Behind them, Marcus watched the whole exchange, face smooth. Darrell leaned in and murmured something in his ear. Marcus's eyes narrowed a fraction. On the road, the weapons crate sat under Deputy Hall's watchful gaze. Inside, metal lay cold and patient. Burning Hollow had chosen, for now, not to be a fortress. Whether it could live with that choice when the next group came, and the next, and when Phase 2 of some distant project rolled across their sky, remained to be seen. Chapter 7. Secrets in the Basement. The church basement had never seen this many shoes. By late afternoon, its concrete floor was a patchwork of sneakers, boots, scuffed dress shoes, and one pair of princess pink sandals that had clearly lost the rest of their kingdom. Blankets and sleeping bags made lumpy islands between support columns. The faint smell of damp hymnals, long trapped in the cupboards, now mingled with sweat, wood smoke, and the sharp sting of antiseptic from Maya's medical bag. Evie stood just inside the doorway, hugging her crank radio against her ribs, and tried to count how many people the room was swallowing. "Don't," Chloe murmured, coming up behind her with a stack of folded blankets. "You'll run out of numbers before space." "They're so close together," Evie whispered. "How do they sleep like this?" "The same way people always do," Chloe said softly. "One eye open until they're too tired to care." Pastor Joel moved through the crowded space with the air of a man trying to herd both cats and ghosts. He directed some of the newcomers toward the far corner, where the Sunday school tables had been shoved aside to make room for bedrolls. A half-finished mural of Noah's Ark loomed on the cinder-block wall, animals marching 2 by 2 past a cartoon rainbow. "Families with little kids on this side," he said. "Older folks near the stairs, so they don't have to climb as much. Singles and pairs, we'll fit you in wherever there's room. We'll have dinner upstairs and an hour's soup and bread, I'm afraid." "Nothing fancy." "It's fine," Katie said, shifting Liam on her hip. The toddler clung to her, eyes glassy. "It's more than we had yesterday. Still smells better than the overpass," Travis added, dropping his duffel near a column. "No offense, preacher." Joel smiled tiredly. If the good Lord is offended by the smell of people in need, he's not the God I've been preaching about. Maya knelt by a makeshift cot where the older couple Linda and Carl were settling. She checked Linda's ankles, which had swollen on the walk, then opened her bag to frown at its meager contents. "I'll have to coordinate with Nurse Ellen," she said. "Between us, we might manage a basic pharmacy. Maybe." "We'll be all right," Linda said, though her voice lacked conviction. "We've got each other." Carl nodded, fingers still laced around his briefcase handle. He'd set it beside the cot, within arm's reach, like a pet he refused to abandon. The case's brass latches glinted in the dim light. Across the room, Alex Rourke sat on the edge of his assigned pallet, back against the wall, eyes scanning the basement as if he were taking inventory. His pack sat at his feet, zipped, always in contact with his calf. Evie noticed he hadn't put it into any of the shared gear piles other people had formed. As she watched, he pulled a small notebook from an inner pocket and opened it on his knee. The pages were already cluttered with tiny, precise handwriting and lines of numbers broken by dots and dashes, coordinates, frequencies, something more. He shielded it with his hand whenever someone passed too close. Evie's fingers tightened on her radio. "Coordinates," she thought, "like the ones we heard on the hill." "Go on," Chloe murmured, noticing her fixation. "Say hello, ask questions. Just don't accuse him of being a secret villain in the first 30 seconds, okay?" "I wasn't going to," Evie said, offended. Then, after a beat, "Maybe the first 60, Chloe snorted. "I'll be doing interviews in the corner." She tapped her notebook. "Council wants a record of where these folks came from, what they saw. You hear anything that sounds bigger than traffic jam and hunger, flag me." Evie nodded and threaded her way between blankets and duffels, careful not to step on anyone's toes. People moved aside for her almost automatically. Children had a way of slipping through defenses, even when adults were wary of each other. She stopped a few feet from Alex's pallet. "You're writing down numbers," she said without preamble. Alex looked up, one eyebrow quirking. "Hello to you, too." "Hi," Evie said dutifully. "You're writing down numbers." "Old habit," he said. "Keeps me from thinking about other things." "Like what?" she asked. "Like how much I'd like a shower," he said dryly. "Or how the world went quiet overnight." He closed the notebook, tucking his pen into the spiral, but didn't shove it away immediately. Evie caught a glimpse of the top line before it disappeared. 36.17, newtons, 83, WC7. Her heart bumped hard against her ribs. "You wrote that," she blurted. "The same numbers we heard, on the hill. You know that's us." He studied her for a second. "You have a good memory." "Miss Chloe wrote them down too," she said. "She showed the sheriff. They were talking like maybe it was coincidence, or old, or—" "And you didn't buy it," Alex finished. She shook her head. He exhaled softly. "You're right not to," he said. "Those coordinates aren't random. Someone at a console somewhere plotted them. Maybe days ago. Maybe months." "You said you weren't military," she said. "I'm not," he replied. "But I did work near enough to uniforms to smell their coffee. Projects like this, if that's what it is, don't happen without a lot of planning." "You think you know who did it?" she asked. He smiled faintly, but something about it was sad. "If I told you I knew, I'd be guessing. If I told you what kind of organizations could, I'd be scaring you for free." He glanced at the radio in her arms. "That thing still working?" "Sometimes," she said. "It's like she searched for words, like someone fills the room with whispers and then slams a door." "That's because you're only catching edges," he said. "Reflections, not the beam. If they're using a directed signal, you're lucky to hear scraps." "Can you help?" she asked, stepping closer. "You said you know about radios." "Miss. Chloe and Rowdy and the sheriff, we heard them talk about Phase 2, if there's another countdown." Alex's eyes sharpened. "You heard that phrase clearly?" "Mostly," she said. It was fuzzy. "But I know what I heard. And the sheriff believed you? Enough to be scared, Evie said. Enough to hide it for now. Alex leaned back against the wall, lips pressing into a line. He tapped the notebook against his knee, thinking. I might be able to help you hear more, he said slowly, but not with that little box alone. He nodded at her radio. I'd need access to something bigger, an old emergency set, antennae, wiring, anything that still has its guts. There's a radio in the courthouse basement, Evie said before she could stop herself. Miss Chloe told me. Sheriff Klein said it's mostly dead. But mostly dead isn't the same as dead, Alex said. Sometimes all you need is a different connection, or a way to bypass whatever fried the main circuits. Evie hesitated. If you ask, Sheriff Klein might let you take apart his only remaining official radio? Alex finished, shaking his head. From what I've seen, he's not in the mood to gamble. Not yet. But if you sneak in there and he catches you, she said, he'll throw you in a cell. Maybe, Alex said. Unless I have something worth trading. He met her gaze. Like a better way to see the people watching us. Evie thought of Rowdy on the hill, fists clenched, rage simmering when he realized they were a dead zone to someone. She thought of Klein's tight jaw, Marcus's hungry eyes, the way ordinary folks flinched at every unexpected shout. I don't know what to do, she admitted. Good, Alex said. People who are sure scare me more than people who aren't. Maya called his name from across the basement, asking if he'd help move a stack of crates. Alex tucked his notebook away and stood. Keep listening, he told Evie as he passed. And if you hear that countdown voice again, don't wait for permission to crank the volume. Then he was gone, swallowed by the moving bodies. Evie stared after him, unsettled. For the first time since this all began, she had the unnerving feeling that someone else in the valley might be walking toward the same dark door she'd peered through, only with more keys in his pocket. Upstairs, the church fellowship hall had become an impromptu dining room. Long tables that usually held potlucks now carried dented metal pots of soup and trays of thick-cut bread. The soup was thin, mostly broth with a few floating vegetables and the occasional lucky chunk of meat. But it was hot. People queued with mismatched bowls and cups, murmuring thanks to Mrs. Gomez and a rotating crew of servers. Chloe sat at one end of a table with her notebook open, interviewing between spoonfuls. It was an awkward dance. Asking people to relive the last 3 days while they were still shaking felt cruel. But the council needed information, and the journalist in her new memory only got foggier with time. So, she said gently to Linda and Carl, who sat across from her, you were on your way to Knoxville when it happened? Memphis, Carl corrected, finally setting his briefcase down long enough to grip his spoon properly. We'd driven past Knoxville an hour before. Road was busy, but not like holidays. Just normal Friday traffic. And then the flash, Linda said, voice soft. Like someone took the sky's picture without asking. Everything. Died, Carl added. Car, phones, the radio. We thought it was just us at first. Then we saw other cars drifting to a stop. The big rigs, too. Some of them jackknifed. We were lucky not to be near them, Chloe scribbled. Interstate shut, multi-vehicle stall, truck stopped too. No emergency response seen in hours after. Did anyone say anything about the power in the cities, she asked. Lights on the horizon, anything like that? We were too far from any skyline, Carl said. But that night, he shivered. Nothing. No glow. Just stars. I haven't seen it that dark since I was a boy. And no state troopers? Chloe pressed. No National Guard? No one clearing the road? Not where we were, Linda said. There were some men in uniforms 2 days ago, but... Carl cleared his throat. They weren't helping, he said. They'd set up a roadblock at one of the exits. Turned people back. Said the city ahead was at capacity. When folks argued, they put hands on their guns. Chloe's pen paused. Which city? She asked. Sign said. Next exit, Morristown, Carl said. I don't know if that's where they meant. And they didn't let anyone through? Chloe asked. They let one truck pass, Linda said. Big military-looking transport. No windows. The rest of us? She lifted her shoulders, let them fall. We turned around, came back to the overpass. That's where Ron found us, Chloe wrote. Military roadblock turning civilians back from Morristown? One transport allowed through. Suggests organized response somewhere. She looked down the table at Katie and Jack, who were trying to coax soup into Liam without spilling too much. What about you two? Chloe asked when there was a lull in the toddler wrestling. Anything you saw that might help us understand what's happening out there? Jack shook his head. Same as them, he said. Cars dead, people panicking, no cops, no ambulances. We saw a gas station that had been cleaned out, windows smashed. Funny thing, though. What? Chloe asked. The lottery sign was still lit, he said. Just that. Everything else dark, but that thing was glowing jackpot, like nothing had happened. Can't figure that, Chloe wrote. Some isolated signs still lit. Local generator or glitch. Worth noting. At the far end of the hall, Sheriff Klein ate standing up, one hand on his bowl, eyes on the room. He'd traded his uniform shirt for a plain flannel, as if hoping the lack of stars might make him less of a lightning rod. It hadn't worked. People still orbited him, asking questions, lodging complaints, offering unsolicited advice. Marcus sat with some of his guards at another table, positioned where he could see both Klein and the door. He laughed at something Darrell said, the sound a little too sharp for actual humor. Rowdy slipped in late, having spent the afternoon helping Artie poke through the burned barn. His clothes smelled of char again. He took a bowl of soup and drifted toward Chloe's table, nodding at familiar faces. You look like you crawled through a chimney, she said. You should see the barn, he replied. Artie thinks the fire started low, near the back corner. No lantern hooks nearby, no electrical lines. He found a melted patch on the ground that smells like old gasoline. Chloe grimaced. Sabotage feels more and more likely. Yeah, Rowdy said. And whoever did it either panicked and ran or stuck around to watch. Both options piss me off. Any suspects? She asked quietly. Everyone, he said. That's the problem. She closed her notebook. Got time to walk me to the courthouse later? She asked. I want to stash some of these pages somewhere that won't get soaked in soup or stepped on. Sure, he said. Basement's as good a vault as this bay. We've got. Evie approached him with her own half-empty bowl, expression tight. You okay? Rowdy asked. Alex has the numbers, she said without preamble. Which numbers? Chloe asked. The coordinates, Evie said. From the hill. I saw them in his notebook, and he knows radios. He wants to get to the courthouse set, but he thinks the sheriff won't let him. Rowdy and Chloe traded a look. He's not wrong about that last part, Rowdy said. Klein's only just starting to trust his own shadow again. Letting an outsider tear into his last radio would take a miracle. Or a stupid risk, Chloe said, which Alex seems very willing to take. He said he might know how to hear more, Evie went on. Not just scraps, the main signal. He said we're only catching reflections. Did he say how? Rowdy asked. No, Evie said. But he asked who else heard the transmissions. He was really interested when I said the sheriff knows. Of course he was, Chloe said. Information is power. He wants to know where the power sits. Rowdy rubbed his jaw. We keep an eye on him, he said. If he's planning to sneak into the courthouse, he'll have to go through the back or the basement. Both creak. You think he'd break in? Evie asked. I think anyone who carried a notebook of coordinates into a blackout is thinking farther ahead than most, Chloe said. That can be good or bad, or both at the same time. Evie made a face. That's not helpful. Welcome to grown-up decision-making, Rowdy said. You rarely get a good and a bad. Mostly it's bad and worse. The courthouse basement was older than the rest of the building. When Burning Hollow had first decided it wanted to play at being a county seat, someone had dug into the hillside to pour a low, squat foundation. The main floor and the second story went up later, on top of the concrete and stone box. The basement inherited whatever the town didn't know where else to put. Old file cabinets, boxes of musty records, outdated voting machines, tables whose legs didn't match, and, tucked into one corner, the old emergency radio that had once let the sheriff's office talk to state police during storms. Now, the wires drooped like tired vines, and dust coated everything in a fine gray film. Rowdy and Chloe descended the narrow stairs around sunset, Evie trailing behind. "You're not supposed to be here," Rowdy said over his shoulder. "Neither are you, technically," she shot back. "I'm with a council member," he said. "That makes it a field trip." "Then I'm a junior council member," she declared. "Council mascot," Chloe suggested. Less paperwork. The basement air was cooler than upstairs, but it smelled stale, like old newspapers and forgotten meetings. Light from a single oil lamp on the work table pushed back only, the nearest shadows. Chloe crossed to an empty filing cabinet and slid open the top drawer. "I'm stashing notes here," she said. "If the church basement floods or someone accidentally sets fire to my bag, I'd like one copy of what people told me to survive." Rowdy nodded, setting the lamp down. "Good idea. Paranoid, but good." "Paranoid is the new prepared," Chloe said. She tucked a sheaf of notebook pages into a manila folder and labeled it with a piece of tape. Oral Histories, Week 1. It looked simultaneously grandiose and painfully small. Evie had drifted toward the emergency radio in the corner. Up close, it looked even more pathetic. A once proud console, with analog dials and switches, now slumped under dust and resignation. Someone had draped a sheet over it at some point, half of it still hung like a shroud. She reached out and brushed dust off the main dial. The labels were worn but readable. VHF, UHF, HF. Frequency markers marching across a band. "Do you think it still works?" she asked. Rowdy came over. "Artie and Klein tried it after the flash," he said. "They got a hum for a few seconds, then nothing, same as the handhelds. Might have fried from overload. Or whatever hit us doesn't like this kind of circuitry." Evie cranked her radio out of habit. The little device whined in her hands. She held it listening, but the basement walls and concrete ceiling deadened even the whispers. "Nothing," she said. "Not surprising," Chloe said. "We're in a bunker. If this place had a window, it would just be to let claustrophobia out." Rowdy flipped a toggle switch on the big radio. Nothing happened. No lights, no hum. "Well," he said, "I feel less special now. Even the big boy's dead." A faint floorboard creaked overhead. All three froze. "Courthouse is still open," Chloe said after a second. "Could be Klein, or Hall, or Artie raiding the evidence cabinet for duct tape." More footsteps. Then another, from the opposite side of the building. Rowdy's hand went to his pistol. "Get behind the cabinet," he whispered to Evie. "Now." She obeyed, eyes wide. Chloe moved with her, crouching. Rowdy crossed to the base of the stairs, lamp turned down low, and listened. Someone above opened a door. A sliver of light appeared under the stairwell door, then vanished as it shut again. The basement door handle turned, slowly, carefully. "This is after hours," Rowdy called up, keeping his tone light but his grip steady. "If you're selling cookies, you're 3 days too late and a few watts short." The handle stilled. Then a voice floated down low, cautious but familiar. "Banks? That you?" Rowdy relaxed a millimeter. "Ron? What are you doing sneaking around like a raccoon?" Ron Massey's face appeared at the top of the stairs, illuminated from behind by a slant of hallway light. "Making sure Marcus doesn't see me duck in here," he said, starting down. "He and his boys are getting mighty curious about what the sheriff keeps in his basement." Chloe stood brushing dust off her knees. "Join the club," she said. "What's up?" Ron looked more worn than he had that morning. "Scouts came in late," he said. "Said there were more folks on the highway starting to drift this way. Marcus is talking about tightening the checkpoint rules again. I figured Klein should hear it before he hears Marcus's spin." "He's not here," Rowdy said. "We just came to stash some notes and check the radio." Ron's gaze flicked to the silent console. Any luck? Same as your car, Rowdy said. Dead. Ron sighed. Well, at least I can say I checked. He headed back up, muttering about finding the sheriff. When the door closed again, the silence in the basement felt thicker. He's not who I thought it would be, Chloe admitted. Who did you think? Rowdy asked. She looked. At the radio. Then at the dark corner where the old records lived. Alex, she said, if he's going to poke around down here, it'll be late. When people are asleep and the church is quiet. Then we don't have to wait long, Rowdy said. Supper's almost done, and Klein's got everyone on rotating watch. Sooner or later, someone's going to decide the sheriff's paperwork dungeon looks like a good hiding spot. Evie peered around the filing cabinet. Are we staying here? For a while, Rowdy said. Think of it as a stakeout, without snacks. Chloe glanced at her notes, then shrugged. I can summarize interviews just as well sitting on a dusty floor, she said. And if I'm wrong, the worst thing that happens is we get cobwebs on our hair. Evie shuddered. Spiders are worse than secret projects. Depends on the spider, Chloe said, and the project. Night settled over Burning Hollow, like someone pulling a heavy prom. Blanket up to their chin. Lanterns glowed in windows. Cook fires died down to embers. The murmur of voices in the church basement gradually faded into snores and the occasional fussing child. Outside, crickets and nightbirds took up their usual chorus, oblivious to the absence of power lines and engine noise. In the courthouse, most of the rooms went dark. Deputy Hall dozed in a chair near the front desk, boots up on a box, shotgun cradled loosely across her lap. Klein worked late in his office, lamplight spilling under the door as he scribbled ration charts and patrol schedules. No one had much reason to go to the basement, which made it an excellent place for secrets. Rowdy, Chloe, and Evie settled into their chosen hiding spots. Rowdy sat on an overturned crate near the bottom of the stairs, lamp turned low, pistol on his thigh. Chloe perched behind a stack of file boxes with a notepad, because old habits died hard. Evie shrank into the shadow of a metal shelving unit that held old election signs. After a while, even the spiders seemed to fall asleep. The lamplight grew warm and hypnotic. Evie's head nodded once, then twice. She jerked herself awake each time, pinching her arm. How long do stakeouts last? She whispered. Sometimes until you regret volunteering, Chloe murmured back. Rowdy checked his wind-up watch not because it told accurate time anymore, but because the ritual comforted him. Give it another half hour, he said. If nobody shows, we go up and grab a blanket before we freeze down here. As if cued by his words, a faint sound broke the quiet. Not footsteps this time. A soft scrape. Metal on metal. From the far side of the basement, near the old records room, Rowdy stiffened. He held up a handstay and turned the lamp down even lower until the room was more shadow than light. Another sound. A muted click. And then a narrow beam of light flicked on in the distance, stabbing through dust, a flashlight. Carefully aimed at the floor, Rowdy slid into the deeper shadow by the stairs, heart rate steadying into the familiar thrum of focused adrenaline. He peered through the dim. Two figures moved along the wall, lantern beams skimming over boxes. One was tall and lean, shoulders slightly hunched from too many hours at a desk. The other was broader, wearing a vest that caught the light. Alex Rourke and Travis. They paused near the emergency radio. Here, Alex whispered. This is what I was talking about. Travis grunted. Looks like a TV from the 70s. It's old, Alex said. Which is good. Older circuitry might have survived better. Less delicate components to fry. He set his backpack down, unzipping it quietly. You keep an ear on the stairs. If anyone comes, cough or something. Why am I the lookout? Travis muttered. Because you step on every creaky board in the church, Alex said. If someone's coming, you'll hear them before. I do, Rowdy considered stepping out immediately, gun drawn. But curiosity and the faint, irrational hope that Alex actually could pull something useful out of this relic held him back. Alex opened his bag and pulled out tools. Not much. A small multi-tool, a stubby screwdriver, a pair of wire cutters. He set them down with care and pried open the radio's access panel. Dust puffed out. He coughed, covered his mouth, then peered inside, flashlight wedged under his chin. "See?" he murmured. "The main board's charred, but the power routing's weird. Whatever hit this surged from outside and inside." "That's supposed to mean something to me?" Travis asked. "It means they weren't just knocking out incoming power," Alex said. "They were targeting the electronics themselves, probably through some kind of induced current. EMP, sure, but something more tuned." "EMP," Travis repeated. "Like in movies." "Movies get the basics right," Alex said. "Big pulse, fries everything. But this," he tapped a component with the screwdriver, "this looks like it tried to route a surge through its own guts, like it was told to commit suicide." Silence, except for Evie's quiet, horrified intake of breath. Rowdy's skin crawled. He thought of cars dying mid-turn, phones going blank in people's hands, refrigerators giving up their last hum, told to commit suicide. By what? By who? "Can you fix it?" Travis asked. "Fix?" Alex said. "No. Reroute?" He smiled thinly in the half-light. "Maybe. There's still some shielding here. And if we bypass the main board and tie in directly to the antenna feed, we might be able to use it as a glorified ear, even if it can't shout back." "You just want to listen?" Travis said. "Not, I don't know, call for help?" "Help from who?" Alex asked. "The same people who put us in this box? No thanks. I'd rather eavesdrop first." He began snipping and twisting wires with quick, sure movements. Travis shifted, restless. The flashlight bobbed. "You sure this isn't something we should ask the sheriff about?" Travis muttered. "He catches us down here. We're in a world of trouble. Sheriff's got too much on his plate," Alex said. "And he's too fond of playing fair. Whoever did this to us isn't playing by any rules we recognize. If we wait for permission to look behind the curtain, we'll miss what matters." Travis scratched his neck. "I didn't sign up for playing spy," he said. "Marcus just said you needed a hand moving gear." Rowdy's eyes narrowed. Marcus knew. Of course he did. Alex didn't look up. "Marcus wants leverage," he said. "Information he can use. I want something different." "Which is?" Travis asked. "Options," Alex said simply. "I don't like cages. I like exit routes." "You figure there's an exit out of this?" Travis scoffed. "There's always an exit," Alex said, "even if it's just knowing where the walls are weakest." He finished twisting a wire and sat back, wiping his hands on his jeans. "Okay," he said. "Let's see if we can get a heartbeat." He reached up, grasped the main power knob, and twisted it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the old radio gave a faint, protesting whine. Evie's eyes went huge. Chloe's pen dug into the side of her notebook. Rowdy's finger tightened on his pistol. He did it, he thought, half impressed, half alarmed. A soft hiss filled the basement like someone breathing behind a wall. No indicator lights came on. Whatever parts of the console had once glowed were still dead. But somewhere inside, something was listening. Alex leaned in, turning another dial slowly. The hiss changed pitch. "Come on," he whispered. "You're stubborn. I get it. I am too." Static crackled, then cleared. For a second, the sound was eerily similar to the normal radio, noise they'd all grown up with, a comforting, meaningless shush. Then, faintly, under the hiss, came a voice. Not the same clipped baritone they'd heard on the hill. Higher, precise, female, confirming no change in field readings for C7. Effect stable. Civilian adaptation proceeding within projected parameters. Evie slapped a hand over her mouth to stifle a gasp. Next to the stairs, Rowdy froze, every muscle strung tight. Chloe scrambled closer, trying to catch every syllable. Travis stared at the console, transfixed. That's real, he said. Alex held up a hand for silence, though no one had spoken. Repeat, the voice said. Zone Charlie 7 remains isolated. No external communications entering or leaving. Behavioral deviations minor. Local authorities displaying predictable stress responses, Travis whispered. They're talking about us like we're... Shut up, Alex hissed. Even as his own jaw clenched, he adjusted the tuning knob by a hair's breadth. A second voice joined the first, a man, this time, clipped and cold. Any indication the test population is aware of project parameters? He asked. Negative, the woman replied. No direct awareness, some anecdotal anomalies, unconfirmed reports of pre-event signal contact on civilian band, subject unknown. No evidence of organized resistance. Evie's heart pounded so hard it hurt. Pre-event signal contact. That was her. She'd been an anomaly in someone's report. Chloe's pen scribbled furiously in the dim. No external comms. They believe we're cut off. Test population. Pre-event contact acknowledged but dismissed. Proceed to Phase 2 on schedule, the man said. Maintain quarantine. Non-intervention remains in effect unless parameters breached. Understood, the woman said. Initiating countdown calibration for... The radio squealed. The sound was different from the hill, louder, sharper, a spike of noise that felt like it drove straight through their eardrums. Evie flinched so hard she almost dropped her own radio. Travis swore, clutching his head. Shit, Alex muttered, twisting the volume down. They're shifting bands. The squeal cut off. Silence slammed down, heavy and absolute. No hiss, no static. Just the distant tick of settling concrete. Alex swore under his breath in a language Evie didn't recognize. He fiddled with the dials, but the console gave him nothing. Come on, he whispered. Come on! Stop, Rowdy said. The words snapped across the room like a rope. Alex's head jerked up. In the dim light, his eyes tracked the sound, then lowered to Rowdy's silhouette near the base of the stairs. Evening, gentlemen, Rowdy said. He turned the lamp wick up a fraction, illuminating his face. Enjoying your unauthorized tour? Travis spun, hand flying toward a holster that wasn't there. He froze. When he saw the pistol in Rowdy's grip held low, not quite aimed, but not relaxed either. Damn, Travis said. You move quiet for a big guy. I only make noise when it matters, Rowdy replied. Right now I'm trying very hard not to make the kind where someone ends up bleeding. Alex straightened slowly. He didn't reach for his backpack or the tools on the floor. He did, however, put one hand on the console as if to steady it, or himself. How long have you been listening? He asked. Long enough to know we're not crazy, Chloe said, stepping out from behind the boxes. The lamplight caught the tape on her folder, ORAL Histories, Week 1 making the words glow briefly. Evie emerged last, cheeks pale, eyes huge. She clutched her radio like a teddy bear. Alex's composure cracked for a fraction of a second. You brought a kid to a stakeout? He asked. We brought the only person who heard them first, Chloe shot back. She deserved to hear it again. Travis shifted his weight. Look, he said, we weren't hurting anything. Your sheriff's got this thing gathering dust. Alex here might have just given us a way to know what those bastards are planning. That's good, right? Rowdy didn't take his eyes off Alex. Sneaking into the sheriff's basement to hotwire his radio is a funny way of showing good intentions. If I'd asked, he would have said no, Alex said. And we would still be blind. You think we're not blind now? Rowdy snapped. We just heard some lab coat say Phase 2 like it's a damn software update. You've given us more questions, not answers. They were going to do it anyway, Alex said, voice rising slightly. Whatever it is, the only thing that changed tonight is that now we have proof. They're monitoring. They're measuring. They think we're ignorant animals in a glass box. Does that not make you want to tear the walls down? Yes, Evie blurted. Everyone looked at her. She swallowed. Yes, she repeated, quieter. It makes me want to know when they're going to push the button again. If we can hear the countdown, maybe Maybe we can warn people. Or her voice broke, or at least not be surprised. Rowdy's anger cooled a degree. He lowered the pistol a little. You should have come to Klein, Chloe told Alex. To the council. Let us decide together, Alex snorted. The same council that spent all morning arguing over how many beans a family should report, he said. No offense, but you people are still drawing a map of the inside of your cage with crayons. Someone needed to start looking for the door. And you appointed yourself? Rowdy asked. I have the skills, Alex said. And more importantly, I have fewer roots here. If I get thrown in a cell for poking the wrong bear, the town doesn't lose its only firefighter, its only journalist, or its only radio prodigy. He nodded toward Evie. That's not how community works, Chloe said. It's how risk works, Alex countered. Travis held up his hands. Are we going to argue philosophy all night, or are you going to decide whether to shoot us? He asked. Because if it's the latter, I'd like a cigarette first. No one's getting shot, Rowdy said. He slid the pistol back into its holster with a deliberate motion, though he stayed close enough to reach it again in a heartbeat. But you were going upstairs to have a chat with the sheriff. Alex's eyes flicked toward the stairs. You think marching us up there right now is a good idea? He asked. Klein's already drowning. You dump this in his lap on top of everything else, he might break in half. He deserves to know what you just did, Chloe said. What you just heard. He's trying to keep this place from tearing itself apart. Having one more secret in the mix won't help. Secrets are all that's keeping certain people from panicking, Alex said. You start telling the town there's a project, testing them like lab rats, and that Phase 2 is on its way, and Marcus will have his private army fully conscripted before morning. You think he's thinking about long-term strategy? He's thinking about rallies and armbands. He already is, Rowdy said, which is why we can't afford to operate in the shadows. Every time you sneak, you hand him an excuse to tighten his grip. Alex's jaw flexed. For the first time, he looked genuinely cornered. Evie stepped forward. I'll tell Sheriff Klein, she said, that you fixed the radio, that we heard them again, that there's a Phase 2. No, Alex said sharply. She flinched. Why not? Because you're a kid, he said. They might listen to you because you're a novelty right now, but if you become the messenger of every fear we uncover, they'll start seeing you as something else, a threat, or a problem to solve. That's not your decision, Chloe said coldly. Alex looked at her. You know how media works, he said. Even in a small town, you choose your messengers. You manage panic. Media isn't the same as survival, she said. Isn't it? He asked. Perception is survival right now. You tell this town the truth too fast, in the wrong way, and you'll fracture it into 100 little fiefdoms. Marcus, Klein, farmers, outsiders, everyone will pull in different directions. The people watching us will take notes and adjust their little charts. Subject population devolved into tribal warfare ahead of schedule. Phase 2 outcomes improved. The words made Evie's skin crawl. So your plan is what? Rowdy asked. Listen in secret and hope we can outthink them from your basement lab? My plan, Alex said slowly, is to keep this channel open, long enough to learn something useful. A schedule, a weak point, a misstep. Then, when we have something concrete, then we go to Klein and the council. Not with, they called us a dead zone, and there's a Phase 2, but with, the next pulse will hit at this time from this direction. Or, there's a facility at this coordinate with a vulnerable power feed, you think they'll say. That out loud on an open band? Chloe asked. They already started jamming when they thought someone was listening. They're confident, Alex said. Overconfident. They think their tech is so advanced and our system so dead that we can't hear them. That arrogance is an opening, but we have to be careful how we use it. Rowdy considered him. The man was infuriating, arrogant in his own way, calculating, willing to bend rules without blinking. But he also had a point, damn him. The sound of those clinical voices describing them as a test population still rang in. his ears, and the thought of dropping those exact words on Mrs. Patterson or Marcus's crew made his gut knot. "We can't sit on this entirely," Chloe said. "Not with Phase 2 hanging over our heads like a storm cloud. Klein already knows part of the picture. He deserves the rest." Alex nodded reluctantly. "Klein, yes," he said. "Not Marcus. Not the whole council. Yet. Sheriff first. If he wants to bring one or two others in, fine. But we keep the circle tight until we understand what we're looking at." "That's convenient for you," Rowdy said. "Keeps you at the center. It keeps the town from imploding before we have a chance to save it," Alex shot back. Silence stretched. Dust motes swam in the dim lamplight. Evie broke it. "If we don't tell Sheriff Klein tonight," she said quietly, "I won't sleep. I'll lie there listening for a countdown that might already be happening. I can't do that. Not again." Rowdy looked at her, at the shadows under her eyes, at the way her fingers dug into the plastic of the radio casing. He remembered her in the square, trying to make adults believe she'd heard numbers and warnings in the noise while they dismissed it as panic. "We tell him," he said. "Tonight. All of it. What you did, what we heard, your plan to keep listening. If he says shut it down, you shut it down. If he agrees to keep it quiet for now, that's his call, not ours alone." Alex exhaled slowly. "He might lock me up," he said. "Maybe," Rowdy said. "Or maybe he recognizes that a man who can coax a ghost signal out of a dead radio is an asset he can't afford to waste." "And if he doesn't?" Alex asked. "Then I'll argue with him," Chloe said. "On your behalf. Don't get used to it." Evie nodded vigorously. "Me too." Travis looked between them. "Hell," he said, "if this gets me on fewer people's, maybe he lit the barn lists." "I'll testify you're a genius." Rowdy huffed a short laugh in spite of himself. "All right," he said. "Tools down. Backpack zipped. We go up together. And for the love of all that's still breathing, try not to say Project Ashfall within earshot of Marcus." Alex hesitated, then closed the panel on the radio with a gentle click. He didn't fully sever his repair. The wires he'd rerouted remained, a new nervous system waiting under the shell. "Fine," he said. "Let's go tell the man holding the keys that the cage walls can talk." As they climbed the stairs, Evie glanced back at the console. For a moment, she imagined she could hear the faintest ghost of a voice still echoing inside the clinical tone of someone whose worst problem was whether their experiment stayed within projected parameters. She pressed the radio tighter to her chest. If the people in the clean room thought Burning Hollow was a passive subject, they were in for a surprise. The rats had heard the scientists talking, and at least one of them knew where the wires were. Chapter 8, A Council Divided. Sheriff Tom Klein did not like surprises after dark. In the old days, after-dark surprises meant drunk drivers, teenagers doing stupid things at the quarry, or Earl Banks calling to report someone's cattle had wandered onto the road again. Annoying, tiring, but familiar. Tonight's surprise knocked on his office door in a tight cluster of 3+1. "Come in," he called, not looking up from the ration chart he was mangling with his pen. The door opened. He heard more than one set of footsteps. When he glanced up and saw Rowdy, Chloe, Evie, and Alex all standing there together with Travis hovering in the hall behind them, his shoulders went tight. "This looks like the start of a bad joke," he said. "Firefighter, reporter, kid, and a stranger walk into my office. I'm afraid to ask the punchline." Rowdy closed the door behind them. "We need to talk," he said. "Privately." Klein's eyes flicked to Evie. "Does privately include the 11-year-old? 12, Evie muttered. "She was there," Chloe said. "Twice now. She's earned her seat." Klein set his pen down slowly. "All right," he said. "You've got 5 minutes before my brain clocks out. Who wants to kick me in the teeth first?" "We turned your dead radio on," Alex said. Klein stared at him. "No, you didn't. We tried that already." "It was a corpse," Alex said. "We found a way to use the bones." Rowdy stepped in before Klein's expression could harden into something that would end this before it began. "We were in the basement," he said. Checking the emergency set, Alex and Travis came in. He rewired a few things. And Tom, it worked. For a bit. Klein pushed his chair back, standing so abruptly it scraped the floor. "You broke into my basement and started hacking at county equipment?" he demanded, eyes on Alex. "Without asking? After I just got done, telling half this town we need rules?" "Yes," Alex said evenly. "Because if I'd asked, you would have said no, and we would have missed something we can't afford to miss." "What exactly did we miss?" Klein asked, voice low and dangerous. "A conversation," Chloe said. "On the same kind of band that carried the Project Ashfall chatter we heard from the hill. Only this time we heard more." Evie stepped forward, unable to hold it in. "They were talking about us," she blurted, "calling us a test population. A dead zone. They said Phase 2 is on schedule. The room shrank." Klein's hand went to the back of his chair, gripping it so tightly his knuckles whitened. "Say that again," he said. Evie swallowed. "They said Zone Charlie 7 remains isolated. Civilian adaptation proceeding within projected parameters. And no external communications entering or leaving. And test population." She glanced helplessly at Chloe. Miss Chloe wrote it down. Chloe already had her notebook open, pages fluttering until she found the right one. She read off the fragments they'd caught in the basement, the female voice, the male voice, the clinical phrases. "Proceed to Phase 2 on schedule. Maintain quarantine. Non-intervention remains in effect unless parameters breached," she finished, eyes on Klein. Then the same kind of squeal we heard on the hill. Then nothing. Silence hit the office, like another kind of wave. Klein sank back into his chair, as if his knees had given out. He stared at the blotter on his desk for a long moment, the lamplight throwing hard shadows across his face. "When you came to me after your mountaintop adventure," he said slowly, "I asked myself if maybe, you'd misheard something. That the words sounded worse than they were. That the parts you remembered were paranoia, not reality." He looked up, gaze moving from Chloe to Rowdy to Evie, finally to Alex. "I don't get to hide behind that maybe anymore, do I?" "No," Alex said softly. "You don't." Klein laughed once, a short, humorless bark. "Project Ashfall," he said. "Test population. Phase 2. Whoever's up there treating us like ants in a jar has a real flair for naming things." "We needed proof," Chloe said. "You wanted more than scraps. Now we have it." "Yeah," Klein said, "and I already hate it." He scrubbed his hands over his face, then pointed at Alex. "You, tell me exactly what you did to my radio." In words small enough that even a sheriff working on 3 hours sleep can follow. Alex explained about the burnt main board, the way the system seemed to have been induced to fry itself, his hunch that there was still enough shielding to use it as a passive receiver if they bypassed some circuits. Travis chimed in occasionally, confirming he'd just been the extra set of hands. Klein listened, jaw grinding. "So now we have a hacked-together ear that can listen to the people who did this," he said when Alex finished. "Maybe, sometimes. And I have 2 options. I throw you in a cell for mucking with my equipment, or I thank you for ripping the blindfold off a little more. 3 options," Chloe said. "You could also panic, slam the radio in a locker and pretend we never heard any of this." Klein gave her a look. "That's the drink until I forget option. I'm saving it for the apocalypse after this one." Evie shifted, clutching her radio. "Sheriff," she said, "if we can hear them when they talk about Phase 2, maybe we can know when it's coming. Maybe we can, I don't know, hide better. Or make sure everyone's inside. Or not standing under power lines, or something. Or maybe we just get to hear the countdown again with better clarity," Rowdy said quietly. "It's knowledge, not armor." "It could be. Both," Alex countered. "If they schedule their pulses, if they announce test parameters, if they slip up even once." "Big if," Klein said. "But not a pointless one," Chloe said. We're already in their hands. The only choice we have is whether to know it's coming." Klein stared at them all, eyes tired but sharp. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "Okay," he said at last. "Here's what we're not doing. We're not marching out into the square and yelling Project Ashfall at the top of our lungs. Half the town would faint. The other half would start shooting at anyone with a clipboard." "Agreed," Rowdy said. "Here's what we also aren't doing," Klein went on. "We're not pretending this is our secret little club forever. I'm not in the business of running black ops in my own town." He pointed at the door. "We have a council. I insisted on it. I am not turning around and deciding that when it matters most, we go around them." "So you tell the whole council," Chloe said slowly, "including Marcus." Klein grimaced. "I tell the council," he said. "Who that includes might be slightly flexible, given the hour. But yes, Marcus has a seat. Pastor Joel does. Ellen, Artie, Mrs. Gomez, Ron." "You trust Marcus with this?" Rowdy asked. "I don't," Klein said. "But I also don't trust him to not find out if we try to go around him. Darrell already saw you on the hill. He knows we're sniffing around radios. If he catches a whiff that something big is up and we didn't include his boss, he will spin it into a story where I'm the villain and he's the avenging angel. I'd rather have him inside the room where I can see his face when he hears test population than outside sharpening knives." "Council session tonight, then?" Chloe asked. Klein glanced at his watch. It had stopped 3 days ago, at the moment the world hiccuped. He'd never wound it back up. "Tonight," he said. "Or what's left of it. Get Pastor Joel, Ellen, Artie, Mrs. Gomez, and Ron. Tell them it's urgent, but short. Marcus will come if I send word. He wouldn't miss a chance to snoop if I paid him to stay away." "And us?" Alex asked. "You and your new toy are coming too," Klein said. "You're going to show them what you did, and then we're going to argue until we're either smarter or hoarse." He looked at Evie. "You should be in bed." She lifted her chin. "I heard them first," she said. "I want to be there," Klein sighed. "Your parents are going to yell at me if they ever get the power back and find out how many late nights I let you tag along on." "My mom already yelled at the flash," Evie said. "And the radio. And the cows." That tugged a reluctant smile out of him. "Fine. You can sit in. No talking unless someone asks you a direct question. Council sessions are messy enough without 12-year-olds. Starting fistfights." She nodded solemnly, even as her eyes shone. Klein grabbed his hat. "Let's go wake the government," he muttered. All 7 of us. The council met in the same jury room as before, but the mood was different under lamplight. Earlier that day, the table had been crowded with papers, lists, coffee mugs, and the hum of overlapping conversations. Now, the clutter was gone. A single oil lamp burned in the center, throwing shadows that made everyone look older and more carved. Pastor Joel, Nurse Ellen, Artie, Mrs. Gomez, Ron, Marcus, Chloe, Alex, Rowdy, and Evie squeezed around or near the table. Klein stood at the head again. Deputy Hall dozed on a bench outside the door, shotgun across her lap. Having been told only that it's a council thing, shout if someone starts yelling. Marcus glanced at the clock on the wall, its hands frozen at 6:03. "This better be important," he said. "It's not every night I get to sleep in a world without sirens and trucks waking me up." "Oh, we'll get you some sirens," Artie muttered. "Give me a hacksaw and a busted car horn." Klein rapped his knuckles on the table. "This doesn't leave this room until we decide what leaves this room," he said. "Understood?" Marcus arched an eyebrow. "That sounds ominous." "It is," Klein said. He looked around. "You all know about the hill. About the first time Chloe, Evie, and Rowdy caught a signal. Project Ashfall, Dead Zone, all that." "All that was enough," Nurse Ellen said, rubbing her forehead. "I've been trying not to think the words test site all day." "Well," Klein said, "sorry to ruin your coping mechanisms. Tonight, thanks to Mr. Rourke here and his questionable sense of boundaries, we got more." He nodded at Alex. "Show them." They dragged the emergency radio up from the basement, a small procession carrying the heavy console like a relic. Now it sat on a table. In the corner, wires still slightly exposed where Alex had worked. It looked both more fragile and more dangerous under the room's single lamp. Alex stepped forward. "As I told the sheriff," he said, "your emergency set was fried along its main circuit board, but some of the shielding and analog components survived. By bypassing part of the main path and tying directly into the antenna feed, I was able to use it as a passive receiver. No outgoing transmissions, just eavesdropping." "You hacked the county radio," Artie said. "In my day, that would get you a medal and a fine." "Tonight we heard a clear conversation," Chloe said, flipping to the right page in her notebook. "Not long. Enough to confirm that we're not just imagining things." She read the phrases again, letting the words hang in the air. Test population, civilian adaptation, non-intervention, Phase 2 on schedule. When she finished, silence pressed in. Mrs. Gomez crossed herself, reflexively. "Madre de Dios," she whispered. Pastor Joel looked like someone had punched him in the theology. "Test population," he said softly. "Like we're lab rats." Nurse Ellen swore under her breath something unchurchlike and satisfying. Artie whistled low. "Well," he said, "that's not creepy at all." Ron's face had gone pale. "They're watching us," he said. Like we're a reality show, only with more ways to die." Marcus sat very still. His eyes were on the radio, but his mind was clearly already elsewhere, turning the words into leverage. Klein let the silence stretch, making sure everyone had felt the weight of the phrases. "Now you understand why I called this meeting," he said. "Up until now, we could tell ourselves maybe this was a freak accident. Now we know better. Somebody flipped the switch on purpose. Somebody is tracking how we react. There is a Phase 2 of whatever this is. We don't know what that means yet. We need to find out," Alex said. "And the way we do that is by keeping this," he tapped the radio, "listening. Every chance we get." "Hold up," Marcus said finally. "We're taking this guy's word for it? A stranger fiddles with a busted radio in our basement, claims he heard some spooky spooks talking about their evil plan, and we just buy it?" "I was there," Travis said. "I heard it too. And me," Evie said before she remembered Klein's admonition about speaking. "Sorry, but I did." Marcus glanced at her, annoyed, then looked back at Klein. "How do we know this isn't some prank?" he pressed. "Some military psyop? Some recorded message they're bouncing around to freak people out? Hell, for all we know, he's part of it." "You think I walked into your town after hiking 4 miles with a pack on my back just to stage a radio drama in your basement?" Alex asked, incredulous. "I think desperate. People do strange things," Marcus said. "And I've seen enough con men from my factory days to know how easy it is to play hero when you're holding information nobody else has." "Marcus," Pastor Joel said gently, "you heard the first transmission too, or at least heard about it." "I heard about it," Marcus said. "I didn't hear it myself. That's my point. We're being asked to take a leap of faith on the word of a handful of people, one of them an outsider with a convenient skill set. That's not how you build security. Security is exactly what this gives us a chance at," Alex said. "Knowing what they're planning, even a little, is better than waiting for the sky to light up again." "And what if we tell people?" Mrs. Gomez asked. "What happens when we go out there and say, 'There's a secret project, we're a test cage, Phase 2 is coming'? You think folks will calmly make more soup and go on rationing? They'll panic. They'll hoard. They'll blame each other. Maybe blame us for not telling them sooner. They might also finally understand why we're rationing so hard," Ron said. "Why we have rules. Why Marcus's guard isn't just playing soldier. Or they'll see it as proof that we're in bed with whoever did this," Chloe said. "You heard the gossip after the barn fire. People are ready to blame someone. 'Sheriff knew and didn't tell us' is a great slogan for a lynch mob." "Thank you," Klein muttered. "That's exactly what I needed to hear before bed." Pastor Joel folded his hands. "We have an obligation to truth," he said carefully. but the truth can be given in doses. If we dump a bucket of ice water on people who are already shivering, we may do more harm than good. So what? We lie? Nurse Ellen asked. Tell them everything's fine? Don't worry about that bright light you saw. That was just God's flashlight? No, Joel said. We don't lie. We choose which truths to give first. I vote we start with, someone did this to us, Marcus said. People already suspect it. This would confirm what they know in their gut. Then we use that knowledge to tighten things up. More patrols. Stricter ration enforcement. Less hemming and hawing when we tell outsiders no. You're not using this to justify turning this town into your personal garrison, Klein said sharply. I'm talking about survival, Marcus said. If we're in a test, you don't get points for being polite. You get points for being alive at the end. Alex glanced at Evie, then back at the table. If you tell the whole town everything right now, he said, you'll hand people a lot of fear and very little agency. They can't march out to those coordinates. They can't shoot the sky. All they can do is panic, hoard, and fight each other. If you tell a smaller group the people already making decisions, you give them a chance to process, plan, and decide what the next layer of truth looks like. You're basically proposing a spy ring, Nurse Ellen said. In a town of 900, Alex shrugged. Call it a signal committee, if the other term tastes bad, he said. Point is, someone needs to be monitoring this regularly, logging what we hear, watching for patterns. That's work. Not everyone needs to do it. In fact, it's better if they don't. Fewer cooks spoiling the stew. Who's in this committee? Mrs. Gomez asked. Me, Alex said, because I know what I'm looking at. The sheriff, because he needs to have eyes on everything. Chloe, because she can record and interpret better than most. Rowdy, because he's grounded and less likely to go off half-cocked. And Evie, Klein blinked. Evie? She's the one who heard the pre-event signal, Alex said. Whoever's running this doesn't know that they've already had someone listening before they thought the test started. That's rare. Her ears caught something the rest of us missed. And she has instincts. She's also 12, Klein said, and already carrying more than most adults. I can do it, Evie said quickly. I already do it. I listen. I remember. I write things down for Miss Chloe. I won't freak out. She hesitated. Not on the outside. Kid's tougher than half the men I used to work with, Ron said. If she says she can handle it, I believe her. Nurse Ellen pinched the bridge of her nose. I can't believe I'm sitting here watching you draft a child into a secret project monitoring committee, she muttered. But if we're really being treated like lab rats, maybe the ones who felt the zap first do have something to add. Pastor Joel nodded slowly. Sometimes children see what adults teach themselves to ignore, he said. That can be dangerous. It can also be a gift. If we're careful with it. Klein looked at Evie. You can walk away from this, he said. Right now. I won't think less of you. No one here will. She met his gaze, jaw set. If I walk away, I'll just listen by myself, she said. And I'd rather not do that alone. He let out a breath. Fine, he said. You're on it. But if I see you cracking, even a little, I pull you out. I don't care if you hate me for it. I already hate them more, she said quietly. The ones on the other side. Something in his face shifted. Fair enough. So we keep the radio secret, Marcus said, summing up. We keep the transmission secret. We create a little inner circle of people who know more than everyone else. And we trust that that's not going to blow up in our faces when folks find out we've been holding back. We're not talking about forever, Chloe said. We're talking about for now. Until we have something more useful than, they called us a test population, and Phase 2 is coming. And if we never get that, he asked, if Phase 2 hits before we catch so much as a countdown number, Then we're in the same boat we'd be in if we went out there and shouted it from the rooftops, Rowdy said. Only with less panic beforehand. Marcus drummed his fingers on the table. I don't like secrets, he said. They have a way of making the people who keep them look guilty when they finally come out. Coming from the man with a semi-private militia. That's rich, Klein said. Marcus's eyes flashed. My guard is in plain sight, he said. Armbands and all. I'm not hiding them in a basement. You will if I tell you to, Klein said. They operate under my authority. Marcus smiled coldly. For now. The words hung there. Let's do this properly, Pastor Joel said. We take a vote. We're a council, not a billion. Barbershop argument. Fine, Klein said. Motion on the floor. For the next 72 hours, we keep the existence of the functioning radio receiver and the content of the transmissions confined to this room and whoever we appoint to monitor it. We authorize a small group Rourke, myself, Chloe, Rowdy, and Evie to listen, log, and report back to the council. After 72 hours, we reassess what we've learned and whether to tell the town more. He looked around. All in favor? Pastor Joel raised his hand. Aye. Nurse Ellen? Aye. With nausea. Aye. Somebody's got to poke the bear. Might as well be people who know which end of the stick to use. Mrs. Gomez hesitated, then lifted her hand. Aye, she said. But I want my name on record as the one who said this might go bad when they start asking why we didn't tell them. Aye. We can't handle this, and the barn fire, and the outsiders all at once. One crisis at a crisis. Time. Klein raised his own hand, almost as an afterthought. Aye, he said. Guess that makes it official. All eyes shifted to Marcus. He sat perfectly still for a heartbeat longer, weighing the tides. Then, slowly, he lifted his hand. Aye, he said, with the understanding that when, not if, this blows up, I get to say, I told you so, without anyone looking surprised. Duly noted, Klein said. Motion passes. We keep it quiet. We listen. We watch. He turned to Alex. Congratulations, he said dryly. You just got yourself drafted as our chief eavesdropper. You'll work in shifts with the others. No solo missions in my basement. If you even think about tinkering with transmit capabilities, you come to me first. You try to broadcast without my say-so, and I don't care how smart you are, you'll be learning the echo pattern of a cell. Alex inclined his head. Understood, he said. I have no desire to shout at the people, holding the cattle prod, only to hear them coming. Good, Klein said. We start tomorrow. For tonight, we sleep. He let his gaze sweep the table. You all go back to your corners and pretend you didn't just hear your God, your government, or your worst conspiracy theory whisper your name. We'll figure out what to do with it when the sun's up. Chairs scraped. People rose, some unsteady. As they filtered out into the hall, the air in the jury room felt lighter, but only because the weight had been redistributed into everyone's individual bones. Evie lingered near the radio for a moment, brushing her fingers over the metal casing. You're not going to be quiet anymore, she whispered to it. We'll make you talk. Chloe put a hand on her shoulder. Come on, she said gently. Your mom will think you fell into a well. They left together, heading toward the church to pick their way through sleeping bodies. Alex was last to move, packing, his tools away with the same care he'd used to take them out. When he looked up, Marcus was leaning in the doorway, arms crossed, watching him. You enjoy being indispensable? Marcus asked. Alex zipped the pack. It's better than being expendable, he said. Marcus smiled without humor. In my experience, those lines blur faster than you think. Is that a threat? Alex asked mildly. A reminder, Marcus said. He stepped into the room, letting the door swing half shut behind him. You've just signed on to something that could make or break this town, and make or break the people sitting at that table. Everything already could, Alex said. I just gave you a better view of the breaking point. Did you? Marcus asked. Or did you just give a scared sheriff one more reason to hold on to his power while pretending it hurts him? Alex cocked his head. You don't trust him. I trust him to try, Marcus said. I don't. Trust him to do what's necessary when the time comes. Men like Klein are always more afraid of becoming the bad guy than of losing. That's how they end up doing both. And you? Alex asked. You're not afraid of that? Marcus's eyes were hard. I'm afraid of this town dying because we were too gentle, he said. If that means some people whisper my name like a curse later, I can live with that. He let his gaze flick to the radio. People out there think we're a test population, he said. Fine. Maybe we are. He looked back at Alex. But rats can bite. And I want to make damn sure that if we do, we bite in the right direction. And the radio helps you with that, Alex said. The radio helps us, Marcus corrected, if it stays under control. And if it doesn't, it helps me prove the sheriff doesn't know what he's doing. He smiled, this time with teeth. Secrets have a way of rotting through the floorboards. When this one does, folks will look for someone to blame, someone to follow, someone who told them he didn't want secrets in the first place. Alex regarded him for a long moment. You're planning 3 moves ahead, he said. You're surprised? Marcus asked. No, Alex said, just making a note. Marcus straightened. You do that. And remember, whatever you think you're playing at down there, you're playing it in my town. That makes you my problem as much as my asset. He left without waiting for a reply. Alex looked at the closed door, then back at the radio, now silent again. Test population, he murmured. Phase 2. He imagined the clean, fluorescent-lit rooms where those words had been spoken. Imagined the people there, sipping coffee, running models, confident in their distance. Then he thought of Burning Hollow's jury room, with its mismatched chairs and oil lamp and people whose lives were suddenly worth someone else's data. Maybe you miscalculated, he said softly, not sure whether he meant the distant scientists or Marcus or Klein or himself. Maybe you picked the wrong rats. He hefted his pack and followed the others into the hall. Above them, the sky remained dark and silent, stars cold and clear. Somewhere beyond its edge, a clock they could not see kept ticking toward Phase 2. Chapter 9. Countdown in the Dark. By the 4th day, Burning Hollow had settled into a new kind of rhythm. On the surface it was all chores and lines and muttered prayers. Water hauled from pumps, soup made thinner each meal, arguments over whose chickens had wandered where. At night, lanterns went out earlier, under the new voluntary curfew Marcus had pushed through, and the town tried to pretend the darkness outside the windows was the same old country night they'd always known. Below ground, in the courthouse basement, another rhythm pulsed. Watches, logs, static, voices from nowhere. The signal subcommittee, a name Chloe had written on a piece of paper because if something had a name it felt slightly less insane, took shifts around the old emergency radio. In the mornings, Rowdy sat with Alex or Klein, listening between trips to the burned barn and patrols. Midday, Chloe and Alex took turns turning scribbled fragments into something like a report late at. Night, when most of Burning Hollow tried to sleep, Evie sat hunched on a folding chair, headphones askew, pencil in hand, with one of the adults beside her to make the sheriff feel marginally better about his life choices. The first few days, the radio gave them crumbs. Zone A3 reporting, minor unrest, contained. F2 requesting clarification on non-intervention parameters. Repeat. No direct contact authorized with test populations. Maintain schedule. Calibrate for environmental variance. The voices were always calm, always detached. Men and women, different accents, all wearing the same tone of professional distance as if they were talking about weather systems, not people. Evie began to draw lines in a notebook. At first they were just time marks. When each transmission started, how long it lasted, which voice spoke. She didn't have a working clock, so she invented one. A circle on the page, divided into 12, shaded according to where the sun had been when they heard the static. Morning arcs, afternoon slivers, the long stretch of night. After 2 days, she noticed something. They always check in around this spot, she said, tapping a shaded segment. And here, and here, she added little crosses where transmissions had hit. It's not random. Alex leaned over her shoulder, eyes narrowed. You're sure? He asked. She nodded. It's like feeding times at the zoo, she said. They come by, they look, they talk. Then they go away again, and they come back almost the same time the next whatever. She waved the pencil. If we had a real watch, I could say hours. But see, it lines up. He followed the pattern with his eyes. It wasn't perfect, but it was close. A regular pulse of contact 3, maybe 4 times in what felt like a day. I should have seen that, he admitted quietly. You were busy ripping the radio apart, she said. I was, just sitting. Just sitting, he echoed. He shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his mouth. You have a good sense for rhythm. Mom says I have ants in my pants, Evie said. They dance a lot. He laughed, soft and surprised. Well, tell your aunts they may have just given us a schedule, he said. If they stick to it, we'll know when to listen extra hard. Up above, Marcus Hale used the same word schedule for something else. Curfew from 9 to 5, he told people in the square, standing on the courthouse steps with his citizens' guard fanned behind him like props. Not because we're tyrants, but because bad things grow in the dark when no one's watching. Bad things been growing in the daylight, too, Mrs. Patterson muttered in the crowd. Like armbands, Marcus heard her. He smiled anyway. Farmers, you'll get passes for early milking and late feeding, he said. We're not stupid, but we can't have folks wandering around after dark, getting into trouble, or giving outsiders a chance to scout our streets. Outsiders? Someone scoffed. We barely let the ones we've got go to the outhouse without a chaperone. Marcus spread his hands. We're living in unusual times, he said. We have to assume there are people out there who didn't come knocking politely with Ron, people who'd rather take than trade. Curfew, patrols, ration checks, these aren't punishments. They're how we make sure Burning Hollow is still here when the lights decide to come back on. He didn't mention radio transmissions or test populations. He didn't have to. The implied threats were enough. Sheriff Klein stood to the side, arms folded, letting Marcus take the heat and the applause. Later, he would insist on softening the curfew language, making it recommended rather than mandatory for now. Marcus would shrug, make a show of compromise, and privately tell his guard to treat it as law anyway. People grumbled. People obeyed. Mostly. They're hiding something, Travis said that evening, leaning against the church steps, cigarette stub hanging from his fingers. You can taste it. Maya frowned as she sorted bandages into rough piles. They're hiding a lot of things, she said, like how scared they are. Don't pretend you don't get it. I get it, he said. Doesn't mean I have to like it. The newcomers had settled in awkwardly. Some had found work quickly, Maya at the clinic, Katie in Mrs. Gomez's kitchen, Jack helping Artie with wiring and pumps. The older couple pitched in where they could. People stopped calling them highway folks and started using their names, at least to their faces. Others, like the 2 college girls and a quiet man from a different overpass cluster, never quite fit. They helped, but their eyes always drifted to the hills. Maybe we should leave, one of the girls said to Travis that night. They're nice, but this place feels like it's closing in. Leave and go where? Travis asked. Back to the roadblock? To wherever those military guys decided was at capacity? Somewhere that doesn't feel like a cage, she said. He didn't answer. But the next morning a handful of them packed up what little they had and went to tell Klein. You're sure? The sheriff asked, frowning. You walk out there, I can't promise what you'll find. Or if you'll make it back. We don't want to live under tents in a church basement forever, the quiet man said. We don't want curfews and armbands. We're grateful, but we'd rather take our chances. Klein looked at them for a long moment, then nodded. I won't chain you to the pews, he said. You take water, a little food. You agree not to bleed us dry on the way out. They agreed. Marcus watched, lips pressed thin. as the gate on the basis, East Road opened and the small group walked out, back straight. "They'll be dead in a week," he said quietly. "Maybe," Klein said. "Maybe not, but they get to choose whose experiment they die in." The words stuck with him longer than he liked. In the basement, the transmissions continued their strange, cold drip. Zone F2 reporting elevated aggression indices, requesting reconsideration of non-intervention clause. Denied. Early direct interference correlates with increased violence in prior tests. Maintain observation-only stance. A3, requesting adjustment to food scarcity. Variable. Risk of total population collapse exceeds target. Noted. Minor relief shipments, authorized at peripheral zones only. Maintain core deprivation to ensure valid data. Chloe's handwriting grew sharper with each word. "This isn't just about power," she said one afternoon, flipping through pages. "They're not just watching, whether we can light candles. They're starving people on purpose, pushing them." Rowdy rubbed the bridge of his nose. "And when the rats eat each other, they underline something on a chart," he said. Evie drew another circle of time in her notebook, adding new crosses. The pattern was solid now. Transmissions roughly every 6 hours, by their internal, sun-based guesses. One cluster mid-morning, one late afternoon, one deep in the night. "Tonight should be a big one," she said quietly as the sun dropped. "They skipped the last night check-in. That means they're saving something. Or, I don't know. It feels like when Mom takes a big breath before yelling." "That's a disturbing metaphor," Alex said. "Welcome to my family," she replied. That night, the basement felt more like the inside of a held breath than ever. They'd all agreed to rotate the late shift. Klein had done the first one, sitting rigidly on the chair until his back hurt, hearing only static and a few stray syllables. Chloe had taken the next, catching a mention of Zone D9 and unexpected cohesion indexes. Tonight, it was Alex and Evie. "Rowdy's on patrol," Klein had said gruffly at dinner. "Chloe's got interviews in the morning. Ellen threatened to sedate me if I don't sleep. So you two get the graveyard." "Lucky us," Alex had murmured. Now, the old radio hummed softly in the corner, the jury-rigged wires looking even more fragile in the lamplight. Evie sat perched on the edge of her chair, her notebook open to a fresh page, pencil poised. Alex adjusted the dials minutely, eyes half closed as he listened. Above them, the courthouse settled. A distant door clicked. Deputy Hall's boots clunked once on the floorboards, then faded as she made her rounds. The clock on the wall still pointed to 6 o'clock. It always would now. Evie added her own marks on paper instead. "Should be soon," she whispered. Alex glanced at her. "Your aunt's telling you that?" he asked. She nodded. "It's been about 2 circles since the last one," she said. "They like this time. They say goodnight to us." He resisted the urge to correct her math. He'd learned quickly that Evie's timekeeping was more reliable than any dead watches. Minutes, or what felt like minutes, ticked by. The static hissed, then quieted, then hissed again. Evie's eyes drooped once, then snapped open when Alex nudged her knee with a finger. "Don't fall asleep on me," he said. "I need my pattern analyst." "I'm awake," she mumbled. Then, as if the universe had been waiting for the right amount of tiredness to set in, the hiss changed. It sharpened, like a radio being tuned between stations. Alex's spine straightened. He turned the knob a hair to the left, then to the right. "C-block status update, Delta channel," a male voice said. "Clear. Close." As if he were speaking from the next room. Evie's one. Heart lurched. She scribbled. "C-block. Delta." "Go ahead, Delta," came another voice. Female. Crisp. She sounded familiar. Evie wondered if she'd been the one calling Zone C7 a test population before. "Current readings for C1 and C3 within projected variance," the man said. "C5, slightly ahead of schedule on adaptive cooperation metrics. C7, he hesitated, just long enough for Evie to hold her breath. C7 remains within acceptable parameters, though some atypical signal resilience noted. Alex's hand tightened on the dial. Signal resilience. He flicked a glance at Evie, then back at the radio. Atypical? The woman asked. Clarify. Pre-event anomalous contact reports confirmed from C7, the man said. One subject recorded early exposure to preparatory transmission. Subsequent unauthorized attempts at monitoring have been logged, including partial signal reconstruction post-event. Evie's stomach dropped. She felt suddenly, viscerally seen. That's us, she whispered. That's me. And the radio. Alex put a finger to his lips, eyes blazing. Listen, any risk of breach? The woman asked. Low, the man said. Population lacks resources for effective counter-communication. Infrastructure degradation is substantial. However, recommendation is to proceed with Phase 2 on accelerated timeline for C-Block to minimize adaptation drift. Noted, the woman said. Confirm updated schedule. The man's voice changed slightly more formal, like he was reading off a script. Phase 2 initiation for C-Block rescheduled to T-minus 42 hours from this transmission, he said. Staggered sequence by zone. C1 at T-minus 42, C3 at 36, C5 at 30, C7 at 24. Evie's pencil tore the paper. She didn't care. She wrote C7, 24 hours after, and underlined it 3 times. Confirm C7, the woman said. 24 hours after C1 start? Affirmative, he replied. Net vector parameters unchanged. Biological modulation overlay to introduce targeted stressor suite. Expect increased cognitive and behavioral variance. Monitoring teams advised to adjust thresholds accordingly. Evie's mind snagged on the phrase. Biological modulation, she mouthed. Alex's face had gone cold. They're not just hitting electricity this time, he whispered. What's the target? The woman asked. Somatic or neuro? Primarily neuro, he said. Secondary somatic and peripheral systems. Goal is to assess resilience under combined environmental and psychophysiological pressure. Mortality ceiling remains at 30%. Evie clasped a hand over her mouth. She didn't need a textbook to understand mortality. Any override requests from field? The woman asked. None submitted, he said. Some concern from F-block teams about collateral effects, but they're aware of trade-offs. Understood, she said. Proceed with calibration. Maintain non-intervention unless breach indicators present. Copy, he said. Delta channel out. Static rushed in again, sudden and rough. Alex turned the volume down before it could spike. For a second, the basement seemed to tilt. Evie's breathing sounded loud to her own ears. 24 hours, she said. Her voice came out thin. We don't know when he said that. Is that now? Before? How do we... Calm, Alex said sharply. Think. He looked at her notebook, at the time circles. He pointed to the mark she'd made when the last big nighttime transmission came 3 days ago, then the mark for tonight's. The spacing was almost identical. If their check-ins are on a regular schedule, this is the night one, he said, more to himself than to her. Which means they just updated the clock. We call this 0 for their purposes. C1 gets hit 42 hours from now. C7. He swallowed 24 after that. So 66 hours from tonight? Evie blinked. That's almost 3 days, she said. But before, with the first flash, there was a countdown. 10 minutes. This is longer. The first was global, Alex said. Big flip. This is more refined, or they think it is. He reached for her pencil, scribbled his own rough math under her circles. Now +4, 2C1, +2, 4C7, equals 66. Beside it, he wrote, C7 neuro overlay. Mortality ceiling 30%. Evie stared at the number. 30% of what? She asked, even though she knew. Of us, he said. Of the rats in this cage. Silence yawned between them. filled only by the radio's faint hiss. "What does neuro mean?" she asked after a moment. Her voice was very small. "Brains," he said. "Nerves, the parts that think and feel and tell your hands to move. Somatic is house. Bodies, organs, muscles. They want to see what happens when they nudge both at once. Like making everyone sick and crazy," she said. "Maybe not everyone," he said. "They have a mortality ceiling. They don't want us all dead. That would be a failed test. And that makes it better?" she demanded, suddenly furious. "That they only want some of us dead?" "No," he said. "It makes it worse. They're doing this on purpose. With guardrails." She stood abruptly, chair scraping. Her legs felt wobbly. "We have to tell Sheriff Klein," she said. "Now." Alex hesitated. For a heartbeat, he looked like he wanted to say wait, to suggest double-checking, catching another transmission, confirming the schedule. Then he saw her face. "We will," he said. "Right now." He flipped switches on the radio, bringing it back to its passive hiss, then shut the lamp wick down to a safer glow. He grabbed his notebook and jammed it into his pack. Evie clutched hers like a life-preserver. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, Alex put a hand on her shoulder. "Evie," he said, "when we tell him, he's going to crack a little. You need to be prepared for that." "He's the sheriff," she said. "He can't crack." "He's human," Alex said. "Humans crack. Then they either shatter or they set differently. Let him have his moment, then hold him to what he does after." She nodded, not sure she understood, not sure she had time to. They climbed. The courthouse was mostly dark. A faint light leaked under Klein's office door, but when Alex cracked it open, the room was empty. Papers lay scattered across the desk. A coffee mug sat abandoned, but the man himself was gone. "Where does he sleep?" Alex asked. "Sometimes here," Evie said. "On the cot, in the cell. Sometimes at his sister's house. It depends how stubborn he's being." Deputy Hall was absent from her usual perch near the Destart entrance. She must have been out checking the square or the pump. Evie's aunts danced. "We'll lose time if we look everywhere," she said. "His sister's is closer." Alex glanced at the sky through the courthouse windows. The stars were still out, but the eastern horizon had a faint hint of gray. Maybe an hour, maybe less, until dawn. "Go," he said. "I'll check the jail and the square. If I find him first, I'll send him your way." Evie nodded and bolted for the door. The town felt like a different planet at this hour. No headlights, no neon signs, no hum of refrigerators, just the pale glow of a few banked embers behind shuttered windows and the cold starlight on the dirt road. Her breath puffed white in the chill air as she ran. The church loomed on her left, quiet for once. The clinic's windows were dark. A dog barked once somewhere, then thought better of it. Evie's sneakers slapped the ground 1-2, 1-2 echoing off buildings that had never been awake for this kind of emergency before. She passed Earl Banks's place. A light was on in the front room, a dim rectangle. He'd probably fallen asleep in his chair with a book again. For a second, she wanted to bang on his door, too, to tell him someone had circled a date on the sky above their heads. She kept running. Sheriff Klein's sister lived in a small house just off Maple, with flower beds that always looked better than anyone else's in town, and a porch swing that had held more childhood secrets than the courthouse had ever heard, adult lies. Right now, the flowers were shadows, and the swing sat still. Evie scrambled up the steps, nearly tripping. She pounded on the door with both fists. "Sheriff!" she shouted, not bothering with Mr. Klein. "Sheriff, wake up! It's Evie! It's about the radio!" For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Her heart hammered in her ears. Her lungs burned. Then there was a fumbling sound inside. A lamp flared behind the curtains. The door opened a crack, the chain still on, and Klein's sister peered out, hair in a messy bun, eyes squinting. "Evie," she said. "What on earth?" Klein's voice came from somewhere behind her. "Evie." He sounded half asleep, half alarmed. "What's wrong? Is it a fire?" She shook her head, still gasping. "No," she wheezed. "Worse. The radio. They talked again. It's phase 2. There's a countdown. For us." The chain rattled as his sister yanked it free. The door opened fully. Klein stood in the hallway beyond, barefoot, t-shirt rumpled, eyes wide awake now. "A countdown?" he repeated. "Like before?" "Not minutes," Evie said. "Hours. Days. But it's soon. And it's not just lights this time. They said neuro. They said mortality ceiling 30%. Klein's face drained of color. Behind him, his sister made a small, strangled sound. "Tom," she whispered. He stepped onto the porch, forgetting he was barefoot until the cold boards bit his skin. He didn't seem to feel it. "Slow down," he said, though his own breathing had picked up. "Tell me exactly what you heard." Evie held up her notebook. The pencil marks were jagged from when her hand had shaken, but the words were legible. "Zone C7. That's us," she said, stabbing the page. "Phase 2 for C block, in 42 hours for C1. Then 24 more for us. Neuro something, somatic. Mortality 30%. She swallowed hard. "Alex is checking the jail." He heard it too. He did the math. Klein took the notebook as if it were made of glass. His eyes scanned the lines. He looked suddenly very old, very tired, very alive. 66 hours, he murmured, more to himself than to her. "Give or take a few where we guess wrong." He closed the notebook gently and handed it back. "All right," he said. His voice had gone flat in that way Evie recognized from when he talked to families after accidents. "All right." He rubbed his face once, hard, like he was scrubbing away any trace of sleep. "Go back to the courthouse," he said. "Tell Alex to meet me there. Wake Rowdy on your way if you see him. I'll get dressed." Evie nodded, then hesitated. "Sheriff?" "Yeah?" he said. "What are we going to do?" she asked. "If they're going to do something to our brains." He looked out at the dark, at the faint paling of the horizon, at his town, his experiment, apparently sleeping under someone else's sky. "I don't know yet," he said honestly, "but we've got 66 hours to come up with an answer they didn't plan on." He met her eyes. Whatever was cracking in him had set in a new shape. "And Evie," he added, "you did the right thing, waking me up. Don't ever hesitate to do it again." She nodded. The ants in her chest stopped spinning quite so wildly. Then she turned and ran back into the not quite morning, clutching her notebook like a fuse someone had just lit. Behind her, in the doorway, Klein stood for one more heartbeat, listening for something only he could hear, the echo of numbers over static, the whisper of a countdown in the dark. Then he went inside to put on his badge and his boots and whatever passed for armor when the enemy was invisible and the battlefield was inside people's heads. Phase 2 was coming. Ready or not, Burning Hollow had just been given a date with it. Chapter 10. Weapons of the Weak. Dawn was barely a suggestion when Burning Hollow's counsel dragged itself back into the jury room. The oil lamp on the table made everyone look like they'd been carved out of worry. No one had slept enough. Some, like Sheriff Tom Klein, hadn't slept at all. He stood at the head of the table, boots on, badge pinned, coffee in hand. The mug trembled faintly. Whether from caffeine or what Evie had told him on the porch, not even he could say. Around the table sat Pastor Joel, his collar askew, eyes red. Nurse Ellen, hair pulled into a harsher bun than usual, a stethoscope looped around her neck like a nervous habit. Artie, smelling of machine oil and smoke. Mrs. Gomez, apron over a sweater, hands clasped so tightly the knuckles blanched. Ron, vest half-zipped, as if he'd left the house before it fully occurred to him to put it on. Marcus Hale, jacket on, armband perfectly straight, looking irritatingly awake. along the edges of the Ponassis. Chloe, notebook open. Rowdy, arms folded. Alex, pack at his feet. And Evie, perched on a chair just behind Chloe, her notebook clutched in both hands. Klein looked them over, took a breath that felt too big for his chest, and started. "We've been working off rumors and pieces," he said. "Today we have something worse. Numbers." He nodded at Evie. "Show them." Evie swallowed. Every eye turned toward her. She slid off her chair and stepped forward, the notebook heavy. Her voice shook. She forced herself to steady it. "Last night, me and Mr. Alex were on radio shift. The people from Project Ashfall, the ones on the other side, they talked again. A lot." She opened the notebook to the most recent page and laid it on the table, turning it so they could all see. Pencil scrawls crowded the lines. C1, C3, C5, C7, arrows. The words neuro, somatic, mortality ceiling underlined until the paper nearly tore. "They were talking about C block," she said. "Different zones. C1, C3, C5, C7. We're C7. I know because they kept saying C7 and then talking about things that are us. Pre-event contact. Signal resilience." She glanced quickly at Chloe, who gave her a small nod. That's me. Us. The hill. The radio." "What did they say exactly?" Pastor Joel asked gently. Evie looked at her notes rather than at him. "It was easier," the man voice said. She read that C7 was within acceptable parameters but with atypical signal resilience. He said there was pre-event anomalous contact and partial signal reconstruction post-event. Then he recommended moving Phase 2 earlier for all C-block zones. "They moved it up," Nurse Ellen repeated, like tasting something sour. "They confirmed the schedule," Evie said. 42 hours from when they were talking for C1. Then 24. More for us. C7. 66 hours, Alex said quietly. "Give or take. We're guessing on exact time, but the pattern fits. 3 days from last night, more or less. 3 days until—" "What?" Ron asked. "That's the part I wish I could lie about," Chloe said. She flipped to her own notes and read, "Biological modulation overlay to introduce targeted stressor suite, primarily neuro, secondary somatic. Goal is to assess resilience under combined environmental and psychophysiological pressure. Mortality ceiling remains at 30%. Silence didn't fall this time. It slammed. Neuro?" Artie repeated. "That's brains?" Alex nodded. "Brains. Nerves. Anything electrical in us that isn't plugged into the wall." "And somatic?" Mrs. Gomez asked, voice small. "Bodies," Nurse Ellen said. "Organs. Muscles. Systems." "Mortality ceiling," Marcus said slowly. "That's what it sounds like?" "Yes," Alex said. "They don't want more than 30% of the test population dying during this phase. They consider that the cap, a parameter, not a tragedy." Mrs. Gomez crossed herself twice. Dios mio. Pastor Joel's hands had tightened into fists on the tabletop. "They're planning a wave," he said. "Like the first one, but inside us." Alex nodded once. "That's our best guess. Some kind of targeted pulse. Maybe chemicals, maybe fields, maybe both. Something designed to mess with how we think and feel, to push us, see what breaks, see what doesn't. And they've got us penciled in for 30% dead," Rowdy said flatly. "Ceiling. 30% is not destiny," Nurse Ellen said sharply. "It's a line on someone's chart. We don't have to cooperate." "That's exactly the point," Chloe said. Klein took off his glasses, then remembered he wasn't wearing any. His hand hovered near his face for a second, then dropped. "Okay," he said. "Cards on the table. We are, apparently, in a rigged game. Somebody, somewhere, thinks they know how we'll react if they make us hungrier, colder, sicker, and crazier. They've got models, percentages. Words like mortality ceiling that make real people sound like lab results. He leaned forward, palms on the table. We cannot stop their hand from hitting whatever button they're going to hit. We don't know where they are. We don't know how. We can't shoot the sky. So the only thing we can control is how we react on this side. Exactly, Marcus said. Which is why we should treat this like a siege. Harden our defenses. Tighten curfew. Limit movement. Focus resources on the people most likely to make it through. No, Mrs. Gomez snapped. Every head turned. She had rarely raised her voice in public before, but now her eyes flashed. You are not going to sit there and calmly talk about which 30% are allowed to die so the rest can stand up straight for your guard, she said. Not in front of me. That's not what I said, Marcus replied, dangerous calm. I said we prioritize. We have to. If this town falls apart, nobody's saved. If resources are finite and a wave is coming that will knock some people down harder than others, we have to focus on the ones who can carry the rest afterward. You're talking about triage, Nurse Ellen said quietly. In advance. I'm talking about strategy, Marcus said. The people behind this are treating us like numbers. Fine. We show them we can do math, too. Math without mercy isn't strategy, Pastor Joel said. It's surrender. You think mercy will keep you from losing your mind when this thing hits? Marcus shot back. You heard them. Neuro. Psychophysiological pressure. They're going to turn the screws in our heads. Panic, paranoia, depression, whatever they've cooked. Up. If we don't get ahead of that, we'll tear ourselves apart. And then their 30% will look optimistic. That doesn't mean we start preemptively deciding who's expendable, Chloe said. We can build systems that catch people when they fall without pushing them off the edge first. And what exactly does that look like? Marcus demanded. You going to hug the madness out of them? No, Alex said, but we might confuse the hell out of the people watching. All eyes swung to him. What do you mean? Klein asked. Alex picked up a pencil from the table and twirled it between his fingers. If this really is a test, he said, then like any experiment, it runs on predictions. They push conditions, they expect outcomes. Violence goes up, hoarding goes up. People withdraw, form little clans, and fight over scraps. That's what they're measuring. The resilience they keep talking about is probably code for how slowly they descend into chaos. He tapped the pencil on the notebook where Evie's circles and crosses mapped the transmissions. What happens if we don't play our assigned roles? He asked. If we refuse to turn on each other even when the pressure spikes? If we reduce the very variables they're trying to amplify? Stress, isolation, distrust. You're saying we fight back by being nice? Artie asked skeptically. Not nice, Alex said. Smart. Intentional. You want to break an experiment? You introduce noise into the system. You mess with their data so badly that whatever graph they expect to see turns into a blob. How? Ron asked. We can't stop a wave from hitting our brains. No, Alex said. But we can decide what we do with each other when it does. We can set up support structures now. We can plan for a spike in people seeing things, hearing things, feeling wrong. You triage psychologically as much as medically. You assign calm people to watch over the ones you know run hot. You organize community meals instead of letting everyone stare at their own four walls. You make it harder for someone having a bad brain day to pick up a gun. And you think that'll, what, keep the death numbers lower? Marcus said. You heard them. 30% ceiling. Ceiling, Chloe said. Not floor, not target. They're giving themselves permission to go that high, not promising it. Also, Alex added, if Burning Hollow behaves differently from their other zones, we become a problem for their model. A question mark. Does that save us? I don't know. But I like being a problem for them more than I like being a neatly plotted dot. Weapons of the weak, Chloe murmured. Pastor Joel glanced at her. What? In journalism school, she said, we read about people under dictatorships who couldn't fight tanks, so they fought with Small things, rumors, symbols, refusing to use the dictator's phrases, quietly helping each other when the system wanted them divided. Little acts of defiance that didn't look like revolution but kept their humanity alive. She looked around the room. We're weak by their scale. We can't hit their satellites or labs. But we can decide how much of us they actually get to measure. We can leak their experiment. We can break their expectations. Marcus rolled his eyes. You're suggesting we fight back with potlucks and group therapy. I'm suggesting we fight back with solidarity, Chloe said, which is a lot harder to crack than we give it credit for. Nurse Ellen nodded slowly. If this wave hits people's minds, she said, I'm going to be as much a counselor as a nurse. I've done shifts in psych wards. I've seen what happens when people lose their grip. The difference between those who spiral and those who come back isn't just medication. It's whether they have someone holding on to them on the other side. So we pair people up, Ron said, or in small groups. Buddy system for the apocalypse. We also prep folks, Alex said. Tell them without the full Project Ashfall horror show that something is coming that might make them feel strange, sadder, angrier, more afraid. We normalize it in advance so when it hits, at least they aren't blindsided. Normalize, Marcus repeated. You want to tell people, hey, you may go a little crazy in 3 days, don't worry about it? That won't set off any panic at all. That's where how we tell it matters, Chloe said. We don't say crazy. We say another wave. We say it might affect health and mood. We say, if you start feeling off, tell someone. Come to the clinic. Don't drink alone. Don't make big decisions. Don't pick fights if you can help it. Basic safety. And if people demand to know more, Mrs. Gomez asked, you think they won't? They already smell secrets on us. They're not wrong, Klein said. He'd been listening more than speaking, letting the others chew. Now he straightened. We are hiding things. We're hiding that someone, somewhere, used our town name in a sentence with the words test population and mortality ceiling. We're hiding that there's a radio in my basement overhearing our fate, like bad hold music. He looked around the table. We're going to keep hiding some of that. I hate it. But dropping lab rats on this town's breakfast right now would be like tossing a match into a gas can. Marcus opened his mouth. Klein raised a hand. I know what you're going to say, he said. They deserve the whole truth. Secrets breed resentment. You're right. That's why I'm not going to stand up there and lie. I am going to tell them enough. What's enough in your mind? Nurse Ellen asked. That there's going to be another wave, Klein said. Soon. That it may not be just power this time. That some of us may feel sick or off. That we're preparing. That we need people to look out for each other and follow some basic rules for a few days. No drinking binges. No wandering alone. Report strange behavior early. He took a breath. I will say we're not alone in this. That other places are being hit too. That someone out there is watching. I won't say test. I won't say phase 2. I sure as hell won't say 30%. Marcus's jaw tightened. You're going to have to tell them. I'm going to tell them what they can use, Klein said. Not what will freeze them in place. Later, if we're still standing, I'll stand in that square and take my licks for what I left out. I'll even let you lead the charge, Marcus, since you obviously have your speech half written. Marcus's eyes flashed, then cooled. You assume a lot, he said. I've had to lately, Klein replied. Mrs. Gomez exhaled slowly. I can live with that, she said. Not happily. But I can live with it. So we agree? Chloe asked. We prep people honestly, but not completely. We focus on practical things. We build, I don't know, empathy drills instead of fire drills. And we tighten security, Marcus added. We don't get to forget that if people start seeing things that aren't there or hearing orders that aren't coming from you, Sheriff, they might do stupid, dangerous things. I want more patrols, especially near the food stores and the clinic. Done, Klein said. but your people walk one step behind mine. This is still my badge." Marcus's lips twitched. "For now," he said, echoing an earlier night. Pastor Joel cleared his throat. "We should also think about the most vulnerable," he said. "The very old, the very young. Those already struggling in their minds. If whatever's coming hits them hardest, we need safe places ready. The church basement, the school, anywhere we can put cots and keep watch." "Basements are also good for physical shielding," Alex said. "If there's any kind of radiological or field component, being underground might help." It did with the first flash, for some systems. "So we move the weak underground," Marcus said, "and put our strongest on the walls." "We move everyone we can underground during the window," Rowdy said. "We don't turn the church into a hospice while everyone else gets to sit on their porches watching the sky." "That's not practical," Marcus said. "We don't have the space or the—" "It's not about perfect coverage," Alex cut in. "It's about bandwidth. If you reduce overall exposure, even a little, you change the data. You might reduce the intensity of whatever this neuro-overlay is for the group, or at least change its shape. Think of it like noise-canceling headphones for a town. You can't block all the sound, but you can reduce the peaks." Artie rubbed his face. "You keep using words like might and maybe," he grumbled. "That's all we have," Alex said. "The people who did this have labs and computers and satellites. We have a broken radio, some notebooks, and the ability to decide whether we punch each other or hold hands when it hurts." Evie raised her hand, surprising herself. Klein blinked. "You don't have to raise your hand, kiddo," he said. "This isn't school." "It should be," she said. "Everyone's learning. Horrible things." A few weak chuckles rippled. "What's on your mind?" Chloe asked. Evie looked at the adults around the table, at their tired faces, at the radio against the wall like a quiet monster. "If they're watching us to see us break," she said slowly, "then maybe the bravest thing we can do is not break the side way they want." She twisted the pencil in her fingers. "Mom says when someone's being mean on purpose, the mean part is about them, not you. They want you to cry so they can feel big. If you don't cry, they get bored, or confused, or mad. But they don't get what they wanted." She shrugged, feeling small in the big room, but saying it anyway. "I don't want to give them what they want," she said. "Even if we can't stop the zap, I want them looking at their papers going, why are they sharing food when they're scared? Why aren't they fighting like Zone F2? Why are they helping the old people instead of stepping over them?" She lifted her chin. "I want us to be the problem in their experiment." Pastor Joel's eyes shone. "Out of the mouths of babes," he murmured. Nurse Ellen sniffed. "She's right," she said gruffly. "If we're going to go through hell, we might as well mess up their charts on the way." Klein looked around the table one more time. "All in favor of this insane plan?" he asked. "We tell the town a partial truth. We prepare them for something they can't avoid. We set up buddy systems, basement shelters, and extra patrols. We treat kindness and calm as if they're sandbags in a flood. We keep listening to the radio for anything else we can use. We do not, under any circumstances, start picking our 30% in advance." Hands went up. Some slow, some shaky, but they rose. Joel, Ellen, Artie, Mrs. Gomez, Ron, Chloe, Rowdy. Evie lifted hers too, though she wasn't technically on the council. Marcus lifted his last, reluctantly. "I still say we should be deciding who carries the load afterward," he said. "But fine, we'll try it your way first. When people start cracking, remember whose hand was on the brake and whose was on the flowers." "Noted," Klein said. Meeting adjourned. The square filled as the sun cleared the hills. Word spread fast in a town this size. Emergency announcement. Sheriff speaking. That alone was enough to drag people from porches and pump lines. Klein stepped onto the courthouse steps. He'd changed his shirt and washed his face, But the night's weight clung to him, behind him, like a crooked choir. Pastor Joel, Nurse Ellen, Mrs. Gomez, Artie, Ron, Chloe. Marcus and a few of his guards stood to one side, arms folded, visible but not center stage. Evie and Alex hovered just inside the courthouse doorway, where they could listen without being the focus of 100 eyes. Klein scanned the crowd. He saw almost everyone. Earl Banks, arms crossed. Mrs. Patterson, lips pursed. Katie, with Liam on her hip. Maya, tired but alert. The college girls who had decided to stay. Farmers with calloused hands. Store owners. Outsiders. Insiders. People whose names he knew better than his own. He cleared his throat. The murmurs died. "Morning," he said. His voice echoed off brick and glass. "I wish I could say we were doing this for a bake sale." A ripple of nervous laughter. It helped. A little. "I'm not going to waste your time," he continued. "You know me. I don't like speeches unless they come with coffee. So here it is plain. We think there's going to be another wave." People shifted. A low sound passed through them. Fear. Recognition. The memory of headlights dying and phones going dead all at once. "Not like the first one." "Exactly," Klein went on. "We don't know if the lights will flicker again. We don't know if cars will cough and come back to life. What we do know, what we suspect strongly, is that this next one may hit us more directly." He tapped his temple. "In here. And in here." He tapped his chest. Eyes widened. A baby cried. Someone swore softly. "We've been picking up signals," he said, "on old equipment. We don't know who's sending them. We don't know where from. But they've been talking about zones and waves and adaptation. We're one of those zones. They're watching how we cope." He heard an audible intake of breath at that. He didn't say test. He didn't say experiment. He let the implication sit. "And they're planning another. Push," he said. "Soon, within a few days. We can't stop it. We don't have their tech or their reach. We can't punch whoever's on the other end of the line. But we can get ready for what it might do to us." Inside. He looked over the crowd again, catching familiar gazes. "So here's what it might look like," he said. "Some of us might feel sick, dizzy, headaches, sadder than usual, angrier, more afraid. You might feel like you want to punch your neighbor for breathing too loud. You might think everyone's out to get you. You might hear your own doubts yelling louder than they have any right to." He let that sink in. He saw people glancing sideways at each other. "He's describing me. Already." Some of those looks said. "I am telling you this now," Klein said. "So when it happens, you don't think you're alone. You don't think you're weak. You don't think you're cursed. You think, right, the sheriff said this might happen. It's the wave talking. I should tell someone. I should sit down. I should not reach for the heaviest thing I own and throw it at my cousin." Actual laughter this time, ragged but real. "If you start feeling off," he went on, "I want you to do 3 things. 1, tell someone you trust. 2, come to the clinic or the church or the courthouse, anywhere you know someone's keeping watch. 3, do not make big decisions. Don't pack up and leave forever. Don't sign anything. Don't decide you suddenly hate your spouse. Wait. Let it pass. Because it will." He gestured toward Nurse Ellen. "Ellen and Maya are setting up extra cots at the clinic and the church. Pastor Joel and Mrs. Gomez are organizing. Volunteers to sit with folks who need company. Think of it like a big storm coming. We hunker down together." His gaze swept the crowd, landing briefly on Marcus and his guard. "We're also tightening patrols a bit," he said. "Curfews stay recommended. I know you don't like them. I don't either. But if people are feeling strange, it's safer if we keep the streets calmer at night. We're not doing this to catch you breaking rules. We're doing it to catch you when you stumble." Marcus inclined his head, playing his part. A few of his men straightened as if on cue. We are not, Klein said firmly, turning this town into a prison. We are not picking favorites about who gets help. If someone is scared, we help them. If someone is angry, we help them not turn that into something they'll regret. If someone is seeing things that aren't there, we help them see what is there, their neighbors. He paused. Look, he said, dropping his voice a notch. Whoever's out there sending these waves, they're watching to see us break. They're watching to see if we hoard or share, fight or cooperate, step on each other or hold each other up. That's what they're measuring. I say we give them something they didn't plan for. He jabbed a finger toward the ground. We can be scared together without being cruel. We can be angry together without being violent. We can be sad together without giving up. Every time you choose to help instead of hurt, to listen instead of shout, you are kicking dust in the face of whoever thought they could turn us into a chart. He let that hang there. So, over the next few days, he said, I'm asking you to do something that might be harder than anything I've asked so far. Harder than rationing. Harder than watching your kids go to sleep hungry. I'm asking you to be gentle with each other, with yourself, when your head feels wrong, when your heart feels like a fist, when you see someone else acting off. Remember, it might not be them. It might be the wave. He straightened a little. We'll be watching the radio. We'll be watching the sky. We'll be watching you, not to judge, to catch you. We are not helpless, even if we can't punch the people who started this. We have weapons of the weak. He smiled wryly. Kindness, patience, shared soup. These don't look like much to people in labs. But when everything else is brittle, they're the only things that bend. He took a breath, felt it steadier than when he'd started. Questions? At first, no one moved. Then a hand shot up Earl Banks, of course. You saying there's somebody on the other end of that radio doing this on purpose? He asked. This isn't just nature being weird? Klein met his eyes. I'm saying we have reason to believe this is guided, he said. Not a normal storm, not an act of God. An act of someone who thinks they're playing God. I don't know who. I don't know where. If I did, I'd be walking there right now with a baseball bat. For now, all I know is that we're on their list. So why don't you tell us everything you know? Mrs. Patterson demanded, voice sharp. Feels like you're talking around something, Sheriff. A ripple of agreement. He'd been waiting for that. Because some of what we've heard is designed to scare us, he said. Words meant for other people in other places who don't have to live with the aftermath. Because dropping them on you right now wouldn't make you safer. It'd just make you angrier at me. I will tell you more when I can do it without setting half this town on fire. That's a promise. And you can hold me to it later. Missus? Patterson glared, but something in his tone, tired, honest, softened the edges of her suspicion. You better believe we will, she said. Good, Klein said. If we're still here to argue, that means we did something right. A few more questions, practical mostly. How will we know when it starts? What about people already on medication? Can we still go to the fields? Mrs. Gomez stepped in to talk about community meals. Pastor Joel offered the church as both shelter and confessional. Nurse Ellen explained how they'd triage. Who'd go to the clinic? Who'd go to the church basement? Who could be watched at home? Through it all, Marcus watched. He stood slightly behind and to the side, arms folded, eyes moving from face to face, measuring, calculating. He saw the way people leaned in when Klein spoke, the way anger flared and then ebbed, the way fear pooled in pockets and then smoothed out under the weight of shared laughter. He felt something like grudging respect. The old man could still work a crowd. He also saw fault lines, the mutters about secrets, the glances at the outsiders, the way some folks' eyes slid toward the guard for reassurance while others looked at them like jailers. Plenty of room there, he thought. Plenty of space for a firmer hand when the sheriff's kindness runs out. As the crowd began to disperse, some heading toward the clinic, others toward the church, others back to their homes with new worry clinging to them, Marcus stepped closer to Klein. "Not bad," he said. "For half a speech." Klein wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. "You want the podium, Hale?" he asked. "Be my guest." "Oh, I will," Marcus said. "Soon enough, when they start asking why their brains feel like scrambled eggs, and who knew what, when. You better hope your weapons of the weak put up a good fight." He smiled. That small, sharp thing. "Because when this wave hits," he murmured, low enough that only Klein could hear, "they're going to look for someone to blame, and someone to follow. You've just volunteered for both jobs." Klein met his gaze, steady. "If it keeps them from following you off a cliff, I'll take it," he said. Marcus chuckled and walked away, armband bright in the morning light. From the courthouse doorway, Evie watched them both. She didn't like the way Marcus's shadow seemed to stretch longer than his body. Alex stood beside her, hands in his pockets. "Well," he said softly, "we just hung a big target on this town's stubbornness." "Good," Evie said. "Maybe if they're watching, they'll see something they didn't expect." "Maybe," Alex said. He looked up at the sky. It was clear, innocent blue. "We've started our side of the countdown anyway." Evie glanced down at her notebook. In the margin of the page where she'd written C7 66 hours, she drew a small new circle, and inside it, a scribbled shape that could have been a fist or a heart. "We'll see whose clock wins," she murmured. Around them, Burning Hollow went to work, hauling water, clearing space in basements, pairing up neighbors, arguing about curfews, making more soup than anyone wanted to eat. They were afraid. They were underprepared. They were being measured by people who saw them as numbers. But for the first time since the flash, their fear had been given a shape and a time. And sometimes, when you can't stop a storm, knowing when it will hit and deciding together how you'll stand in it is the only weapon left. Chapter 11. The day mines catch fire. The day the wave began, the sky over Burning Hollow was postcard perfect. Thin clouds like torn cotton, a clean blue spread from hill to hill, sunlight glittering on the dew. It was the kind of morning that would normally make Earl Banks grumble about chores and missus. Gomez hummed hymns over her bread dough. Today, it felt like a lie. Word of Sheriff Klein's speech had sunk into people like a stone dropped into a pond, ripples of fear, confusion, and stubborn determination spreading through every conversation. By 8 o'clock, the town was in pre-storm mode. At the clinic, Nurse Ellen had everyone moving like a well-drilled but exhausted army. "Cots in the hallway, not blocking exits," she ordered, pointing. "Maya, make a list of anyone who's already on medication. Blood pressure, anti-anxiety, pain meds. I want names, doses, and where they sleep." Maya scribbled, hair pulled back, eyes ringed in fatigue. "We don't have everyone's full records," she said. "Half came in after the flash. We're cobbling from memory and pill bottles." "Do what you can," Ellen replied. "It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be better than blind." In the church, Pastor Joel and Mrs. Gomez turned the fellowship hall into a tactical kindness center. "Long tables there," Joel said, rolling up his sleeves. "We'll eat in shifts if we have to. Anyone who can't be helpful physically can sit and listen, play games with kids, read aloud. Idle hands are the devil's workshop and all that, but today, idle minds may be worse." Mrs. Gomez nodded, ladling soup into giant pots. "I'm putting the old ladies in charge of stories," she said. No one can keep a nervous crowd calmer than a grandmother with a Bible and a good ghost story. Outside, kids drag blankets and cards and battered board games into piles. One girl carefully carried a box labeled "Dominoes, Do Not Lose," as if it were medicine. Down in the courthouse basement, Alex and Artie argued amiably over cables. "I'm telling you, this shielding can be improved," Artie grunted, examining the wall near the emergency radio. "Concrete's good, but If we can find any scrap metal lying behind this rack, we might deflect whatever they're using." "You think they're firing microwaves at us?" Chloe asked, leaning against a support column with her notebook. "I think they're firing something," Artie said. "And I don't like my brain being an antenna." "We're already inside a Faraday-ish box," Alex said. "But yeah, anything that reduces exposure can't hurt. Just don't short anything important." "Nothing's more important than your noggin, son," Artie said. "The radio's replaceable. Your neurons, not so much." Upstairs, Marcus Hale moved through his guard like a general checking his lines. "You, East Road," he told Darrell. "Eyes on. Anyone getting twitchy near the gate. You, by the grain stores. No one goes in without a buddy and my say-so." He clapped a hand on another young man's shoulder. "Remember, this is when people make excuses. Oh, I'm just taking extra for my sick aunt. You keep track. You see patterns. You report to me or the sheriff." He said the last part loud enough for anyone nearby to hear. Whether they believed the "or" was an honest option was another matter. By mid-morning, Evie knew something had changed. It wasn't dramatic at first. No booming voice in her head, no lightning crackling down the street. Just noise. Not outside. Inside. Normally, the back of her mind hummed like a low fan daydream's half-formed ideas, the echo of whatever song Mrs. Gomez had been humming. Today, there was an extra layer. Like someone had shoved a buzzing fluorescent light into a corner of her brain and left it on. She sat on the church steps, notebook in her lap, trying to write. Down the morning's times and events the way Alex had taught her. Her pencil wobbled. "Hey," Chloe said, plopping down beside her with a sigh. "How is mission Don't Let the Town Eat Itself going from your vantage point?" "Loud," Evie said. "Even when no one's talking." Chloe glanced at her. "Your head?" Evie nodded, chewing her lip. "It's like, you know how sometimes the TV used to be on a channel with no show? Just," she scratched on the paper, making a fuzzy scrawl. "Snow?" "Static," Chloe said. "Yeah, it's like that," Evie said. "But in here," she tapped her temple, "I can still think. It's just harder to hear myself." Chloe's face softened. "Are you dizzy? Nauseous? Any tingling?" "A little dizzy," Evie admitted. "But that might be 'cause I ran to your house, then to the courthouse, then everywhere else yesterday." She hesitated. "I don't think I'm sick. I think this is it, the start of it." "Well," Chloe said, flipping open her notebook, "you just became our first official case study. How do you feel emotionally?" Scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is blah and 10 is Jesse Waters watching his favorite clip on repeat. Evie managed to laugh. "Maybe 7, she said. "Everything feels sharper. Like if someone looks at me funny, I want to snap at them. But also, if someone hugs me, I might cry." She made a face. "I don't like it." "No one likes feeling like their volume knob got superglued," Chloe said. "Keep talking." Talking pins it down. Evie drew a wobbly circle on the page and colored in 1/2. "I'm scared," she said, "but also mad. And the static is like a mean whisper trying to tell me to be mad at everyone at once." "What is it whispering?" Chloe asked. Evie listened. Really listened. "They're lying to you," she said slowly. "They know more than they're saying. You're just a kid. They don't care what you think. This is your fault for listening. If you hadn't heard the countdown, maybe they wouldn't have noticed you." Her throat tightened. "I know that's stupid," she added quickly, "but it feels true for a second." "Okay," Chloe said, words calm but her eyes fierce. "Let's put that in 2 piles. Pile 1, things you know are actually true, because you've seen them. Pile 2, things the wave wants you to believe." Evie nodded, blinking back sudden tears. She started 2 lists. Pile 1, I heard the signals. The others believe me. Someone is watching our town. There is a countdown. Pile 2, they don't care what I think. This is my fault. Being a kid means I'm useless. Writing the words, "This is my fault," made her hand shake. But then she saw them sitting there, dumb and naked on the paper, and something in her steadied. "That's the wave talking," Chloe said quietly, tapping the second list. "Not you, not Klein, not God. You, Evie Thompson, are just annoying enough to have made the universe notice you early." She smiled. "I mean that as a compliment," Evie snorted wetly. "Thanks, I guess." "Any time," Chloe said. She ripped a small piece of paper from the edge of her notebook and scribbled something, then handed it over. "Here. Emergency mantra." Evie read. "This is the wave, not me." "Say it out loud when the whispers get loud," Chloe said. "Say it to other people too, if they'll listen." "Like a spell?" Evie asked. "Like a diagnosis," Chloe said. Which, if you think about it, is just science's version of a spell. Inside the clinic, Nurse Ellen and Maya were drawing their own maps of the wave. "Number 10 this morning," Maya said, massaging her cramped fingers. "Headache, nausea, no fever. Feels like when you stand up too fast and never quite come down." "Any pattern in age?" Ellen asked, flipping through her notes. "Not really," Maya said. "Mrs. Keene in her 70s. That kid from the highway, Sam, he's 16. Jack said he woke up feeling like his brain was buzzing. Katie cried for an hour and didn't know why." "And you?" Ellen asked. Maya hesitated. "I keep wanting to yell at everyone," she admitted. "Then I remember they're all scared too and swallow it. It's exhausting." "That's the overlay," Ellen said. "The wave turning normal stress into something bigger. Keep an eye on yourself too, Maya. You're not just a set of hands." Maya nodded, rubbing her temples. Outside, the air felt no different, no crackle, no ozone tang. But inside skulls and rib cages, the storm was building. Late morning, the makeshift market in the square became the stage for one of the first obvious fractures. The market was really just a line of tables where people exchanged whatever they had extra for whatever they lacked. Bread for soap. Socks for a bar of chocolate someone had hoarded. Normally, the bartering had a good-natured edge. People needed things, but they still joked. Today, the jokes felt thin. On one end of the line, a man named Hank Doyle, a mechanic with a gut like a barrel and arms like tree trunks, traded a handful of nails for a heel of bread. On the other end, a younger guy from the highway crowd eyed a small pile of bread slices with suspicion. "You said everyone gets one," the young man said to Mrs. Gomez, who had stationed herself as unofficial bread czar. He got 2. "No, mijo," Mrs. Gomez said patiently. "He got 1 heel and 1 slice for his grandbaby. I saw. 2 mouths." "You don't know that," the young man snapped. He could be lying. People lie. Especially about babies you never see. Hank turned, bread in hand. "You calling me a liar?" he demanded. The young man's eyes flashed. "I'm saying maybe the scales ain't as even as you think. Some of us didn't show up with barns full of hidden stuff." Hank took a step forward. "You think I'm rich?" he said. "I had $30 in my wallet when the lights went out and a car that won't start. I spent yesterday digging my cousin out from under a fallen beam." "Don't you dare." The young man shoved him. It wasn't hard, not really. But the weight of it, anger, hunger, the wave amplifying every slight made Hank stagger. His heel of bread fell to the dust. Something in his face snapped. His fist balled. Before he could swing, a firm hand clamped on his wrist. "Easy," Rowdy Banks said. Hank jerked, trying to pull free. "He pushed me," he roared. "Over bread." "You pushed him first with your mouth," Rowdy said coolly. "Everyone's fuse is short. Don't light yours over a crust." A citizen's guard in a red armband stepped up too, Darrell, thick-necked and tense. His hand hovered near the baton at his belt. Sheriff said, "No fights in the square," Darrell barked at the younger man. "You want to sleep it off in a cell?" The kid's eyes darted between Darrell's baton and Hank's fist. His own hand shook. I just wanted some bread," he said. The edges of his voice frayed. My little brother's hungry. Nobody cares. I can't," he choked. Rowdy loosened his grip on Hank, but didn't let go completely. "What's your brother's name?" he asked the kid. "What?" the young man snapped. "Your brother," Rowdy repeated. "What's his name?" "Caleb," the kid said grudgingly. "Why?" Rowdy looked at Mrs. Gomez. "How many slices you got left?" She sighed, eyes softening. "Enough to make trouble," she said. She picked up one slice, tore it cleanly in half, and held out a piece to Hank, a piece to the young man. "One for your grandbaby," she told Hank. "One for Caleb." Hank stared at the crumbly half in his palm, pride wrestling with shame. Then his shoulders slumped. "Fine," he muttered. "Kid can have it. I got Sugar Belly to spare." He pushed his half into the younger man's startled hand. "You show your brother my face," he said gruffly. "Tell him that's who gave it." The young man blinked. For a second the wave urging him to yell louder surged. Then, slowly, it receded. "Thanks," he muttered. Rowdy exhaled. Behind him, Darrell snorted. "You're too soft," Darrell whispered. "They'll walk all over you." "Maybe," Rowdy said. "Or maybe they'll remember today when it's their turn to be soft." As the crowd's tension eased a little, Chloe, watching from near the well, scribbled in her notebook. Emotional reactivity up, fuses short. But intervention plus shared resources equals fight diffused. This is the wave. Not you needs to become a line people learn. By afternoon, the static in Evie's head had sharpened into something more like whispers. They didn't sound like other people. Not exactly. More like her own voice, twisted slightly, arguing with itself. "They're using you," it hissed as she sat in the church basement, helping Katie sort blankets. "They only want you around when you're useful. When this is over, they'll forget you." "That's not true," she muttered under her breath. "What?" Katie asked, folding a corner. "Nothing," Evie said. "Just talking to myself." "See? She thinks you're weird," the whisper said. "You're making people uncomfortable. You're going to mess something up, and then it'll really be your fault." She squeezed her eyes shut. In her pocket, the scrap of paper Chloe had given her crinkled. She pulled it out with trembling fingers. "This is the wave, not me." Evie took a breath. "This is the wave, not me," she whispered. "This is the wave, not me." "Evie?" Katie asked again, concern replacing distraction. Evie looked at her. Katie's eyes were red from earlier tears, but there was warmth there. "Do you ever feel like someone turned your feelings up too loud?" Evie blurted. Katie gave a strangled little laugh. "You mean besides pregnancy?" she asked. "Yeah. Ever since the sheriff talked this morning, I feel like I could cry at a crooked spoon." "Me too," Evie said. "But also angry. At everyone." "That's the worst part," Katie said. "I look at Jack and Liam and I love them so much it hurts. Then I think about how little food we have and I want to scream at them for needing me." She rubbed her face with both hands. "I know that's not fair. I know it. But I feel it anyway." "It's the wave," Evie said quickly. "It's not you." Sheriff Klein said, "I know what he said," Katie interrupted. "I just didn't know it would feel this personal." Evie slid closer, pressing the scrap of paper into Katie's hand. "Chloe wrote this," she said. "It helped me a little. Maybe it can help you too." Katie read the words, then smiled weakly. "You're a weird kid," she said, "in a good way." "Chloe says that too," Evie said. The whisper in her head hissed something snide about being called weird, but its claws didn't dig in as deep this time. Later, in the basement of the courthouse, Evie joined Alex for another radio shift. "Head still noisy?" he asked, adjusting a dial by habit. She nodded. "But the more I say it's the wave, the less I want to punch you," she said. "That's progress," he said dryly. "I'll try not to take that as a personal insult." She cracked a smile, then put on the headphones. The hiss filled her ears, overlaying the static in her head with an external version. It was weirdly comforting noise she expected that matched the noise she didn't. They sat like that for long stretches, Alex tuning, Evie listening, both jotting down meaningless-seeming snatches. F2 requests, behavioral spike in A3 escalation. Most of it blended together into academic cruelty. Then, midway through the afternoon, a clearer voice cut through. "Delta Channel, C-Block report," a familiar male voice said. Evie sat up straighter. "That's him," she murmured. "The countdown 1. Alex nodded, turning the volume up a notch. "Go ahead, Delta," came the calm female voice. C1, C3, and C5 proceeding within Phase 2 projection bands, the man said. Stress indicators elevated. Aggression up 20 to 40% depending on cohort. Resource hoarding behaviors increasing. Standard pattern. "And C7?" the woman asked. Evie's stomach twisted. "C7 is anomalous," he said after a pause. "Expected stress indicators present. However, behavioral outcomes diverging from model." "Specify," the woman said sharply. "Incidence of direct violence remains below target threshold," he replied. "Cooperative behaviors elevated. Instances of resource sharing under pressure significantly higher than comparable zones. Community structures showing compensatory adaptation," Evie scribbled. "Cooperation high. Violence low. C7. Weird." "They're mad we're being nice," she whispered. "Any indication of data manipulation?" the woman asked. "Interference? Local leadership suppressing observable behaviors?" "No clear evidence," the man said. "Monitoring assets report some indication of increased community messaging, promoting mutual support. Hard to quantify impact. Could be contamination from pre-existing cultural factors," the woman mused. "Small-town baseline cohesion skewing results. Note for later segmentation." "Understood," the man said. "Recommendation?" she asked. "Maintain Phase 2 in C7, he said. "Consider extending observation window by 24 to 48 hours to better map deviation curve. Alternatively, slight increase in stressor intensity to probe threshold." Evie's hand cramped around her pencil. "Extend?" she wrote, pressing so hard the graphite snapped. "Flag for review," the woman said. "Overextension risks model integrity across block. But C7 deviation, intriguing. Possible indicator of resilience factors we're trying to isolate." The line crackled. For a moment, it sounded like a dozen other voices murmured at once, far away and layered. Then the female voice colder returned. "Preliminary decision," she said. "No immediate increase in stressors for C7. Extend observation window by 12 hours post-standard Phase 2 conclusion. Reassess after comparative analysis with F-block outliers." "Copy," the man said. "Delta out." The hiss returned, louder than before. Evie yanked the headphones off, breathing hard. They're going to stretch it," she stammered. "Make it last longer. Because we're not breaking right." Alex's jaw muscle ticked. "We're not breaking right according to their charts," he said. "Which is the best compliment I've heard all week and also the worst news. Does that mean more people, more brains?" Evie couldn't finish the sentence. Alex rubbed his eyes. "It means the pain might last longer," he said. "But it might also mean we'll teach them something they didn't plan on. And if their little model has to bend around us, maybe that's a crack we can use later." Evie wanted to scream that she didn't care about models. She cared about Mrs. Gomez and Katie, and Hank and Liam and Pastor Joel, and whether their minds would survive being turned into someone else's experiment. Instead, she pressed her trembling hands together. "Do we tell the others?" she asked. "About the extra time?" "Yes," Alex said. "The core group, Klein, Chloe, Rowdy, Ellen. Not the whole town. Not yet. You hate secrets, too," she said accusingly. "I hate unnecessary secrets," he said. "This is a necessary evil. For now. We dump," They might prolong this on people's plates right now, and you'll see hope fracture. We can endure this for 3 days as an awful sentence. We can endure this for 3 days, plus however long they feel curious might break backs. We need to stay straight. Evie hated that he made sense. Fine, she muttered, but I'm telling Klein, as soon as my legs stopped shaking. While the radio whispered about deviations and extended windows, Marcus Hale worked his own kind of experiment. In a corner of the square, near the hardware store, he'd arranged a little island of order. A table, a few chairs, a crate labeled Guard Supplies, a map of the town tacked to a wooden board with nails. A hand-painted sign read, Safety Point, Guard Post. He stood beneath it, talking to a small cluster of townsfolk and newcomers like a salesman. Pitching a survival plan. Sheriff's right about one thing, he said. This wave is going to make people act, not themselves. That's not judgment. That's simple fact. When that happens, you're going to want to know someone with a clear head and a firm hand is close. You saying that's you? A farmer asked, skeptical. I'm saying that's us, Marcus said, gesturing to the guard members nearby. We're organized. We have a chain of command. We have training, some of us from the service, some of us from law enforcement. We're not perfect, but we're ready. So if you're scared, if someone in your house is slipping, you can come here. We'll help. We'll keep order. He let the word linger. Order. Sheriff's good man, he went on. Heart of gold, but he can't be everywhere. He's only got 2 deputies and a lot of pride. When things get messy, and they will, you're going to need more than speeches about kindness. You're going to need people who can make hard calls. Hard calls like what? Another man asked warily. Like when someone gets violent and won't listen, Marcus said. Do you talk until they break your nose? Or do you step in fast and hard, then sort it out later? Sheriff leans one way. I lean a little more. Pragmatic. Some folks nodded. Others frowned. Fear warped their sense of what sounded reasonable. Marcus caught that and pressed. I'm not saying we become monsters, he added quickly. I'm saying we don't let our own people become victims of someone else's wave. We can be compassionate without being stupid. He didn't mention that some of his own guard were already showing signs, edginess, quick tempers. When Darrell snapped at an old man for walking too close to the supply crate, Marcus pulled him aside, hand tight on his shoulder. You keep it together, he hissed. We're the wall, not the ones falling apart. I'm trying, Darrell muttered, eyes bloodshot. Head feels like a hornet's nest. Then use that to keep you sharp, Marcus said. Not sloppy. He released him and turned back to his flock, face smooth again. The first real crisis hit just after sunset. The church was fuller than usual. More bodies crammed onto pews and cots, air thick with sweat and soup and fear. Kids played card games under the supervision of exhausted teens. An elderly man snored in a corner. Someone quietly sang, off-key but soothing. In one of the side rooms, a man named Tommy Reeves sat on a cot, jaw clenched. Tommy was in his late 20s, a returned National Guard member with a buzz cut and a reputation for calm under pressure. He'd helped rescue people from the flooded river 3 years ago and had once disarmed a drunk with a knife in the bar without spilling his beer. Today, his hands wouldn't stop shaking. His wife, Lisa, perched beside him, worry carving grooves into her face. You okay? She asked for the 10th time. I'm fine, Tommy snapped. Then softer. Sorry, I just can't get my heart to slow down. His gaze flicked around the room, pupils slightly dilated. Every cough, every whisper, every creak made his shoulders jump. The sheriff said, Lisa began. I know what he said, Tommy bit out. I heard the speech. It's just the wave, not you. Great. Helpful. Doesn't change the fact my brain feels like it's been wired to a car battery. In the hall outside, Evie walked past with Rowdy and Pastor Joel, checking on the buddy pairings. Room to the left, Rowdy murmured, nodding at the door. Tommy and Lisa. Guard boy's been off all day. Keep an eye." Inside, Tommy's breath quickened. "What if they poison the water?" he blurted. Lisa blinked. "Who?" "I don't know. Whoever's doing this." He gestured vaguely at the ceiling, at the invisible watchers. "We're all drinking from the same pump, like idiots. Easy target. They want to see how fast we die if—" "Tommy, stop," Lisa said, grabbing his arm. "You're spiraling." He jerked away, almost knocking her off the cot. "Maybe I'm finally seeing clear," he shouted. Heads turned in the hallway. "You think they're going to settle for making us sad? That's not data. They'll push harder." "Try water. Try air. Try." He stood, breathing hard, eyes wild. "I need to check the pump," he said. Make sure. "Tommy," Lisa pleaded. "The sheriff said the sheriff isn't God," Tommy snarled. "He's just a man with a badge and a gun. He's not in my head. He doesn't know what I know." His gaze snagged on something near the door. A hunting rifle propped in the corner, brought in earlier by an old farmer who didn't want it lying around his grandkids. Tommy stepped toward it. Lisa grabbed his sleeve. "Don't," she whispered. "Please." He shook her. "Off. If I see something wrong at that pump, I'm going to need people to listen," he said. "They'll listen when they see I'm serious." In the hallway, Evie heard the raised voices and froze. "Rowdy," she whispered. "Something's wrong." Rowdy stepped to the doorway, Pastor Joel at his heels. He pushed the door open with measured calm. "Tommy," Rowdy said. "Hey, man." Tommy spun, halfway to the rifle, eyes bright with adrenaline. "Banks," he said. "You need to get everyone to stop drinking the water." Rowdy didn't look at the gun, didn't look at Tommy's clenched hands. He scanned the room once, took in Lisa's posture, half standing, half blocking, and nodded slowly. "Water's still coming from the same pump it did last week," he said. "No dead cows upstream, no rainbow sheen." Artie checked. "That was before," Tommy said. "Before Phase 2. They said biological modulation." "You think they can't tweak the water?" "Who's they?" Rowdy asked gently. Tommy flinched, eyes darting to the ceiling. "You know who," he hissed. "You've heard them. The sheriff's been listening. You've been sneaking around those radios, same as him. You think I don't hear the whispers, too?" Behind Rowdy, Pastor Joel moved to stand where Tommy could see him, hands open. "If you're hearing whispers, son," Joel said softly, "you're not alone. A lot of us are. That's the wave. That's not you." Tommy's jaw clenched. "Easy for you to say," he spat. "You live in God's house. You think that makes you safe?" "No," Joel said. "But it reminds me that I'm loved even when my thoughts aren't." Tommy laughed, a harsh, brittle sound. "Loved?" he said. "They're planning how many of us they can kill without messing up their charts, and you're talking about love?" In the hall, a couple of Marcus's guard had drifted closer, drawn by the rising tone. One of them started to step in, hand already moving toward the baton. Rowdy held up a hand without looking back. "Stay," he murmured. "Tommy," he said, taking a small step into the room. "Can I come closer?" "Stay where you are," Tommy snapped. His hand twitched toward the rifle again. "I'm not going to be the guy who sat on his hands while they poisoned us." Evie's heart hammered. The static in her head spiked, whispering, "He's dangerous. He's gone. He's not Tommy anymore." She squeezed the scrap of paper in her pocket until it crumpled. "This is the wave, not you," she blurted. Everyone looked at her. Tommy's eyes narrowed. "What?" Evie stepped forward, legs shaking. "This is the wave," she said, louder. "Not you," Sheriff said it. "Miss Chloe wrote it down. It's making everything louder. Your fear, your anger. It's not the truth. It's just the volume." "Kid," one of the guards muttered. "Maybe. Back off." "No," she said. "He needs someone to say it out loud." She met Tommy's gaze. His pupils were still blown, sweat beading on his forehead. But behind the panic, a flicker of recognition. "You saved people from the flood," she said, words tumbling out. "Mom told me. Said you went out in a boat when the river was mean and pulled folks from cars. Tommy's jaw worked. So? He snapped. That was before the wave. Yeah, she said. But that's still you, the guy in the boat. This thing in your head? It's trying to make you a different guy. One who points guns at pumps and maybe at people. That's not you. That's them. Don't give them that. Don't help their stupid experiment. Her voice cracked on the last word, but she didn't care. Pastor Joel caught the thread. The wave is a temptation, he said, tone gentle. Not the story. You still get to decide what you do with it. Tommy's hand hovered inches from the rifle stock. His breathing hitched. They said 30%, he whispered. You don't understand. I keep hearing that number, over and over. 30% dead. What if it's my fault if we don't stop it? What if I'm supposed to? Who told you you have to carry that? Lisa cut in, voice shaking but firm. Who told you it was your job to save or doom us all? It wasn't me. It wasn't God. It wasn't the sheriff. That sounds like the wave, Tommy. That sounds like the same voice that tells me I'm a terrible mother when Liam cries for more soup than I have. She stepped closer, tears streaming down her face. I need you here, she said. Not out there picking fights with water. Here, with me. With our baby. His shoulders hunched. For a moment, Evie thought he'd swing toward her, shove her away, grab the gun, turn the room into a scene the watchers would love. Instead, his hand dropped limply to his side. He sagged, onto the cot like a puppet with strings cut. I hate this, he said hoarsely. I hate feeling like I'm not in my own head. Me too, Rowdy said quietly. He moved forward slowly, like approaching a spooked horse, and nudged the rifle further into the corner with his boot. You're doing better than you think. You said it out loud. That's more than some manage. Tommy put his face in his hands and sobbed. Lisa sat beside him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, shaking herself. Pastor Joel bowed his head, murmuring a prayer that was as much for himself as for them. In the hall, the guard who'd hovered with his baton shifted awkwardly. We could have shut him down faster, he muttered to Rowdy later. One crack on the knee, he'd have been on the floor. And then what? Rowdy asked. We drag him to a cell while half the church screams? We teach everyone that the first answer to fear is a stick? Sometimes violence couldn't be avoided. He knew that. He'd fought fires where you had to chop down doors and knock people flat to keep them from running back into burning houses. Today, they'd tried something else, and it had worked. For now. That night, with the church quieter, sobs muffled, whispers gentler, Evie trudged back to the courthouse basement with Chloe and Alex. Klein and Rowdy were already there, the lamp casting their faces in stark light. Nurse Ellen had come, dark circles now permanent under her eyes. What did we get today? Klein asked as they descended. Plenty of headaches, Ellen said. Plenty of tears. Plenty of people wanting to blame themselves for everything. But no deaths. Not yet. One near miss with Tommy. We heard that part, Chloe said, nodding at Evie. Our local exorcist here pulled off a miracle. Evie flushed. I just yelled at the wave, she muttered. Loud and in public, Rowdy said. That matters. Alex moved to the radio, hands gentle as he checked the connections. We got something interesting earlier, he said. C7's on their radar in a new way. He relayed the transmission: anomalous cooperation, reduced violence, recommendation to extend observation of C7. So we're the weird rats, Klein said when he finished. Great. They want to watch us longer, Chloe said. Maybe harder. The more we refuse to turn on each other, the more curious they get. Can they dial it up? Ellen asked. The stress? They talked about increasing the stressor suite as an option, Alex said. They didn't pull the trigger yet. They chose extra time instead. 12 hours beyond the standard Phase 2 window. Whatever that is. Klein rubbed his face. So the bad news is this might drag on longer, he said. The good news is we haven't given them what they expected. I'll take a weird win. Should we tell people it may last longer? Mrs. Gomez would have asked if she'd been there. Klein answered the unspoken question anyway. Not yet, he said. We're barely hanging on to hope as is. 3 days is a rope people can wrap their hands around. 3 days, plus overtime, if the creeps in the sky feel like it is not. So we keep holding the line, Rowdy said. Keep telling folks it's the wave. Keep catching them when they slip. Keep sharing soup. And we keep listening, Alex said, flipping a switch. The radio hissed, then settled into that eerie in-between hum that had become the heartbeat of their secret war. For a while, nothing happened. Evie almost dozed off in her chair, head nodding. Then, C-Block, Phase 2 status review, the woman's voice said. Everyone straightened. Proceed, a new voice said, older, male, with an edge of authority that made the others sound like interns. C1, C3, and C5 within acceptable variance, the woman reported. Mortality trending below ceiling but above minimum target. Behavioral shifts align with stressor projections. And C7? The man asked. C7 continues to deviate, she said. High levels of community cohesion. Resource-sharing behaviors resistant to deprivation. Incidents of violence minimal. Insufficient data on long-term sustainability under extended pressure. Hypotheses? He asked. Pre-existing cultural factors, she said. Possibility of influential local leadership messaging counteracting isolation triggers. Exposure to pre-event signal may have primed subset of population with atypical awareness. Evie swallowed. That's me, she thought. I'm the subset. Recommend we extend observation window for C7 by 12 units and adjust comparative models accordingly, she finished. Consider targeted microstressors to probe limits without breaching mortality ceiling. Approved, the older man said after a moment. C7 flagged for intensive monitoring. If deviations persist, may warrant inclusion in follow-up intervention cohort. Understood, she said. Phase 2 continues. Static washed over them again. Follow-up intervention cohort, Chloe repeated. That does not sound like a prize. It sounds like further meddling, Alex said. Maybe. Special treatment. Hard to say if that's better or worse than being baseline. Klein stared at the silent console. They're curious about us, he said. We've gone from lab rats in a maze to lab rats that keeps rearranging the maze on them. Maybe they'll start rooting for us, Evie said bitterly. Put little flags on our cages. Or maybe, Rowdy said, they'll just make more notes and move on. Either way, Ellen said, voice brittle with exhaustion, we're still the ones puking in the bucket and crying over bread in real time while they talk about deviation, curves. No one had an answer for that. That night, the wave's second major surge washed over Burning Hollow. People dreamt in jagged fragments of bright lights and long hallways, of being watched through glass, of numbers scrolling past their vision like credits. Some woke with their hearts racing, others with tears on their faces. In the church basement, Evie lay on a thin mattress, staring at the ceiling. Around her, dozens of bodies shifted, snored, whispered. The static in her head had calmed from a roar to a steady hiss. It still bothered her, but she'd learned its patterns when it spiked, when it ebbed, what thoughts it liked to latch onto. You're alone. They're lying. This is your fault. This is the wave, not me, she whispered into the dark. This is the wave, not me. She pictured the people in the clean, bright rooms talking about her town like a graph. She imagined them sipping coffee, pointing at lines, saying, C7 remains. Anomalous. Fine, she thought fiercely. Be anomalous. She rolled onto her side and saw Katie curled around Liam on the next mattress, one arm flung protectively over him, even in sleep. Farther down, Hank snored like a dying lawnmower. Mrs. Gomez slept with her rosary tangled in her fingers. Pastor Joel snored lightly in a chair, head tipped back, mouth open just enough to ruin his dignity if anyone had the energy to tease him. Evie thought of Tommy in the church side room, of the way his hand had fallen away from the rifle, of Lisa's voice, shaking but firm, of Rowdy's steady presence, Joel's gentle words. They were tired. They were scared. Their minds were being prodded by something they couldn't see or fight. But they hadn't broken the way C7 was supposed to. Not yet. Evie closed her eyes. "Whoever you are," she whispered to the unseen watchers, to the voices behind the radio. "We're not your numbers. You can take your ceiling and your percentages and choke on them." She didn't know if anyone heard. The radio, in the courthouse basement, sat silent for once, its wires still and listening. But in the ledger no one on Earth would ever see. In a column labeled C7 Behavioral Anomaly Notes, a new line might as well have been written. Subject population exhibits unexpected resistance to induced fragmentation. Cooperation persists under prolonged stress. Recommendation: observe further. Outcome: uncertain. In Burning Hollow, one small girl clutched a crumpled scrap of paper and made herself a promise. No matter how long they dragged this out, no matter how loud the whispers got, she would keep repeating it to herself, to Tommy, to Katie, to anyone shaking in a hallway with their hand near something dangerous. This is the wave, not you. And with that simple, stubborn spell, the weakest weapons, words, soup, shared blankets, held hands, kept burning where the wave couldn't quite put them out. Phase 2 was not over. The mines of Burning Hollow were still on fire. But the town had learned that even fire could be used for light as well as destruction. Chapter 12: Leaks and Fault Lines. By the second day of Phase 2, Burning Hollow smelled like fear wrapped in fatigue. Soup and sweat. Antiseptic and candle wax. The sharp tang of too many tempers held just barely in check. On paper, things were going better than any of the radio voices had predicted. No one was dead. Yet, no one had burned down the square. Yet, people were still sharing bread more often than stealing it, but the wave had found another way to work. Not just through headache and panic, but through secrets. And secrets, in a small town, were like gasoline fumes. One spark, and everything could burn. The spark came from a man who didn't mean any harm at all. Earl Banks had survived war, floods, and 3 different tax audits. He'd always considered himself pretty resilient. But Phase 2 had him rattled. His head hurt. His sleep was bad. His cows looked at him like they knew something he didn't, and he wasn't sure which bothered him more, the look or the fact that he'd started talking back. "Don't you start mooing numbers at me," he muttered at one particularly judgmental heifer that morning. "I've heard enough of 30% for a lifetime." The cow blinked. Earl shook his head, telling himself to stop listening to the whispers. He made it through milking, delivered a couple of pails of milk to the church as part of the pooled food plan, and wound up in line for soup like everyone else. The fellowship hall hummed with quiet conversation. Plastic spoons clinked against metal bowls. Kids squabbled half-heartedly over card games. Adults tried to smile. Earl took his bowl and sat heavily at a table already occupied by Mrs. Patterson, Katie, and 2 of the highwaymen. They nodded in weary solidarity. "Any better today?" Katie asked him. "Define better," Earl grunted. "Head still feels like the radio before you tune it, but at least I ain't tried to punch nobody yet." One of the highwaymen snorted. "Low bar, but I'll take it." Mrs. Patterson stirred her soup. "I keep hearing that number," she muttered. 30%. Can't get it out of my mind. Feels like it's carved there." Katie frowned. "Where'd you hear that?" she asked. Earl froze, spoon halfway to his mouth. "Mrs." Patterson's eyes widened. "Idiot," she thought. She hadn't meant to say that part out loud. "What number?" the highwayman asked. "Nothing," Mrs. Patterson said quickly. Just the sheriff's talk. About there being casualties, maybe." "He never said a number," Katie said slowly. "I was there. He said some of us might feel bad, might act Off. He never said 30%. Silence dropped over the table. Earl's tongue felt thick. Well, he said, trying to sound casual and failing. Just something I overheard. Overheard where? Katie pressed, voice sharper than she intended. At the clinic? On the radio, Earl blurted, then winced. Well, not the radio. The radio they've been messing with. Downstairs. Mrs. Patterson shot him a look that could have cut steel. Shut up, it said. He didn't. The wave had been lowering his filter all day. Now it shoved. They've been listening to the ones who did this, he went on, heat rising in his face. Talking about us like test rats. Saying we're Zone C7 or some nonsense. Saying they got a mortality ceiling at 30%. That's what they actually said. 30%. The words hung in the air, heavy as wet wool. Katie's face drained of color. Test rats, she whispered. Mortality ceiling. You mean, one of the highwaymen began, voice slow with dawning horror. You mean someone out there set a maximum for how many of us they're okay with dying? Like a budget line? Earl realized, finally, what he'd done. His spoon clattered into the bowl. I shouldn't have said that, he muttered. Forget I said that. Forgotten how? Mrs. Patterson snapped. You can't put that back in the can, Earl. That's not soup. That's poison. Around them, other heads were turning. The phrase mortality ceiling traveled through the room like a cold draft, sliding under doors, slipping into ears. 30% what? Someone asked from another table. Of us? I heard test population, another voice said. My cousin's on guard at the courthouse. Said he heard that phrase when he was near the stairs the other day. Said they're listening to scientists or something, talking about us. The words came in fragments, half memories, and overheard bits, but they all built the same shape. Experiment. Test. 30%. Katie's hand shook so hard her spoon splashed soup onto the table. Liam whimpered on her hip, sensing her fear. Sheriff said they were watching. A woman near the door said. He didn't say they'd picked out how many of us they were okay with burying. Maybe he didn't want to scare us, someone else offered weakly. Maybe he didn't trust us with the truth, Mrs. Patterson said. Which one makes you feel better? Across the hall, Mrs. Gomez felt the temperature of the room shift without needing a thermometer. Conversations tightened. Heads drew together. The wave had found a new amplifier. Half-heard truth. She set her ladle down and straightened. Time to get the sheriff, she murmured. Sheriff Klein heard about the leak from 3 people at once. He was in his office, rubbing his temples and trying to decide whether his headache was from the wave or the coffee when the door burst open. Mrs. Gomez strode in, apron still on, flour on her hands. They know, she said without preamble. About the 30%. Right behind her came Chloe, face flushed, breath shortened from the stairs. Someone said mortality ceiling out loud in the church, she said. It spread like wildfire. Marcus Hale followed, slower, arms folded, expression unreadable. I told you secrets rot floorboards, he said mildly. You can smell the smoke from here. Klein swore under his breath. How bad? He asked Mrs. Gomez. Bad, she said. Words like test and rats and experiment are floating around the soup line. Some people are angry. Others are quieter. That worries me more. Chloe nodded. You're about to have 2 kinds of people, she said. Those who think you protected them by not telling everything, and those who think you betrayed them. 3rd kind, Marcus added. Those who think you're in on it. Klein shot him a look. You must be thrilled, he said. This is the moment you've been polishing your speech for, Marcus shrugged. I'm not thrilled about anyone talking about us like lab animals, he said. But I am vindicated about the danger of half-truths. Save your victory lap, Klein snapped. He turned to Chloe and Mrs. Gomez. Has anybody said my name yet? Sheriff knew, sheriff lied. Not loudly, Chloe said. Yet. Give it an hour. Less, Mrs. Gomez muttered. The wave pushes tongues faster. Get the council, Klein said. Now. And the signal group. We need to decide whether to rip the bandage or keep patching. Marcus's eyes gleamed. About time. The jury room felt smaller than ever. Pastor Joel, Nurse Ellen, Artie, Ron, Mrs. Gomez, Marcus, Chloe, Rowdy, Alex, and Evie gathered around the table. The oil lamp burned low, adding to the air of compressed tension. Klein stood at the head, hands on the back of his chair like he wasn't sure if he wanted to sit or run. You probably heard the rumor already, he said. 30%, test population, mortality ceiling. Our friends behind the static gave Tuss those words. Now the town has them too. Evie shifted in her seat. Guilt gnawed at her. She hadn't been the one to say it, but she'd been there when Alex wrote it down. When Klein decided not to share that piece with everyone, it was going to leak eventually, Marcus said. Words like that don't sit quietly in a handful of heads, especially not under this wave. People talk more. They hold less back. You gambled on control. Control lost. Thank you, Captain Hindsight, Nurse Ellen said. Very helpful. We don't have time to argue about who left the door open, Artie said. We've got a fox in the henhouse. Question is, do we start shooting or try to herd it? Pastor Joel folded his hands. What's the mood out there? He asked Mrs. Gomez. Mixed, she said. Shock, anger. Some people looking at each other like they're all on death row now. A few found me in the kitchen and whispered that they're glad the sheriff didn't say that number out loud. Said they would have lost their minds sooner. And others? Joel asked. Others feel foolish, she said. Like they're the last to know the joke. Betrayed. Being afraid and feeling stupid makes people mean, Klein exhaled. So we've successfully made everyone feel either lied to or patronized, he muttered. Gold star. Evie couldn't help it. Maybe if we'd told them sooner, she began. All at once? Nurse Ellen cut in. Dropped? You're a test population with a mortality ceiling on them day one of the blackout? Half of them would have run off into the woods screaming. The other half would have beaten them to the bridges and jumped. Don't you dare take that on, kid. That was our decision. But now they know anyway, Evie said softly. And they're mad it wasn't them deciding when to know. Which brings us to the question, Marcus said smoothly. What else are we not telling them? What other little morsels have we decided they're too fragile to chew? Alex bristled. This isn't about fragility, he said. It's about dosage. You don't give a patient every drug at once and call it good medicine. Apparently our patients have found the pill bottle, Marcus said. They're choking on the label. Enough, Klein snapped. He rubbed his eyes. We have two choices. We can double down, try to manage the message, tell folks the 30% line is preliminary, out of context, not about us. Or we can open the valve and tell them everything we've heard. Project Ashfall, C7, test population, Phase 2, follow-up cohorts. He looked around the table. Both paths have cliffs, he said. I want each of you to say which cliff you'd rather stand on. Silence stretched. Then, I vote we tell them, Pastor Joel said quietly. All of it. Nurse Ellen closed her eyes briefly, then opened them. I hate it, she said. But I agree. The trust damage from half-truths is already happening. Better to reset the clock with something like honesty. Artie scratched his beard. I've seen what happens when bosses hide safety reports on job sites, he said. Nothing good. I say we put the ugly on the table. Let folks see the whole broken machine. Mrs. Gomez sighed. I want to protect them from these words, she said. I also want to be able to look any of them in the eye and say I did not sit on a number that big. Tell them, but gently. And we stay right there with them when it hits. Ron nodded slowly. You can't keep a town together with duct tape and secrets forever, he said. Tell them. All eyes turned to Marcus. "This will hurt," he said. "It will make more than a few people hate you, Sheriff. It will make some of them run. It will give others an excuse to give up. But if you don't tell them, I'll do it myself. Because at this point, the secret is more dangerous than the truth." Klein's jaw tightened. "That a threat?" he asked. "It's a statement of fact," Marcus replied. "I won't be party to drip-feeding these people information about their own lives and deaths." Klein looked to the younger trio. "Alex?" he asked. Alex hesitated. "Every instinct I have from the systems world says, control information flow," he said. "But this isn't a company. It's a community. We can't optimize them. We can only partner with them. If we want them to act like agents, we have to treat them like agents. That means giving them the data even when it sucks." "Chloe?" Klein asked. She tapped her pencil against the notebook, eyes dark. "From a reporting standpoint, secrets this big always come out uglier than they went in," she said. "We've already lost the clean version of the story." Earl handed the town a jagged half-truth. "If we don't correct it with the full context, rumors will. Do it for us. And rumors under this wave?" She shook her head. "I wouldn't bet my life on that." "Tell them. I'll help shape the words." Klein turned to Evie. "You don't have a vote," he said gently. "But I want to hear you anyway." Evie swallowed. "If someone was watching my family," she said slowly, making charts about how many of us they could hurt, "I'd want to know, even if it made me sick. I'd want someone I trust to tell me, not overhear it in the soup line. So, yeah, I think we should tell him." Rowdy had been silent until now, arms folded, expression unreadable. "What about you?" Klein asked. Rowdy let out a long breath. "I think you were right to wait," he said, "and I think you'd be wrong to wait any longer. We're past the point where the truth is the sharpest knife in the room. The wave is worse. People feeling lied to is worse. We've been asking them to trust us. Time to show we trust them back." All eyes came back to Klein. He felt like the ground under his boots had turned to water. Every direction looked bad. Standing still looked worse. "Okay," he said finally. "We tell them. All of it. We tell them soon. Today." Evie's heart lurched. "Today." Marcus's mouth crooked. "I'll start getting the guard ready for crowd control," he said. "No," Klein said sharply. "There will be no batons in that square unless things go truly sideways. We're not going to stand up there talking about trust with a wall of muscle behind me. You keep your people around, but out of sight. This is a conversation, not a standoff." "You're naive if you think it will stay a conversation," Marcus said, but he nodded. "Fine. We'll linger at the edges." Pastor Joel frowned. "We need to think about those who might break under this," he said. "We should have the clinic prepped, the church ready, volunteers on hand. Words like test population can hit like a physical blow." "We'll stagger it," Chloe suggested. "Announce the meeting ahead of time. Give Ellen and Maya time to set up quiet rooms. No one hears this alone if we can help it." "What about the gate?" Ron asked. "If people panic, some may try to bolt. We saw it with the last group who left. This time, with the wave in their heads and experiment on their lips, it'll be worse." Klein grimaced. "We can't lock them in," he said. "I won't turn Burning Hollow into a prison, even if every instinct screams too. We can post a couple of deputies and guards near the road. Talk first. Block only if it's about to get someone killed." "Talking won't be enough for everyone," Marcus said. "Some people need to hit something. Then we give them other things to hit," Artie said. "Hay bales, logs, old cars. Hell, I'll set up a rage yard behind the garage. You want to break something? Come swing a sledge at a junked Chevy, not your neighbor's skull." "Rage yard," Chloe muttered, jotting it down. "There's a headline." Klein nodded slowly. "Do it," he said. "If we can channel some of this wave into smashing metal instead of skulls, I'll bless every dent." He straightened. "I'll call a town meeting for late afternoon," he said. "Gives us a few hours to prep. After that, No more secrets. Whatever happens, happens with everyone looking in the same direction. Evie felt a chill. We're about to drop a bomb, she thought, on minds that are already on fire. The bomb went off sooner than that. Not Klein's, a smaller one, but dangerous enough. Word about test rats spread from the church to the square to the pump to the east gate. By midday, a knot of people had gathered there, bags half-packed, faces tight. "I'm not staying here," one woman said, voice shaking. "Not if we're some Zone C7 in a science project. They can write their report about our empty houses." Her name was Margot, one of the highway group who'd stayed when others left. She'd helped in the kitchen, fixed a broken wheelbarrow, taught kids a clapping game. Today, her eyes were wild. "You don't even know what's out there," Ron said, trying to sound reasonable. "We've heard stories from every direction. Roadblocks, camps, places that turn people away at gunpoint. At least out there we're not consenting," Margot snapped. "Here, once you know, staying feels like agreeing. Like signing the bottom of their chart." A few others murmured agreement. A man with a missing front tooth clutched a backpack like it was a life preserver. "They set a 30% cap," he said. "What if we're the 30? What if leaving is the only way to dodge it?" "You think their waves don't go past the town line?" Ron asked. "You think the sky stops buzzing if you walk 10 miles? "I don't know," he shouted. "That's to the point. I don't know anything because the people who hear the radio don't tell us until it's too late." Ron flinched. That landed. Two of Marcus's guards stood near the gate, arms folded, trying to look reassuring and not like a blockade. It wasn't working. Deputy Hall arrived, shotgun slung but unsnapped. "What's going on?" she asked Ron under her breath. "Exit strategy," Ron muttered. "They want out. Now." "You can't stop us," Margot said loudly, catching the word stop like blood in the water. "You can't keep us here to see what happens when your mortality ceiling hits. That's kidnapping." "No one's locking the gate," Hall said. "We've told folks from the start. You walk out, you take your chances, but you need to make that choice clear-eyed, not in the middle of a panic spike." "How are we supposed to be clear-eyed when our brains are being fried?" Margot demanded. "You think waiting makes it better?" "You think hearing whatever the sheriff is finally willing to tell us later will calm us down?" Hall's jaw clenched. She didn't have a good answer. Neither did Ron. The spiraling voices drew more people, some just watching, others starting to nod along. The knot grew. Evie, hurrying back from the clinic with a stack of torn-up sheets for bandages, saw the crowd from halfway across the square. Something in the air around it looked wrong. Like heat shimmer on a summer road. Her aunt sprinted. She veered toward the courthouse, nearly colliding with Chloe on the steps. "Gate," Evie panted. "People want to leave. They're yelling about experiments and ceilings. It's like the wave is standing there with them." "Of course it picks the gate," Chloe muttered. "Best symbolism." They ran together. By the time they reached the outer ring of the crowd, voices were higher, gestures sharper. "Don't owe this town my sanity. Can't stand here and wait to see if I'm on somebody's spreadsheet. We should have been told from day one." Chloe elbowed her way to Ron's side. "How bad?" she asked. "Medium and rising," he said. "They want out. I keep saying they can leave, but the more I say it, the madder they look, like they want permission and someone to blame at the same time." "Where's Klein?" Chloe asked. "Last I saw, heading to the church to coordinate for the meeting," Ron said. "I sent a runner." Margot turned, saw Chloe, and pounced. "You knew," she accused. "You're on the council. You're in the room with the radio. You knew about the 30% and didn't tell us." Chloe swallowed. "Yes," she said. "We knew. We made a call. You can hate it. I'm not going to pretend we didn't." "You made a call for us," Margot said, voice trembling. "That's the problem." "I know," Chloe said. "We're trying to fix that. There's going to be a meeting this afternoon. Sheriff's going to lay it all out. No more half-truths." "Convenient timing," Margot spat. "Now that the secret's already out." "You're right," Chloe said. "The timing sucks. We should have done it sooner. You can read me the riot act later. But right now, if you run out that gate with your brain on fire and no plan, all you're doing is turning yourself into a different set of numbers somewhere else." "At least then I'm not standing still for their experiment," Margot shouted. "At least then I'm choosing my own road." Evie couldn't hold back. "Running in a panic is still doing what they want," she said, voice breaking. "They want chaos. They want us to act like the chart says. You think they don't have a line for flight response? You think they won't just write subject group attempted to flee test environment, mortality increased due to exposure, and pat themselves on the back?" Margot whirled on. "You're a child," she snapped. "You don't get to tell me what kind of line I am on someone's graph." "You're right," Evie said, stung. "I shouldn't have to, but here we are," the crowd murmured. Some looked ashamed, others just angrier. Marcus arrived then, moving at a measured pace, flanked by 2 more guards. He took in the scene in a single sweep, the packed bags, the clenched fists, the pulsing fear. "Friends," he said, voice carrying. "What's happening?" "We're leaving," Margot said. "Some of us, anyway, before your experiment cooks our heads." "It's not my experiment," Marcus said calmly. "If I were running it, the lab coats would be a lot uglier." A few people snorted despite themselves. "I understand wanting to go," he said. "I've wanted to run plenty of times in my life, away from bad bosses, bad marriages, bad wars." He spread his hands. "Running feels like action, when standing still feels like surrender." "Exactly," Margot said. "But," Marcus continued, "I've also seen what happens when men run during an artillery barrage instead of hunkering down. You think you're dodging bullets. You're really just standing up in front of them." He nodded toward the hills. "Out there, whatever's doing this to us doesn't stop at the town line. You'll still be under the same sky. But you'll be without a clinic, without extra eyes watching you for when the wave gets bad, without people who know your name and notice when you look wrong." "So you're saying we're trapped," someone muttered. "I'm saying you're safer in a place that knows it's a test," Marcus said, "where we're building ways to resist it. You leave now. In the middle of a spike, you make yourself guinea pigs without any of the defenses we've scraped together." He held Margot's gaze. "You want to leave after the sheriff talks," he said. "After you know everything. After your head has cooled a little. I won't stop you then. I might even give you a map. But walking out now is letting the worst version of this wave choose for you." Evie stared at Marcus, surprised. This wasn't the hard edges only speech she'd expected. Margot wavered. Her grip on her backpack strap loosened a fraction. "In a few hours," Chloe added, "you'll have more information. Real information, not soup-line rumor. If you still want to go then, I'll walk you to the gate myself, if it helps you trust that we're not trying to cage you." The promise hung there, softening something. Slowly, the tension ebbed. A few people stepped back from the gate. One man dropped his backpack to the dirt and covered his face with his hands. "Fine," Margot said at last, voice hoarse. "I'll wait. But if the sheriff sugarcoats one more thing—" She let the threat hang. "He won't," Klein's voice said from behind them. He'd arrived quietly, breath a little short from the walk, eyes shadowed. He'd heard enough to pick up the thread. "No more sugar," he said. "We're fresh out." By late afternoon, the square was full again. Word of the meeting had spread fast. "Sheriff's finally going to tell us everything." It was enough to pull people from cots and chores and arguments and send them trudging toward the courthouse with a mix of dread and grim curiosity. The crowd looked different from the one that had gathered for his last speech. More frayed around the edges, more eyes darting, more arms crossed. Klein stood at the same spot on the courthouse steps as before. This time, the lineup behind him included more of the council: Pastor Joel, Mrs. Gomez, Nurse Ellen, Ron, Artie, Chloe. Marcus stood off to the side. Guards scattered at the periphery like punctuation marks. Evie watched from near the doorway with Alex and Rowdy, feeling like she was about to witness someone jump from a very high place. Klein. looked out over Burning Hollow, his town, his family, his test population. "My name is Tom Klein," he said. His voice sounded rough. "I'm your sheriff. I'm also one of the people who's been listening to the voices that did this to us." That got their attention. "I told you before," he went on, "that someone out there's watching us, pushing, measuring, that the first wave wasn't an accident. Murmurs, nod, fear. What I didn't tell you," he said, "is what they called us, and what numbers they used." He felt Marcus's gaze like a physical weight. Good. Let him listen too. "The people on the other side of the radio," Klein said, "call this whole mess Project Ashfall. That's their name. They divide places into zones with letters and numbers. As far as we can tell, we are Zone C7. The crowd stirred. Somewhere, someone whispered, "C7, like a curse." "They talk about test populations," Klein said. That's other towns, like us. They talk about variables, food, power, community, stress. They decide who gets what and when. They talk about us the way Earl Banks talks about breeding cattle. Clinical. Detached. Like we're a data set, not people. Earl flinched in the crowd, but he didn't argue. It was fair. "They triggered the first wave," Klein said. "The one that fried our electronics and bent the grid. They're now running what they call Phase 2. That's the wave we've been feeling in our heads and bodies. Headaches, mood swings. Fear cranked to 11. He took a breath. "And yes," he said. "They set something they call a mortality ceiling at 30%. That means, in their cold, twisted math, as long as fewer than 3 out of 10 of us die during this phase, they consider it acceptable loss, a line item. If it goes over that, they call it a breach, not because they care about the dead, because it messes up their data." The square went very still. For a moment, Evie thought the silence itself was going to shatter. Then voices erupted, shouts, curses, questions launched like stones. 30% of who? Who gave them that right? And you knew? How long? Why didn't you tell us? Klein lifted both hands, palms out. "I'll answer that," he said. "All of it. But let me finish connecting the dots first." The noise simmered, then lowered. "Everything I just said," Klein continued, "came from transmissions we picked up on an old emergency radio in the courthouse basement. Alex Rourke over here," he gestured to Alex, "found a way to turn a dead box into an ear. We've been listening, recording, trying to figure out what's coming so we can get ahead of it." That earned Alex a few wary but grateful looks. "We didn't tell you everything at once for one reason," Klein said. "We were afraid it would do more harm than good. That hearing, test population, would make people give up. That hearing 30% would make everyone see each other as walking percentages instead of neighbors. Under this wave, when our thoughts and feelings are already being messed with, we were scared that numbers like that would burrow deeper than anything else." He spread his hands. "We might have been right about that," he admitted. "But we were wrong about thinking we could hold it back forever. We were wrong to decide on our own how much you could handle. That's on me, on us. You're allowed to be mad about it." "Allowed?" Mrs. Patterson shouted. "We're already mad." "Good," Klein said. "Anger means you're still alive. Just don't let it turn into something the wave can use." He let his gaze sweep the crowd. "Here's what we also know," he said. "The people who did this are watching how we react. They expect us to turn on each other, to hoard food, to fight, to let the wave drive, come us into our worst selves. That's what their models say." He nodded toward Chloe. "Thanks to Chloe's notes, and thanks to Evie Thompson's weird, wonderful brain picking up their signals before the flash, we know one more thing. We're not behaving the way their charts expect. Heads tilted. A different kind of murmur. They're confused by us," Klein said. "Their words, not mine. C7 is anomalous. Cooperative behaviors elevated. Incidents of violence minimal. They don't understand why we're still sharing bread instead of stabbing each other over it. Why a man like Tommy, with a rifle at arm's reach and his head on fire, chose to put his hands in his hair and cry instead of shoot. Tommy flushed in the crowd, but Lisa squeezed his arm and held his gaze steady. Because of that, Klein went on, they've decided to watch us longer, extend Phase 2 here. That's the other ugliness I didn't want to drop on you. I was afraid that saying this might take longer for us than for others would break what hope we've got. So we're being punished for being decent? Someone yelled. From their point of view, we're being studied, Klein said. From mine? We've made ourselves interesting. And in a test you can't escape, being the weird result is better than being the predictable tragedy. He took a breath that felt like glass going down. I am done deciding what truths you can handle, he said. From this moment, what we hear on that radio, you can hear too, at least in summary. Chloe will be posting daily bulletins on the courthouse door. Anyone who wants to sit in on listening shifts can sign up in pairs, so no one has to hear this stuff alone. Chloe blinked, then nodded slowly. We'll make it legible, she said. Dates, phrases, what it means, what we're guessing. Some of you will wish you never read those notes, Klein said. Some of you will feel more in control. Either way, you'll know. And you'll know we're not hiding it anymore. He let his shoulders drop slightly. If you want to throw me out after this wave is over, he said, fine. If you want to throw me out now and elect Marcus or Mrs. Patterson or the town's hungriest dog as sheriff, that's your right. I won't pretend I handled this perfectly. I'm asking you not for forgiveness, but for a little more time. Time to keep doing what we've started together, making their experiment as useless as possible. How? Someone demanded. When they can fry our brains from the sky? By being stubborn in the one place they can't push a button, Klein said. He tapped his chest. Here. By keeping the buddy system. By calling each other out when the wave talks louder than our better selves. By remembering over and over that these thoughts aren't always ours. By sharing food, not because we're saints, but because it messes with their deprivation curves. Evie felt tears prick her eyes. He was stealing her language, her anger, turning it into something steady. You are not lab rats, Klein said. You are farmers and welders and teachers and teenagers and highway survivors and grandmothers and mechanics and nurses and pastors and journalists and kids who should be at recess instead of listening to an old man talk about mortality. Ceilings, he nodded toward Evie. We didn't choose this, but we get to choose how we show up in it. He looked toward the east gate, where Margot and her would-be runners stood, bags at their feet. If, after hearing all this, you decide you cannot stay in a place you know is part of Project Ashfall, I won't chain you here, he said. I'll ask you to wait until this wave spike passes a bit. I'll ask you to leave in groups, not alone. I'll ask you to check in with Ellen and Joel first, but I won't stop you with force. I won't turn this into hollow safety bought with cages. Margot stared at him for a long time, then looked away. Something in her posture eased, though her pack stayed close. Questions? Klein asked. The square erupted again, not with pure fury this time, but with a tangled knot of outrage, confusion, and real questions. How long will Phase 2 last? What's Phase 3? Can we send anything back? Why would they pick us? Are we the only ones? What if I already feel like I'm losing it? Nurse Ellen stepped up to take the last one. Pastor Joel started talking about other zones, about prayers for invisible neighbors. Alex explained, as best he could, why sending a signal back up the chain might be more dangerous than helpful. Chloe scribbled furiously, already turning the mess into stories. Evie watched faces in the crowd shift, some hardening, some softening, some going blank as their minds tried to wrap around a reality that had just gotten sharper. Edges. Marcus stood at the edge, arms folded, studying the tide. Part of him was disappointed. He'd expected Klein to flinch more, to dress the truth in softer clothes. This bluntness complicated things. It made it harder to paint the sheriff as a pure villain. Another part of him, small, reluctant, respected the old man more than he wanted to. Fine, he thought. We'll see how long honesty can hold a town together when the wave hits again. If it cracks, they'll still need someone who sounds like certainty. That night, the radio murmured again. C7, post-disclosure behavioral log pending, the woman's voice said. Subject leadership has informed test population of experiment parameters. Evie, Chloe, Alex, Klein, and Rowdy sat in the basement listening. Any immediate destabilization? The older male voice asked. Preliminary observation indicates mixed reactions, she said. Heightened agitation, but also increased explicit framing of stimuli as external. Some subjects verbalizing, "This is not me, this is the wave." Evie's eyes widened. "They heard us," she whispered. "Impact unclear," the woman went on. "Could reduce effectiveness of stressors or push population into fatalism. Monitoring required." "Continue," the man said. C7 continues to offer interesting data. Maintain mortality ceiling. No direct contact. Understood, she said. Ashfall Phase 2. Ongoing. Static. Klein let out a long breath. "Well," he said. "They know we know," Alex snorted. "And they think the phrase, 'This is not me, this is the wave,' is a data point. I wish we could see their faces." Evie stared at the radio, jaw set. "They can listen all they want," she said. "We're going to keep saying it anyway." "What?" Rowdy asked. "This is the wave, not you," she said firmly, "until it sticks in our heads louder than their numbers." Klein looked at her. At the brougham, crumpled scrap of paper she still carried like a talisman. "If we get through this," he said softly, "I'm putting that on the town's welcome sign." Evie smiled, tired and fierce. Outside, Burning Hollow tried to sleep with too much truth humming in its veins. Inside, in a dim basement, the people who had accidentally become the core of Zone C7's defense listened to static and planned to fight the only way they could, together. Chapter 13. Countersignal. By the third day of Phase 2, Burning Hollow felt like a town holding its breath, while someone else held the stopwatch. The truth bomb Klein had dropped in the square didn't explode all at once. It seeped. It soaked into conversations, into sleepless nights, into the way people looked at each other in line for soup. The wave was still there, buzzing in skulls, sharpening tempers, stretching fears, but now it had competition. Words like Project Ashfall, C7, mortality ceiling, test population. If the Watchers thought dropping that much information into a stressed system would guarantee chaos, they hadn't met a town that knew how to grieve and work at the same time. They hadn't met Burning Hollow. Chloe started calling them the Three Currents. Sitting at the church table late that morning, nursing lukewarm coffee, she sketched it in her notebook as 3 arrows. One arrow labeled "We fight," one labeled "We freeze," one labeled "We flee." Each had faces. The fight current was the easiest to spot. These were the people who had left the town meeting with their jaws clenched and their backs straighter, not looser. Knowing they were in an experiment didn't crush them. It hardened them. Earl Banks hammered extra boards over his barn windows, then came into town with a sign. Rage Yard nailed to a post outside Artie's garage. He spent the afternoon hauling old car doors into a pile. "You want to hit something? Hit this," he told folks. "The Chevys had it coming for 10 years anyway. Mrs. Gomez, who had cried in the privacy of the church pantry after hearing mortality ceiling, dried her eyes and doubled her soup pots. "They want data?" she muttered, banging lids. "Fine. Put in your notes that C7 survived on Sabrosura and Anger." Pastor Joel organized prayer circles that looked suspiciously like group therapy sessions. He asked people to say out loud the worst things the wave was whispering to them, and then made everyone else in the circle say in chorus, "This is the wave, not you." The freeze current was more subtle. These were the ones who hadn't stormed the gate or volunteered for radio duty, who just went quiet. Maya noticed it at the clinic. Patients who sat staring at the wall a little too long after being told their blood pressure was fine, who said, "Uh-huh," when given instructions but couldn't repeat them back. "On a scale of 1 to 10, she asked one man, "how much do you care about any of this right now?" He stared blankly. "0, he said, but his hands shook. "Ah," she said softly. "So the answer is actually more than 10. That's called overload. They weren't causing trouble, the freezers. They were just slowly surrendering to a numbness that worried Ellen more than shouted arguments. They're the ones I'm watching," the nurse told Klein. "Screaming people at least have energy. These are drowning with their mouths closed." The flea current still swirled around the east gate, but more slowly now. Margot kept her pack packed. The man with the missing tooth counted and recounted the food in his bag. They'd listened to Klein's speech, gone to Pastor Joel's circles, even swung a hammer at Earl's sacrificial Chevy. But when the sky darkened just so, or the wave spike hit hard, they found their eyes drifting toward the road like moths to a lamplit window. "We're not jailers," Deputy Hall reminded her people. "We're speed bumps and conversations. If they go, they go. Our job's to make sure they're not running blind when they do." In the courthouse basement, surrounded by concrete and wires, Alex Rourke stared at the radio rack like it had personally insulted his profession. "We keep thinking of this as a window," he said, pacing. "Something we listen through. A one-way mirror with us on the wrong side. But we've got another problem. The wave isn't just out there. It's in here." He tapped his temple. "We need a way to anchor people when it spikes. Something they can grab onto that isn't whatever garbage ashfall is beaming into their nervous systems." "We've been doing that," Chloe said. "Prayer circles, buddy system, rage yard, Mrs. Gomez's infinite soup." "I know," Alex said. "I mean, more direct. When the wave hits, it's not a rational moment. You can't always remember advice from a meeting. You need something already in your head, already familiar, that can meet the wave on its own ground." "You're talking about brainwashing people against brainwashing," Rowdy said dryly. Alex snapped his fingers. "Exactly. Counter-programming." Evie, perched on her usual chair, perked up. "Like when you get a song stuck in your head that's so annoying you put on another song to chase it out?" she asked. Alex pointed at her. "Yes. Earworm versus earworm." Klein frowned. "You want to start broadcasting?" he asked. "Didn't we agree sending anything out could be dangerous? Might let them trace the signal. Might provoke them." "I'm not talking about broadcasting to Project Ashfall," Alex said. "I'm talking about broadcasting to us." Nurse Ellen frowned. "Explain," she said. Alex dragged a milk crate over, stood on it, and used his hands like he was drawing diagrams in the air. "Right now," he said, "the waves hit people at random times. When they're alone, when they're in line, when they're in bed, each person gets ambushed with amplified fear, rage, despair, whatever predisposition they had, turned up to 11. What if," he continued, "we recorded a counter-signal voices they trust, phrases that help, maybe even a song or two, and set up little listening stations in the church, clinic, courthouse, wherever people gather? Not blasting it all the time, but ready. When a spike hits, when we see a room tipping, we play the counter-signal on speakers or headphones. Instead of being alone in their head with ashfall, people suddenly hear a familiar voice saying, 'This is the wave. Not you. Breathe. You're in Burning Hollow. You're not alone.'" Ellen's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "Like recorded grounding exercises," she said. "We use similar things in therapy. Guided meditations. Mantras." "Exactly," Alex said. "Except this time, it's us talking to us. Pastor Joel can record prayers. Mrs. Gomez can swear in Spanish and tell people to drink water. Joel can remind them of names and faces. We can have Evie saying that line that's already sticking. 'This is the wave, not you.'" Evie blinked. "Me?" she squeaked. "You're the one who came up with it," Chloe said. "And you're in half the stories people tell about keeping their heads. You sound like this town now." Evie's ears went hot. "I sound squeaky. she protested. Authentic, Joel corrected gently. And sometimes a child's voice cuts through when an adult's just sounds like another lecture. Klein rubbed his jaw. You think this will really help? He asked. A recorded pep talk? Not for everyone, Alex said. Some people will rip the headphones off and throw them across the room. Some will hear it as noise. But for others, it might be enough a rope back to themselves, something to grab when their own thoughts are trying to drown them. Rowdy nodded slowly. Even if it only pulls a few of them back from the edge, he said, that's a worthwhile experiment. Our experiment. Not theirs. We'd need equipment, Artie said from the doorway, having wandered in during the pitch. Old tape recorders, speakers, batteries. I've got some junk that might still spin a reel if I kick it. We don't have fancy editing software, Alex said, but we don't need it. The rougher, the better. Real voices, real breathing. No one's selling a product. We're just leaving messages for ourselves in the dark. Evie imagined it. Someone sitting in the church basement, hands clenched, hearing their heart race like a drum. Then, through a speaker, hearing Pastor Joel say, You are in a room with 20 other people. Your name is You Are Not Alone. Hearing Mrs. Gomez's chuckle, Joel's prayer, her own small, stubborn mantra. It's like time travel, she said quietly. We're sending help from our calmer selves to our future, messed-up selves. Alex pointed at her again. Exactly, he said. A mirror with memory. Klein hesitated one beat more, then nodded. Do it, he said. Call it whatever you want. Just get me something we can play the next time the wave spikes. Chloe flipped a page and wrote at the top, Counter Signal Project. Then, in smaller letters underneath, Weapons of the Week, Part 2. Gathering Voices. Turned out to be easier than gathering food. Within an hour, Artie had unearthed 3 old cassette recorders and a weird hybrid contraption that looked like someone had made it a boombox with a toolbox. 2 of the recorders needed new belts. 1 needed a good thump. But between his mechanical stubbornness and Jack's nimble hands, they coaxed them back to life. Won't win any awards for sound quality, Artie grunted as one machine whirred and clicked. But if the Soviets couldn't kill these things, I doubt Ashfall can either. They set up a makeshift studio in a small jury room, 1 recorder on the table, a patched-up microphone on a stand made from a broomstick and duct tape, a hand-lettered sign on the door, Quiet, please. Mine's at work. Chloe, naturally, was first. Name, please. Alex intoned, mock serious, pressing the red button. Chloe Nguyen, she said, leaning toward the mic. Professional cynic. Amateur hope-monger. State your purpose, Alex prompted. To talk you down off whatever ledge the wave has dragged you onto, she said. Her tone shifted, became more deliberate. If you're hearing this, it means Phase 2 is doing its thing, and your brain is being a drama queen. That's not an insult. It's brain chemistry. You're still you underneath it. So, Step 1. Breathe. They let her go on for a few minutes, inhaling cues, exhaling cues, jokes about counting sheep and idiots in lab coats, reminders to look around and name 5 things in the room. When she was done, Mrs. Gomez took her place. I don't know what to say to a machine, she muttered. Pretend it's your grandson calling you from college, Pastor Joel suggested. Nervous. Homesick. Her face softened immediately. Hola, mijo, she said into the mic. It's Grandma. You're being silly, yes? Thinking too much at night again? She chuckled. Listen, your heart is stronger than your fear. Your head is a little loco right now, but that's okay. Mine is too. Everybody's. We ride it together. She switched between Spanish and English, scolding and soothing in the same breath. At one point she muttered a brief prayer. At another, she threatened to smack the wave with a chancla if it didn't back off. Keep that part, Evie whispered to Alex. Please. Pastor Joel recorded a few simple prayers and grounding statements. If the voices are loud, he said softly, Pick one true thing and hold it like a stone. My name is I am in. I can feel. I am not alone. God is not the one whispering that you are trash. That's either the wave or your old fears. Tell them both to sit down. Nurse Ellen added a short segment on physical grounding. If your thoughts are spiraling, she said, try this. Press your feet into the floor. Feel your toes. Wiggle them. Clench your hands and release them. Sip some water. If you can, wash your face. Your body can help pull your mind out of the riptide. Then it was Evie's turn. She stared at the microphone as if it were about to bite her. You don't have to, Klein murmured from the doorway. You've already done more than enough. She shook her head. They keep quoting me, she muttered. Might as well do it on purpose. Alex hit record. Evie cleared her throat. It sounded too loud in the little room. Hi, she began brilliantly. She winced. Okay, that was dumb. Start over. Or don't. Maybe leave it. It's honest. Alex gave her a thumbs up. If you're hearing this, Evie said, you're probably feeling weird. Like your thoughts aren't your own, or like they're your own but turned up too loud. Maybe you're angry at everyone. Maybe you hate yourself. Maybe you want to run until your legs fall off. Maybe you're convinced it's all your fault. She looked down at her own hands, remembering the lists, things that are me and things that are the wave. I've thought all those things too, she said. I still do. A lot. That's why I'm talking into this stupid broomstick microphone. A tiny laugh from Chloe behind the glass. Evie smiled faintly. There are people out there, she went on, who think they can push buttons and make us act like animals in a maze. They have charts and words like mortality ceiling and acceptable loss. They don't know our names. They don't care. They just want to see what we do when they poke us. Her voice warmed, anger steadier than fear. We can't stop them from poking. Not yet. But we can stop giving them exactly what they expect. We can stop believing every thought the wave throws at us. We can say, out loud if we have to, this is the wave, not me. She let that hang for a second. So try it, she said. Right now. I'll do it with you. Ready? Deep breath in. She inhaled, audible, and out. Now, say it. This is the wave, not me. There was a pause, where future listeners would hopefully repeat it. I know it sounds silly, she said. Say it anyway, louder if you can. Give the people in the white rooms something weird to write in their logs. Her tone softened. If you're about to do something you can't undo, please wait, she said. Count to 10. Count to 100. Listen to this whole tape twice. Go find someone and say, my head is being stupid. Can you sit with me? They will. We will. You're not alone in this cage. We're in it together. And we're going to be the most annoying lab rats they've ever had. She sat back, heart pounding. Cut, Alex said softly, hitting stop. Perfect. Evie covered her face with her hands. That was awful, she groaned. That was real, Chloe said. The wave's going to hate it. The counter signal had barely been spliced together when the next surge hit. It rolled in near surge. Midnight, one of those deep hours when defenses are lowest and thoughts are loudest. In the clinic, Maya jerked awake on the cot she'd claimed in the corner, heart hammering, throat tight. For a moment, she was sure she could hear whispers in a language she didn't know, threaded under the sound of the wind. It's starting, Ellen said from the next cot, already sitting up, eyes wide but focused. You feel it? Yeah, Maya said hoarsely. They moved. Down the hall, a man in his 50s gripped the sides of his bed, eyes bulging. I can't breathe, he gasped, though his chest rose and fell. You're poisoning me. No, Mr. Lawson, Maya said, taking his hand. That's your brain lying. Your lungs are working. Feel my hand? Squeeze it. Good. That's real. In the church basement, people shifted and whimpered. One woman started to sob, clutching her hair. Another whispered, "It's my fault. It's all my fault." Over and over, voice cracking. Pastor Joel, who'd been sleeping upright in a chair again, stood and raised his voice. "Okay, folks," he said. "Looks like the wave decided it was time for another party. You know the drill. If your thoughts are screaming at you, raise your hand." Dozens of hands went up. "Good," he said. "You're honest. Now, if you can't feel your feet, stomp them. If you can feel your feet, stomp them anyway." The room shook with uneven stomps. It helped, a little. At the courthouse, Alex, Evie, and Rowdy were on late radio shift when the wave hit them like a hot wind. Evie's chest clenched. For an instant, she had the vivid, overwhelming conviction that if she had never climbed that hill with the radio, none of this would be happening. That every headache in Burning Hollow was riding on her shoulders. "This is the wave," she whispered through gritted teeth. "This is the wave, not me." Alex's hands trembled on the dials. His engineering brain tried to scramble into overdrive, fix everything at once, then shorted under the weight of its own urgency. "I should have built better shielding," he muttered. "I should have warned more people. I should have." "Hey," Rowdy snapped, sharper than usual. "You've done more than anyone. That guilt voice is not yours. It's theirs. Don't let them rent space in your head for free." Alex blinked. The words cut through just enough. Klein burst into the basement, eyes bloodshot. "It's hitting up there," he said. Joel signaled from the church. Ellen from the clinic. "How fast can we get the counter signal up?" Alex swallowed, forcing his hands to steady. "Give me 10 minutes," he said. "You got 5, Klein said. "They didn't broadcast citywide, not yet. They didn't have the reach or the control. Instead, they rushed the tapes to where people were already gathered. Artie and Jack lugged the biggest boombox to the church basement, extension cords, snaking across the floor. Mrs. Gomez wiped her eyes and helped plug in speakers someone had salvaged from an old karaoke machine. "It's going to sound like a dying robot," Jack warned. "Better a friendly dying robot than a silent wave," Mrs. Gomez said. At the clinic, Ellen set a smaller recorder on a wheeled tray and rolled it down the hall like some strange medicine cart. "New prescription," she told patients. "Listening. Side effects may include not punching your neighbor." They started with Evie's track. In the church, her voice came out tinny but recognizable. "This is the wave, not you." People who knew her looked up. Some snorted. Some sobbed harder. On a cot near the back, Hank Doyle lay flat, staring at the ceiling, convinced in that moment that he had wasted his life and everyone would be better off without him. The wave whispered that his family would eat more if he were gone, that he was just taking up space. Then he heard Evie. "If you're about to do something you can't undo, please wait. Count to 10. Count to 100. He scowled. "Bossy kid," he muttered. But he started counting. "In the clinic, mister." Lawson's grip on Maya's hand loosened as Mrs. Gomez's voice rolled through the thin walls. "Your heart is stronger than your fear. Your head is a little loco right now, but that's okay." He let out a shaky breath that sounded almost like a laugh. Across town, in a cramped apartment above the old hardware store, Margot curled up on her mattress, pack still at the foot of the bed. She had decided not to go to the church that night, afraid she'd be talked into staying again. When the wave hit, it brought with it vivid images. The east gate swinging open, her legs pumping down the road, the sky sharpening into something alien. At the same time, a crushing sense of futility. No matter where you go, you're trapped, 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 trapped. She pressed her hands over her ears, but it didn't help. The thoughts were inside. Then, faintly, from the square below, came the crackling sound of the courthouse loudspeaker the one Klein used for announcements clunking on. "Let's see if this reaches anyone," Alex's voice said a second later, distorted by static. "If it does, hi. It's Alex, your friendly neighborhood guy who broke the radio." Margot barked out a half-hysterical laugh despite herself. "We're trying something," he went on. A counter signal. If you're hearing this, it means the wave is probably being a jerk to you right now. You're not alone. We're using the courthouse speakers tonight as a test. If it's annoying, blame me later. Right now, listen. Chloe's track came next, then Joel's, then Evie's. Margot lay there, listening to a chorus of familiar voices say things she both believed and didn't. You are not your worst thought. You are not alone. This is the wave, not you. Wait. Breathe. Reach out. She didn't suddenly feel fine. The wave still gnawed. But instead of being one overwhelming bully in her brain, it felt like part of a crowded argument. And for once, the other side was winning more lines. Not everyone responded. In a dark corner of the church, a young man ripped off the headphones Joel had pressed into his hands and threw them. "Shut up!" he shouted at the machine. "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Two volunteers gently guided him to the rage yard, after he'd calmed enough to walk, handed him a hammer, and let him turn the wave's fury into dents. At the clinic, one woman kept repeating, "They're lying, they're lying," even as Ellen's recorded voice explained the physical symptoms of panic. It would take more than a tape to reach her. Maybe time. Maybe medication, if they could find anything that still worked. But here and there, small miracles happened. Tommy, who'd nearly grabbed the rifle days before, sat in the side room with Lisa, listening to his own ragged breathing and the tape playing on the little recorder Ellen had left. "Tell them both to sit down," Joel's voice said. "The wave and your old fears, they are not in charge. You are," Tommy snorted, bitter. "Feels like they're in charge," he said. Lisa squeezed his hand. "You're still arguing with them," she said. "If they were in charge, you wouldn't bother." He looked at her. The knife-sharp panic had dulled to a throbbing ache. "Maybe," he said. Evie, exhausted, leaned against a courthouse pillar while the counter signal looped on the loudspeaker for a few minutes at a time. "Do you think it's working?" she asked Alex. He rubbed his eyes. "I think it's doing something," he said. "Enough that Ashfall might have to add another weird footnote about C7. Subject population developed self-generated audio coping mechanisms." Klein, listening too, allowed himself a small, grim smile. "Good," he said. "Let them write essays about how annoying we are." If Marcus Hale had been an ordinary man, he might have just been relieved that fewer people tried to stab each other during the wave spike. He was not an ordinary man. He was a man who ran equations in his head with every new variable. Standing in the shadow of the alley behind the church, listening to the faint echo of the counter signal, he ground his teeth. From a tactical perspective, it was brilliant. From a political one, it was dangerous. He could see it already. People starting to associate relief with the recorded voices, and by extension, with the people who'd set up the project. With Klein, with Chloe, with Alex, with that damned kid, Evie. He'd hoped the truth bomb would shatter trust in the sheriff beyond repair, giving him an easy path to step in as the strong, clear, uncompromised leader. Instead, Klein had somehow managed to turn confession into a kind of revival. The town was furious, yes, but also, bizarrely, more bonded than before. Shared outrage was still shared. Now this counter-signal thing was giving them a new shared ritual, another rope to pull on together. If it worked too well, Klein's stock would rise again. Marcus picked at a loose splinter on the fence post, thinking he could sabotage the machines, quietly lose a tape, accidentally break a speaker. But that would be noticed, and soon in the wave was already making people suspicious. He couldn't afford to get caught directly undermining something that by most measures was helping. He could co-opt it instead. Maybe there'd be another round of recordings. Maybe there'd be updates. Perhaps the Guard could have their own track, a strong voice talking about discipline, order, the importance of unified command in crisis. He imagined his own voice coming through the speaker. "When the wave hits, you need someone to follow, someone whose mind is still, clear. Look for the armband." It was tempting, but he'd listened to Evie's track too, and Chloe's, and even Joel's. They were infuriatingly effective, earnest without being saccharine, not the kind of thing he could imitate without sounding hollow. He would have to be careful, close enough to the project to share in the credit if it worked, far enough to point at it as insufficiently hard-nosed if it failed. "It's always a dance with you," he muttered to himself. "Sheriff plays the heart, you play the fist. Try not to trip." He turned away from the church, cloak of command settling back on his shoulders, and went to check on his guard. Several of them were looking frayed. Darrell's jaw twitched, eyes darting. "You listened to the tape?" Marcus asked. Darrell shrugged awkwardly. "Yeah," he muttered. The kid's voice kept repeating that line. "Did it help?" Marcus asked, genuinely curious. Darrell hesitated. "It kept me from hitting Eddie when he coughed in my face," he admitted. "Progress," Marcus said. "Keep it in your pocket. But remember, tape or not, we're the ones who keep things from falling apart if the weapons of the weak run out of ammo." Darrell nodded, comforted by the familiar frame. Marcus walked on, feeling the town's currents swirl around him. The ones who would always trust the sheriff, the ones who would always prefer a strong hand, the ones who just wanted the wave to stop. He just had to make sure that when the next crisis hit and there would be a next one, he was standing in the right place to catch those who lost faith in Klein's softer approach. 2 nights later, the wave receded to a dull hum again. The countersignal tapes were now part of the town's arsenal, played in the church at set times, available on request at the clinic, occasionally bubbling out of the courthouse speaker when Klein felt a spike in tempers. Evie had gotten used to hearing her own voice in the background of her days. It was weird, but also grounding. Like the version of her that had recorded the message was standing beside the present version, reminding her that she'd survived previous surges. On the 4th night after Klein's full disclosure, Evie and Alex drew another late shift in the basement. Rowdy joined them, slouched in a chair, boots stretched out, radio within arm's reach. The static had been relatively calm. A few check-ins, C1 this, C3 that, F block whining about something, endless jargon, the usual unsettling but no longer shocking noise. Evie doodled in her notebook. C7, in big letters, surrounded by little lightning bolts. Out of habit, she drew a line of rats wearing tiny protest signs. "Not your data, bad lab, no thanks." She was coloring in a sign that read, "This is the wave, not me," when the static shifted. At first, she thought it was just another Ashfall voice tuning in. The hiss narrowed, a faint hum underneath. Then a sound came through that she'd never heard before on this channel. Breathing. Uneven. Human. Close to the mic. Alex's hand hovered over the dial. "Got something," he murmured. "Different frequency offset. Hear that?" Evie pressed the headphones tighter to her ears. "Yeah," she whispered. "Sounds closer." "Wrong kind of wrong." Rowdy sat up, suddenly alert. "What is it?" he asked. "Shh," Evie said. There was a burst of crackle. Then, faintly, like someone whispering across a long pipe. "Hello? Anyone?" Heavy's heartbeat slammed into her throat. "Alex," she hissed. "Did you hear?" He nodded, face gone pale. He twisted the tuning knob a fraction, chasing the voice as it wobbled in and out. "Not them, if you can hear this." The accent was different from the Ashfall voices. Less clipped, more normal. Frayed with fear, Rowdy swung his chair closer. "Put it on, speaker," he said. Alex toggled. A switch. The voice, still thin and glitchy, spilled into the room. "Don't know how long can keep this piggyback," the person said, words chopped by interference. "We are F9, we think. They call us F9. We call ourselves Lakewood. Anyone? C block? Anyone listening?" Evie's hand flew to her mouth. "Another zone," she breathed. "Another town." Rowdy and Alex looked at each other. "Could be a trap," Rowdy said. "Ashfall testing response." "Could be someone like us," Alex said. His hands trembled over the knobs. Someone who figured out how to talk around the edges. The voice came again, more urgent. We've heard glimpses of you on the logs, it said. They talk about C7, anomalous cohesion. You sound like us. We don't have much time. Evie couldn't help herself. We're here, she blurted into the room, as if the person could hear her without a transmitter. Alex put a shading finger to his lips. We can't risk sending anything, he whispered. Not yet. Listen first. We found old gear, too, the voice said. We can't send much. They'll notice. But we wanted you to know you're not the only ones. They're doing it everywhere. Some places worse. Some gone quiet. A shiver ran down Evie's spine. Gone. Quiet, Rowdy repeated under his breath. We're trying our own tricks, the voice went on. Songs, stories, little rebellions. They hate it when we laugh. A shaky chuckle crackled through. Figures. There was a pause. Static roared, then cleared. If you can't answer, the person said, that's okay. Maybe you don't have the gear. Maybe you're smarter than we are. A breath. Just hang on. When they say ceiling, they mean target. We've seen them miscalculate. People slip past. They're not gods. They're bureaucrats. Another faint laugh, bitter and bright. We're going to try something bigger soon, the voice said. Don't know if it'll work. Might make things worse. Might poke the bear. But we're done just taking notes for them. If you're anything like what we've heard, you're done too. The static surged. Evie's heart pounded. Remember, the voice said, fading. They can watch, but they can't decide who we are. That's still ours, even if it's all that's left. The line crackled violently. The hum underneath rose, then snapped off like a switch had been flipped. Silence. Then the familiar, coldly professional tone of an ashfall monitor cut in on a different frequency. Unauthorized transmission detected on F-block relay, a woman's voice said. Source origin, F9. Logging breach. Initiating containment protocol. Evie's stomach dropped. Containment protocol, she whispered. That sounds bad. No, direct. Intervention? Another ashfall voice asked. Not yet, the woman said. Increase stressors. Monitor for further attempts. Adjust mortality ceiling if necessary. Copy, came the reply. The channel went back to hiss. In the basement, no one spoke for several seconds. Finally, Evie exhaled in a rush. They're out there, she said. Other zones. Other towns. F9. Lakewood. People like us. People they're punishing for daring to talk, Rowdy said darkly. Alex leaned back, heart racing. Part of him, big, reckless, wanted to grab a mic and shout, We're C7. We heard you. You're not alone. Another part, cool, calculating, saw the words containment protocol hanging in the air like a guillotine. If we answer, he said slowly, we give Ashfall proof that C7 has outbound capacity, that we're more than passive. They've already flagged us as anomalous. No telling what they'd do with that. If we don't, Evie said. Lakewood never knows we heard. They might think they failed. They knew it was a long shot, Rowdy said. They said it themselves. Maybe we can't answer. Maybe we're smarter if we don't. Evie bit her lip hard enough to taste blood. I hate this, she whispered. I hate having to choose between helping and hiding. Klein came down the stairs then, having caught the tail end of the Ashfall message on the upstairs monitor. What happened? He demanded. They told him. About the breathing, the voice, F9, Lakewood, containment protocol. He listened, jaw working. So we're definitely not alone, he said quietly when they finished. Bits of this hell are scattered all over. Some loud, some quiet, and some gone quiet, Evie said, hugging herself. What if that's what happens when the ceiling hits? Klein didn't lie. Could be, he said. Could also be they broke their radios, or broke out. We don't. We should answer, Evie burst out. Something small, a tap, a code, anything. And tell Ashfall exactly which rats learned to use the intercom, Klein asked gently. No, she glared at him. So we just sit here, she demanded, while Lakewood gets contained? We sit here. We copy every word they said and we use it, Klein said. We remember that someone out there called them bureaucrats, not gods. We remember that we're not the ones who named this Project Ashfall. They did. We remember that someone else, in another zone, looked at their cage and said no more. He put a hand on her shoulder. If we blow our cover now, he said, we might not get the chance to help anyone, including ourselves. Surviving is not selfish, Evie. Sometimes it's the most rebellious thing you can do. She swallowed hard. It didn't feel like enough, but it was something. Alex flipped to a clean page in his notebook and wrote in big letters, F9, Lakewood, they exist. Underneath, in smaller script, they're not gods. They're bureaucrats. They hate it when we laugh. They can watch, but they can't decide who we are. He tore the page out and pinned it to the basement wall with a thumbtack, next to Evie's rats with signs drawing. Rowdy stared at the paper, then at the radio. Guess we've got allies, he said. Even if we never hear them again. Not never, Evie said stubbornly. Just not yet. She looked at the radio, at the wires, at the scribbled notes, at the counter-signal tapes stacked neatly on the shelf. C7, F9, Ashfall, observers, subjects. So many words for the same simple fact. People in different cages, refusing to act like lab animals, even when someone with a clipboard insisted otherwise. We keep doing our weird things, she said. Tapes, rage yard, prayer circles. Whatever Lakewood's doing, we break their passin'. Experiment in 100 small ways. She put her hand flat on the table, feeling the grain of the wood under her palm, the solid reality of it. And if we ever figure out how to talk to them without painting a target on our heads, she added, I'm going to say thank you. For trying, Klein nodded. Until then, he said, we keep our counter-signal loud. We keep their wave named. We keep our people remembering who they are. He glanced at the pinned page again. And we remember, he said, that somewhere out there, in F9, a voice broke through once. That's one more crack in their ceiling than they counted on. Above them, Burning Hollow slept uneasily, with cassettes ready to play and sledgehammers ready to swing. Far away, in a town they'd never seen, someone in Lakewood might be doing the same. The wave would hit again. The observers would log their data. Project Ashfall would grind on. But now, in at least 2 places on a small, stubborn planet, the subjects had started to send signals of their own, not up, not yet, but sideways, to themselves, to each other, to whoever might be listening in the dark. It wasn't much, and it was everything. Chapter 14, Cracks in the Wall Morning, came with a gray, colorless light that made Burning Hollow look like someone had turned the saturation down on the whole world. The wave had ebbed again, leaving behind its usual debris, headache, hangovers, emotional bruises, and the faint memory of the counter-signal tapes like echoes in people's skulls. On the courthouse bulletin board, Chloe taped up the latest sheet of paper with neat block letters. Ashfall Log, C7 Summary, Project. Ashfall Zone, C7, Burning Hollow, Status. Phase 2, Ongoing. Notes. Anomalous cohesion. Cooperative behaviors elevated. Incidents of violence minimal. External mention. Zone F9, Lakewood, attempted unauthorized transmission, flagged for containment protocol. Underneath, In her smaller handwriting, she added, "Translation, we're still weird." Lakewood tried to talk. Ashfall didn't like it. People clustered around the board, reading, muttering, pointing. Some looked frightened. Some looked grimly proud. A woman standing near the back of the group crossed herself when she read the line about Lakewood. "Containment," she whispered. "Sounds like something they do to a leak in a reactor, not a town." "That's exactly what they think we are," a man beside her replied. "Leaky reaction chamber." "From a few feet away," Earl grunted. "Well, this reaction chamber's got more bang left than they figured," he said. Margot read the page twice, her packed bag hanging from one shoulder. The word Lakewood felt like a pebble in her shoe, irritating, impossible to ignore. She imagined another town, another square, people there reading their own bulletins, saying their own prayers, swinging their own hammers. "They tried to talk to us," she thought. "They stuck their necks out and got contained for it." It made her both grateful and guilty in a way the wave was all too happy to chew on. Behind her, 2 teenagers scanned the page. "Anomalous cohesion," one boy read aloud. "That sounds like a band," his friend snorted. "Welcome to the stage. Anomalous cohesion." He made guitar noises under his breath. A few people glared. A few smiled, in spite of themselves. Hope and dread mingled in the square like 2 incompatible chemicals. The counter-signal tapes had spread faster than anyone expected. At first, they'd been carefully controlled. Played at the church during waves. Rolled down clinic halls on Ellen's tape cart. Broadcast briefly from the courthouse speaker when Alex got the timing right. Then people started copying them. Artie, who had a talent for making broken things work badly but persistently, rigged up a couple of old tape decks so they could duplicate cassettes. He and Jack spent hours, hunched over a table, swapping reels, labeling tapes with shaky marker, C7 counter 1, Chloe plus Joel, Evie, Grandma Gomez. "Feels like I'm burning mix CDs. For the end of the world," Jack muttered. Soon there were tapes in places no one had planned. One sat on a shelf in the pump house, ready for whoever pulled water at night and started to panic alone. Another lived permanently in the glove compartment of Ron's truck. He'd pop it in the tape deck during patrol, letting Evie's voice talk him down when his own thoughts started looping on worst-case scenarios. Kids borrowed them, too. In a corner of the church, 3 younger teenagers, Liam's older cousins and a girl from the highway camp, crowded around a battered cassette player, giggling. "Listen, listen," one said, rewinding with a practiced finger. "Here's the best part." Evie's tinny voice came out. "We're going to be the most annoying lab rats they've ever had." The kids burst out laughing. "Annoying lab rats," one boy repeated, clutching his stomach. "That's us." Later, someone no one ever owned up to who hooked a recorder up to the church's old upright piano and started playing a simple progression of chords. Over it, they layered snippets from the tapes. Joel's calm instructions, missus. Gomez's scolding, Alex's self-deprecating jokes, and Evie's line, "This is the wave, not you." Over and over, turned into a chorus. It wasn't quite a song. More like an incantation over a clunky piano riff. The sound quality was awful, warped and hissy. The kids loved it. They started humming it under their breath as they played cards, tapping out the rhythm on tabletops. One little girl, no more than 6, stood in line for soup, swaying side to side, singing softly. "Not you, not you. It's the wav, not you, missus." Patterson shook her head, torn between irritation and something like gratitude. "They're turning our trauma into a nursery rhyme," she muttered. "Good," Mrs. Gomez said. "Better that than turning it into a legend about how we all went crazy." But not everyone was charmed. In the courtyard outside the clinic, a man sat on the steps, head in hands, while the song drifted faintly from somewhere down the street. "If I hear that phrase one more time," he groaned, "I'm going to punch a wall." Maya sat beside him. "You and half the town," she said. "But let's be honest, You'd rather punch a wall than your neighbor, right? He let out a reluctant chuckle. Yeah, he said. I guess. Then it's working, she said. Still, cracks had begun to appear. One night, as Evie passed a group of older teenagers, she heard her own voice, her recorded voice, thrown back at her, mocking. "This is the wave, not you," one boy mimicked in a squeaky falsetto. "This is the wave, not you. La la la." His friends burst out laughing. Evie froze. Heat rushed to her face. The boy saw her and winced. "Ah, crap," he muttered. "Evie, I didn't mean." She didn't wait to hear the rest. She walked away, shoulders stiff. The counter-signal had become a town-wide meme, a shield, a joke, a mantra, a song. It was on everyone's lips in some form. That was good. That was the point. It also meant her words no longer felt like entirely hers. They belonged to the town, now twisted, remixed, repurposed, help and hurt at the same time. The wave, never one to miss an opening, pounced. If someone listens and still does something stupid, it whispered, "It's on you now. You told them to wait. You told them to breathe. What if they try, and it doesn't work? Maybe you're not enough." She clenched her jaw. "This is the wave, not me," she muttered. The words didn't bounce as cleanly as they used to. The Citizens' Guard had always been a patchwork. Former soldiers, ex-cops, security guards, hunters, a few adrenaline junkies, and a handful of people who just wanted a red armband so they could feel useful. Under Marcus Hale, they'd become more organized. Under the wave, they'd become more stressed. Under Klein's revelation, they'd become split. It started small. In the garage where they kept their weapons and gear, two guards, Darrell and a younger man named Josh, argued while cleaning rifles. "I'm not saying Klein's a saint," Josh said, running an oily rag down a barrel. But he stood up there and told everyone the worst part. Straight. Didn't sugarcoat. "That counts for something," Darrell snorted. "After how long sitting on it?" he said. "You want a medal for a man who only tells the truth when his hand is forced?" Josh shrugged. "Maybe I want a sheriff who confesses when he screws up instead of doubling down." "In a situation like this, confession is just weakness," Darrell shot back. "Did you hear what happened to F9? Lakewood tried to play hero, send messages, and got containment protocol for their trouble." He spat the last phrase like it tasted bad. "That's not on them," Josh said. "That's on Ashfall. We poked the bear mauls us," Darrell replied. "Doesn't matter if the bear's the bad guy. I don't want a leader whose first instinct is, let's make more weird tapes, when the ones upstairs with the knobs are clearly willing to tighten them." "You like the tape," Josh pointed out. "You told Marcus it kept you from hitting Eddie," Darrell scowled. "I said it kept me from hitting Eddie," he corrected. "Didn't say I want my chain of command to be a teenage girl with a slogan." Josh bristled. "Evie's done more than half of us," he said. "You heard what she said to Tommy. You heard the tape. People listened to her." "And that's part of the problem," Darrell said. "We're starting to follow voices that crack jokes and hold hands, while there are scientists," he made the word an insult, "counting how many of us they can kill." He leaned closer. "We need discipline," he said. "We need clear orders. When people start panicking and singing at the same time, they're more likely to walk into traffic. Marcus gets that. Marcus gets power," Josh said. "And he sees this whole mess as a job interview." The words hung heavy. They weren't the only guards talking like that. Some gravitated toward Marcus's hardness, his talk of minimal tolerance and firm action. Others found themselves drawn to the sheriff's rough honesty and Rowdy's calm. A few tried to straddle the middle, feeling the floorboards shift under their boots. Marcus saw the cracks forming. He didn't shape them directly, no overt mutiny, just nudged. In a late-night meeting with the guard, he paced in front of them, hands behind his back. "You've heard two kinds of talk these past days," he said. "One is about understanding our feelings, naming the wave, singing songs so we don't lose ourselves. The other is about keeping order, about not letting this place turn into a free-for-all because everyone decided their emotions are someone else's fault. A few guards nodded. I'm not against the first, Marcus said. You think I like watching people shake and cry? I don't. If those tapes help them, great. Fantastic. Play them. Hum along. Whatever keeps the lid on. He stopped, turned. But don't confuse comfort with command, he said. When it hits the fan, when someone's about to light a match near the gas, when a crowd moves toward the gate, who are they going to look at? The kid on the tape? Or the ones with the armbands? The armbands? Someone muttered. That's right, Marcus said. Because in the end, when a decision has to be made that someone won't like, we make it. Not the tape, not the sermon, not the slogan. Us. So we can't afford to be torn down the middle when that moment comes. He let that sink in. Whatever you think of Klein, he added, remember this. He bleeds. He hesitates. That's a luxury we don't always have. Respect him if you can. Work around him if you must. But when you're out there, when the wave's chewing on your brain and people are looking at you like you're the thin red line between them and chaos, you can't be wondering which camp you're in. You're guard. Act like it. Some found that inspiring, others found it chilling. Rowdy, who technically wore a badge, but no armband, watched the shift from the edge. He knew Marcus was right about one thing. In a crisis, people would look at whoever looked most certain. But he also knew certainty without humility could get people killed just as fast as indecision. Cracks in the wall, Chloe murmured when he mentioned it to her later. Which wall? He asked. Both, she said. The one around the town, and the one inside it. It hit Evie one afternoon in the least dramatic place possible, the back pew of the church. Pastor Joel was leading a small group in one of his now regular wave circles. Maybe a dozen people, most of whom Evie recognized. Katie and Liam, Hank, Margot, Mrs. Patterson, a few from the highway camp. Candles flickered in jars on the floor. The air smelled like wax and stew and tired bodies. Let's do the thing we talked about, Joel said. We'll each share one thought the wave has been throwing at us, and then the rest of us will answer it, out loud. They went around the circle. It tells me I'm a burden, Katie said. That my baby would be better off with someone who didn't cry so much. It tells me I only survived the flood because I'm a coward, Hank muttered. That real brave men died and I just floated. It tells me I should have left when the first group did, Margot said. That staying makes me a fool. Each time, the circle responded in unison. A call and response they'd practiced. This is the wave, not you. Sometimes they added specifics. You are not a burden. You pulled 3 people out of the river. Staying when you're scared is not foolish. It's brave. When it came to Evie's turn, she hesitated. She'd been content to be the mantra girl in abstract. Hearing her own words thrown back and forth in the circle, her phrase turned communal had felt both humbling and surreal. But now, with everyone's eyes on her, the wave darted in. Tell them you're fine, it hissed. You're the one on the tape. You don't get to fall apart. If you do, so will they. The thought was so clear it startled her. Pastor Joel noticed her flinch. Evie, he prompted gently. You don't have to share if you don't want to, but you're welcome to. She swallowed. The wave tells me, she said slowly, that if anyone listens to the tape or the stuff I say, and they still do something bad, it's my fault. A rustle went through the circle. It says, I told them to wait, breathe. So if they try and it doesn't work, that means I wasn't good enough, that my words were broken. And if something awful happens, it's because I failed. Her hands twisted together in her lap. The wave says, she finished in a rush, that if anyone dies, it'll be because I didn't say the right thing. The words hung in the air like smoke. For a second, no one spoke. Then Pastor Joel's voice, low and steady. The wave is a liar. he said. The circle responded, almost on autopilot. This is the wave, not you. He didn't stop there. Evie, he said, you are not responsible for what other people's brains and hearts do under torture. You can offer words. You can offer presence. You can offer your stubborn, annoying courage, a faint smile, but you can't climb inside their skull and steer for them. But I'm the one, she began. You're the one who held a flashlight up in the dark, he said. That's not the same as being the dark, or the one who built the maze. Mrs. Gomez nodded vigorously. Mija, she said, leaning forward, if I make soup and someone still starves because they won't come eat, that's not because the soup was wrong. That's because something broke in them that no soup can fix. Katie spoke up, voice shaky but firm. Your words kept me from screaming at my kid 3 times this week, she said. If I ever lose it and yell anyway, that's not because you failed. That's because I'm human and tired and my brain is on fire. You are not the wave. You are not its firefighter either. You're just a girl with a bucket in a town full of flames. You're allowed to get singed, Hank grunted. You're a good kid, he said gruffly. If I do something stupid, that's on me and the stupid voices, not on the kid who told me to count to 10. Margot, surprisingly, added her voice. If it makes you feel better, she said. Half the time when I want to bolt, I ignore the tape completely and call myself names instead. That's not your fault. That's my lifelong bad habit having a field day. A faint ripple of tired laughter moved through the circle. Joel leaned forward. Let's phrase it properly, he said. The wave is telling you. You are responsible for everything. The truth is, you are responsible for your choices, and other people are responsible for theirs. You can help, you can influence. You can't control. He looked around the circle. Let's answer that together, he said. Evie said, if anyone dies, it will be because I didn't say the right thing. Our answer is, they obeyed, more voices joining than before. This is the wave, not you. Evie's eyes stung. She pressed her knuckles against them. For the first time, the mantra didn't feel like something she had to force on herself. It felt like something being handed back to her, gentler and warmer than when she'd flung it at others. The weight didn't vanish, but it shifted, spread out across the circle instead of sitting squarely on her shoulders. Later, as she left the church, she heard her own recorded voice filtering faintly from the basement speakers. We're going to be the most annoying lab rats they've ever had. Didn't sound so heavy this time. Far above Burning Hollow, geographically, and in their own opinion morally, Project Ashfall's observation center hummed. Fluorescent lights buzzed. Monitors glowed. Coffee cups multiplied. On one wall, a bank of screens showed dozens of graphs. Heart rate plots, stress indices, incident counters. A few had labels. C1, C3, C5, C7, F9. C7's line was jagged but trending towards something resilient. F9's line had a red flag. At a console near the center, a woman in her 40s in a rumpled blazer, Dr. Sarah Lang, stared at C7's latest log entry. Subject: Leadership has disclosed experimental parameters to population, she read aloud from the text her junior had compiled. Population developed self-directed audio coping mechanisms. Adoption, high. Behavioral violence remains low despite stressor intensification. She pinched the bridge of her nose. They're making their own therapy tapes, she muttered. Of course they are. Behind her, Doctor. Halden, older, sharp-suited, eyes like polished stones, sipped his coffee and shrugged. It's fascinating, he said. We didn't anticipate that level of metacognition in a C-block town. It may force us to revise our projections. That's good science. Good science, Lang repeated softly. Right. On another screen, a log entry scrolled from F9. F9. Unauthorized transmission. Source. Subject side radio modification. Lakewood. Content. Attempted lateral contact to other zones. Response. Containment protocol initiated. Stressor suite intensified. Monitoring for further breaches. Lang's stomach twisted. She'd heard the transmission before it was cut, just enough to catch the desperation and ragged humor in the unknown speaker's voice. "They're not gods," they'd said. "They're bureaucrats," she'd almost laughed. Then she'd remembered who she was in this scenario. At the adjacent station, a younger analyst, Tal, frowned at the F9 screen. "Containment seems harsh," Tal ventured. "All they did was talk. To each other. Laterally. They didn't even reach us. If anything, it exposes them to more risk than it does us." "That's the point," Halden said without turning. "We have to maintain trajectory integrity. If subjects begin forming cross-zone alliances, it introduces variables we can't model. The mortality ceiling is calibrated for isolated populations, not coalitions." "Maybe the ceiling is the problem," Tal said under his breath. Lang heard him. So did Halden. "You object to the ceiling?" Halden asked, tone deceptively mild. Tal swallowed. I object to talking about 30% of any living population as acceptable loss, sir," he said. "I know the argument. I know the necessity framing. It still feels necessary," Halden finished for him. "It feels necessary," Lang stirred. "You mean it feels awful," she said quietly. "Because it is." Halden finally looked away from the screens to study them both. "We have had this conversation," he said. "We are in the middle of cascading failures across infrastructure, governance, and ecology. Ashfall exists because reactive triage does not work at planet scale. We are mapping resilience and fracture points so that whatever's left when this is over stands a chance." He gestured toward the graphs. "Without data," he said, "we're just guessing." "And we've done enough guessing, don't you think?" Tal persisted. "Can't we reduce the ceiling?" he asked. 10%? 5? 0? Zero mortality in a test of this magnitude is a fantasy," Halden said. "You want to learn how structures behave under stress? You have to stress them. If you want to know where they break, some will break. We are already more humane than most of history. We cap at 30. We do not exceed. That is the compromise." "Tell that to F9, Lang said. Halden's gaze hardened. F9 attempted to alter model parameters without oversight, he said. Tampering with cross-zone communication could distort our ability to distinguish local variables. We responded proportionally, by intensifying stressors, Lang said. "That's a pretty euphemism." Halden set his cup down. "You knew what Ashfall was when you signed up," he said calmly. "You signed the same ethics waiver I did. If you are no longer comfortable, you may withdraw after Phase 2. And leave it to people with fewer qualms," Lang said. "Yes, that worked brilliantly in the last century." Silence thickened between them. Tal shifted, clearly wanting to be anywhere else. Halden broke eye contact first, turning back to the screens. "C7 remains of interest," he said briskly. "Their counter-signal and meta-framing, this is the wave, not you, are creating a kind of collective cognitive firewall. It may reduce individual breakdown, but could also reduce pliability in the long term. We should flag them for Phase 3 consideration." "Phase 3?" Tal echoed. "We haven't finalized Phase 3 parameters." "We will," Halden said. "Soon." Lang stared at C7's line. Still wobbling. Still defying expectations. "Maybe we don't need a Phase 3 for them," she said softly. "Maybe the whole point of resilience is to let it be, to observe, then step back." Halden didn't answer. He didn't have to. The red flags on several other zones, F9, B2, D11, spoke, loudly enough. "Run the updated models with C7's anomalous data," he said. "See how it affects system-wide projections." Lang turned back to her console, fingers moving automatically over the keys. In the back of her mind, though, a crack spidered across something she'd once thought was solid. The conviction that Ashfall's ends justified its means. If they were bureaucrats, as that unknown voice had said, she was starting to suspect she'd become one of them. and she didn't like it. Burning Hollow's cracks showed themselves in fire. It happened the night after Lang's doubt flickered and died under fluorescent lights. A dry wind rattled the leaves outside Earl's barn. The sky was clear, stars sharp, the air charged with the restless energy of people unable to sleep. In the makeshift grain storage near the square, an old warehouse repurposed into a food depot, Ron finished his check, ticked boxes on a clipboard, and locked the door. "We've got enough for a few weeks if we keep rationing," he told Mrs. Gomez, who'd come to confirm the flour count. "As long as nobody gets creative," she snorted. "If anyone tries to get creative with my flour, I'll show them a new meaning of discipline," she said, patting the rolling pin at her hip like a holstered weapon. They parted ways. An hour later, when most of the town had tucked themselves into cots and mattresses, a faint glow appeared under the warehouse door. The first person to see it was a teenager on guard watch. Josh, bleary-eyed, walking his route. At first he thought it was just a lantern left too close to the wall. Then he smelled it, acrid and sharp. "Smoke! Fire!" he shouted, voice cracking. "Warehouse! Fire!" The word cut through the night like a siren. Within minutes, people poured into the square, half-dressed, clutching buckets, coughing as the wind shifted. Flames licked at the bottom corners of the warehouse door, orange, tongues tasting the night. Smoke curled up, dark against the stars. Earl arrived hauling a coil of hose that might or might not have enough pressure to be useful. Rowdy and Klein came from opposite sides of the square, converging with the easy efficiency of men who'd fought blazes before. "Water line?" Rowdy barked. "Pump's still good," Ron said, panting. "Pressure's crap, but it's something." "Get a line on the west wall," Klein ordered. "Keep it from jumping to the next building. Bucket brigade from the pump. Move." People moved. Evie stumbled out of the church, heart slamming. For a second, half awake, all she could think was, "They're burning us out." Ashfall, flipping a switch, turning Phase 2 into something hotter. Then she saw the pattern of the flames. Low, localized, not yet raging. This wasn't a bomb. This was a bad idea that had found kindling. Josh stood near the warehouse, coughing hard. I just saw it," he stammered, as Marcus grabbed his shoulder. "A glow. I don't know how long it's been going." "Forget that," Marcus snapped. "We'll blame you later if we need to. Help with the line." As water arced clumsily toward the flames, steam hissed. People formed chains of buckets, passing, sloshing, precious water hand to hand. Maya and Ellen dragged out a couple of blankets and wet them, ready to smother smaller sparks. "Anyone inside?" Ellen demanded. "No," Ron said. "Door was locked. I checked an hour ago." "Doors don't lock themselves from the inside," Marcus muttered. The thought ran down the line like electricity. Someone had done this. The question was who. As the fire fought back, popping and flaring, a thin voice rose from near the back of the crowd. "It's their fault," someone coughed. "The council, the tapes, the meetings. They made us weak. We should have locked it tighter. No more sharing. No more experiments." Evie couldn't see who said it. It didn't really matter. The idea was loose now. Rowdy, face streaked with soot, shouted over the crackle, "Less Blaine, more buckets." People obeyed, for now. After what felt like hours, but was probably 20 minutes, the fire surrendered. The bottom of the warehouse door was charred, the inside smoky. Some sacks ruined, but the structure still stood. "Open it," Marcus said grimly. Ron and Earl pried the door up. A wave of hot, grain-scented smoke rolled out. Inside, a corner of the storage area was blackened. A few wooden pallets had collapsed into ash. Several sacks of flour slumped open, their contents soaked and clumped into paste. "Could have been worse," Ron muttered, coughing. "We got lucky," Ellen said. "If the wind had been stronger." Klein crouched near the origin point, scanning the floor. "Here," he said, pointing. "Accelerant. Smell that? That's not lamp oil. Marcus knelt beside him, nostrils flaring. Gasoline, he said. From the garage, or someone's private stash. Why would anyone? Mrs. Gomez began, then stopped, hand flying to her mouth. Helplessness made people strange. Anger made them stranger. Those two together, under Ashfall's wave, could ignite anything. Maybe someone wanted to force our hand, Marcus said. Make us clamp down harder so they feel safer. Or maybe they just wanted to watch the world burn. Or maybe they panicked, Klein said. Believed the whispers that we're too generous. Or not generous enough. Or that we're feeding the wrong people. The wave's been chewing on fairness all week. Why do they get bread? Why don't I? He stood back, aching. Get a list of who has access to gasoline, he told Marcus. We'll talk to them. All of them. Calmly. Marcus's jaw tightened. Calmly, he repeated, not sounding thrilled. The gathered crowd murmured. Someone tried to burn our food? Maybe it was one of the highway people. Maybe it was someone on the council. Maybe it was the guard, staging something. Maybe it was Ashfall, reaching down with a match. Evie heard the last one and shivered. This is the wave, not you, she muttered automatically. It felt thin against the smell of smoke. The fire was out, but the damage lingered in the storage and in the square. In the morning, after a night of coughing and restless sleep, Klein called another gathering, smaller this time. Just the council, the guard leadership, and a few key volunteers. They met inside the warehouse. The charred corner, a visual prop no one needed. We caught it early, Ron said, gesturing to the damage. Lost maybe 20% of that corner's stores. It hurts, but it won't starve us. Not yet. It's not the loss that scares me, Ellen said. It's the intent. Chloe scribbled notes. Any leads? She asked. Marcus consulted a small notebook. 3 people accessed gasoline in the last 48 hours, he said. Artie, for equipment. Me, for a lantern refill at the guard post. And, he hesitated, one of the highwaymen, guy named Trent, said he needed it for a generator they're trying to coax back to life. Where's Trent now? Rowdy asked. Sleeping off the wave in the camp, Marcus said. Or pretending to. Or staying close to his people in case we try to drag him in, Chloe murmured. We are not dragging anyone, Joel said. We're talking, clarifying. The last thing we need is a show trial in the square with everybody's heads buzzing. Agreed, Klein said. We handle this quiet. We ask questions. We remember the wave might have been steering when whoever did this lit the match. Marcus's mouth flattened. We also remember, he said, that the wave doesn't buy gasoline or pick locks. Someone made choices. Both can be true, Ellen said sharply. The wave pushes. People walk. We can't pretend they're puppets. But we also can't treat them like monsters and expect them to act like neighbors. Evie stood near one wall, arms wrapped around herself, the smell of burnt grain in her nose. The wave, opportunistic, slithered up again. Maybe they did it because your tapes made them think everything's fixable, it hissed. This is the wave, not you. So if it's not them, they can do whatever they want and blame the wave. Nice loophole you built. She squeezed her eyes shut. No, she whispered. That's not what we meant. Chloe noticed her and stepped closer. You okay? She murmured. Evie let out a shaky breath. The wave says we gave people an excuse, she said. Like, now they can say it wasn't really them and do worse. Chloe grimaced. The wave's good at lawyering, she said, twisting good things into loopholes. She thought for a moment. Maybe we need an addendum, she said. A second line. This is the wave, not you, but you're still responsible for what you do about it. Evie blinked. That's long, she said. Yeah, Chloe said, but some truths are long. Klein, still talking, seemed to arrive at a similar conclusion. We've been pushing hard on the narrative that this is the wave, not you, he said to the group. It's helped people not drown in self-hate. We need to keep that. But we also need to be clear. Naming the wave doesn't mean we shrug and walk away from our actions. Joel nodded. Grace isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card, he said. It's a reason to try again, not an excuse to keep lighting matches. We'll build that into the next tapes, Chloe said. I'll write a new segment. We'll have Joel or Ellen, or even you record it. Even me? Klein said dryly. Say it isn't so. We can call it fine. Print, Alex added from the doorway. Or terms and conditions. Evie managed a weak smile. Ashfall has a mortality ceiling, she said. We can have a responsibility floor. Nice, Chloe said. Stealing that. The conversation shifted back to Trent, to locks, to patrol schedules. Evie let the adults talk themselves in circles for another minute, then slipped outside. The sky was bright, almost offensively normal. On the warehouse wall, a patch of soot made an irregular stain. Below it, on the ground, someone had written in the ash with a finger. They can burn our food, but not our stubborn, Evie snorted. The handwriting looked like Earl's. Nice graffiti, she murmured. She stared at the words a little longer, then bent down and added, in smaller letters underneath, This is the wave, not you, but you still choose. Not as catchy, but maybe necessary. That night, in the observation center, Dr. Lang filed another report. C7, Food Depot, fire, cause, unknown, suspected, deliberate ignition by subject. Response, community-led containment, loss limited. Behavioral note, subject's frame act as aberration, influenced by wave, while maintaining individual accountability narrative. She hesitated, then added, additional observation, emergent subject-side ethics discourse appears more nuanced than anticipated. Recommendation, review mortality ceiling assumptions in long-term resilience modeling. She hovered over the send button. Halden's words echoed in her head. So did Lakewood's. They're not gods. They're bureaucrats. Her finger tapped. Send. Tiny cracks. In the town's wall. In the experiment's wall. In her own. Phase 2 was not over. The wave would come back, maybe harder. The guards' unity was fraying. The tapes were everywhere, sometimes mocked, sometimes sung, sometimes prayed with. Burning Hollow's defenses held. For now. But there were cracks in every barrier. If they didn't figure out how to use them to let light in, without letting everything collapse. Phase 3, whatever it was, would find plenty of weak points to exploit. Chapter 15, The Longest Night. The wave came back like it was trying to make up for all the times it had failed. It started in the late afternoon, a low, almost pleasant humming under the skin, like the air before a summer storm. By dusk, the hum had sharpened into pins and needles along the scalp. By full dark, it felt like someone had taken a tuning fork the size of the sky and slammed it against the world. Evie felt it first as a tilt. 1 second, she was at the church, helping Mrs. Gomez stacked clean bowls. The next, the room seemed to slide sideways. Her heartbeat galloped. Every minor sound, the clink of ceramic, the murmur of voices, the scrape of a chair spiked like an alarm. Here we go, she thought, fingers gripping the table. Phase 2's big finale. The air feels wrong, Liam whimpered from Katie's hip. You and me both, kid, Katie muttered, already fishing out the little cassette player she'd started carrying like a talisman. Across town, people paused, mid-task, mid-sentence, mid-breath, as the wave pushed. Old fears, half-healed injuries, unfinished arguments, everything tightened. At the clinic, Ellen braced her hands on the counter as the fluorescent light seemed to buzz louder. At least it picked visiting hours, she muttered. Could have waited until we all fell asleep. Maya shot her a look. You call this an upside? Looks like a crowd, Ellen said. Less dying alone. I'll take what I can get. At the guard post, Marcus Hale straightened as his vision momentarily narrowed to a tunnel. Not now, he told his own brain. Later you can fall apart. Not now. He stepped outside into the thickening dusk, the smell of dust and human tension hanging in the air. Somewhere, a child started crying. Somewhere else, a door slammed. A dog barked, then barked again, high and frantic. The longest night had begun. Trent was already on edge before the wave hit. The former highwayman stood at the edge of the communal fire near his camp, shoulders hunched, watching flames lick at the logs. The others sat in a loose ring, picking at their rations. He heard the whispers. He always had. Maybe it was Trent. He asked for gas. He was near the warehouse. No one had marched up and accused him outright. Not yet. Klein had spoken with him once, calm but firm, asking where he'd been, who'd seen him, what he'd done. Trent had given his answers. Some true, some edited. Enough to avoid cuffs. Not enough to quiet suspicion. Now the whispers felt like they'd crawled inside his skull and multiplied. They think I did it. They're just waiting. They'll pin everything on me. Might as well have done it. You'll never belong here. You'll always be the outsider they blame. He rubbed his hands over his face. The tingling in his fingertips had spread up his arms, a static itch under the skin. You okay, man? One of his campmates asked. Fine, Trent snapped. Just love being a walking target, that's all. The wave sharpened. He saw, in his mind, a dozen variations of the same scene. Red armbands grabbing him, dragging him to the square. People shouting, throwing things. Someone he could never quite see, who's swinging something heavy. No tape, no mantra, just hot animal fear. Might as well strike first, the wave suggested. Might as well make them really afraid of you. Then they'll hesitate. He stood abruptly. Where you going? The campmate asked. For a walk, Trent said. He didn't notice how tightly his hands had curled into fists. In the courthouse basement, the radio was silent for once. No Ashfall voice was scheduled for that hour. Only static whispered in the background. Alex and Evie were there anyway. They'd started doing that when the wave felt heavier, taking radio shifts even without transmissions, in case something changed. Now Evie paced, ant trails sprinting under her skin. This one's different, she said. Like the earlier ones were dress rehearsals and now it's opening night. Could be our perception, Alex said, though he felt it too like the world had turned up the gain. He popped a fresh tape into the recorder. This one had a label in Chloe's handwriting. Counter, fine print. We might need the new version, he said. They'd recorded it that morning. Pastor Joel's voice came through first. If the wave is telling you you're trash, or telling you to hit, or run, or burn, remember, it is not you. It's a storm in your head. You are not the storm. But listen close. What you do during the storm still matters. You are not to blame for every thought. You are responsible for what you choose next. Grace does not mean no consequences. It means you get another chance to pick better. Then Ellen, more clinical, less poetic. Your brain under stress is like a car on ice. The skid isn't your fault. Where you aim the steering, wheel still is. Then Evie, tacked on at the end, voice steadier this time. So yeah, this is the wave, not you. But you still choose. That's the part they can't measure on a chart. Alex cued the tape. Think we should start playing it preemptively, he asked, before the spike hits maximum? Evie looked up, eyes wide. It's already hitting, she said. As if on cue, the courthouse loudspeaker crackled to life upstairs. Klein's voice came through, tense but controlled. Folks, he said, this is Sheriff Klein. Looks like we're in for a rough pass tonight. If you're feeling it, you're not alone. Church basement is open. Clinic is ready. If you can't walk over, knock on a neighbor's door. No one rides this one solo if we can help it. He paused. We'll be broadcasting the counter signal at intervals, he added. Use it. Ignore it. Sing along with it. Just don't let the wave tell you you're the only one hearing it. Alex watched Evie. "You ready?" he asked. She took a breath. "Ready as I'll ever be," she said. He hit play. Anger moves faster than fear. By full dark, the square was full again, but this time it wasn't for a planned meeting. It was a gathering pulled by gravity and frayed nerves. Some came toward the church. Some drifted toward the clinic. Some just wandered, unable to sit still at home, drawn toward the center of town like filings to a magnet. Trent should have stayed on the edge. Instead, the wave dragged him toward the middle. He didn't remember deciding to go there. One second he was walking past the pump, thoughts racing. The next, he was standing near the warehouse he'd been quietly thinking about nonstop for days. The charred corner loomed in the starlight. A voice behind him said, "Huh, look who's out for a stroll." He turned. Darrell stood there, red armband stark in the dim light. 2 other guards at his shoulders. His jaw was tight, his pupils a little too wide. "I'm allowed to walk," Trent said shortly. "Sure," Darrell said. "Just interesting you're taking in the view." Another voice cut in from the crowd. "Maybe he's admiring his handiwork," someone said. "We all know who had gas." The wave pulsed. The difference between suspicion and certainty thinned. Trent's chest squeezed. "I didn't," he started. "You didn't?" a woman snapped. "So who did then? One of us? Funny how the fire started after you showed up asking for fuel." Around them, more people slowed, watching. "This isn't the time," one of the other guards muttered to Darrell. "We're supposed to be watching for wave breaks, not starting fights." "Maybe this is a wave break," Darrell shot back. "Maybe the wave's finally shaking the truth loose." Trent's hands clenched. "You want a confession?" he snarled. "Fine. Yeah, I thought about it. I thought about burning the whole damn place down. You know why? Because I'm tired of being a half-guest, half-suspect in a place where everyone else gets to pretend they're better than the people who got stuck on the highway." Gasps. Murmurs. "But I didn't," he said through his teeth. "I didn't light the match. The wave," delighted, "amped up the heat." "What if the next time you think about it, you don't stop?" someone shouted. "Maybe we should lock him up until Phase 2 is over." "Lock him up? After what happened to Lakewood? You want Ashfall to notice we've got someone in a cage? Maybe you'd rather wait until he finishes the job." The words piled on, louder, sharper. As voices rose, people drew closer, not further. It was the old, ugly math of a crowd. Anger, divided by distance, multiplied by fear. Someone shoved Trent's shoulder. He shoved back without thinking. Hands grabbed his jacket. Someone yelled, "Careful, he'll have a knife." "I don't have a—" He didn't get to finish. A fist connected with his cheek. Pain exploded. He staggered. Nearby, Mrs. Patterson and Katie, trying to shepherd Liam toward the church, saw the knot forming. "Not good," Mrs. Patterson said. "Understatement," Katie muttered. "We need guard, real guard." Marcus and Josh were already moving, drawn by the same gravity. By the time they pushed through the ring of bodies, the scene had sharpened into something dangerously close to a beating. Trent hunched, arms over his head, as 3 or 4 people lunged at him in jerks and bursts. Darrell stood close, breathing hard, not quite intervening, not quite joining in. "Enough!" Marcus roared. The word cracked through the night like a shot. For a second the wave faltered. Marcus stepped into the ring, shoving bodies aside. "We are not doing this," he said, voice flat and deadly. "Back off." One man turned on him, eyes wild. "He burned our food!" he shouted. "What?" "We should. Just say this is the wave, not you, and let him light the next spark." Marcus grabbed his collar. "You want to hit someone?" he snarled. "Hit me. At least I signed up for it." "He didn't sign up to be your punching bag just because your thoughts are loud tonight." The man blinked, thrown by the offer. Behind Marcus, Josh forced himself between Trent and another swinging arm, taking an elbow to the ribs that would leave a spectacular bruise. In the distance, through the loudspeaker, Joel's recorded voice floated over the square. If the voices are loud, pick one true thing and hold it like a stone. It sounded absurd against the sight of fists. Darrell rounded on Marcus, face flushed. "We can't keep giving people passes," he said. "We talk and talk, but things keep getting worse. First the fire, now this. At some point, someone has to choose," Marcus cut in. "Right now, you included." Darrell blinked. "Choose what?" he spat. "Whether you're guard or a guy in a mob with a red armband," Marcus said. The words seemed to hit harder than a punch. Darrell's mouth opened, shut. He looked at Trent bleeding, breathing hard, and something behind his eyes shifted. The wave didn't vanish, but another part of him, training, memory, identity, pushed back. Guard. He stepped back, raising his hands. "Everybody back," he barked, voice cracking but loud. "Now, you want to file complaints? Do it in daylight. This isn't justice. This is the wave using your hands." The phrase landed. "This is the wave using your hands." A few people flinched, like they'd been slapped. Slowly, grudgingly, they eased off. Evie arrived at a run, lungs burning, just in time to see Trent crumpled on the ground, Marcus standing over him like a shield, Darrell and Josh flanking. "What happened?" she gasped. "The wave got persuasive," Marcus said. "We disagreed." Trent looked up at her, one eye swelling. "Heard your tape," he said hoarsely. "Didn't help much." "Did you try?" she asked, before she could stop herself. He glared. "I tried," he said. "You think I want to be this angry? You think I don't know I'm dancing on a wire? I tried. The wave just pushed harder." She knelt, ignoring the whispers around them. "Then you're still here," she said. "Unsmashed. Unburned. That's something." He snorted. "Barely." She hesitated, then said the thing that had been drilled into her in Joel's circle. "The thoughts aren't your fault," she said. "The match is. You didn't light it tonight. That's a choice." He stared at her, jaw tight. Nearby, someone muttered, "He probably will next time," Evie snapped. "You might too, if you keep feeding the same thought over and over like it's a pet instead of a parasite." The mutterer blinked. Klein arrived, then Rowdy at his side, Chloe close behind. He took in the scene. Trent, on the ground, the bruises, the cluster of faces in various stages of shame, anger, and confusion. For a moment his own temper surged. "This is what happens when you don't clamp down hard enough," a voice he recognized as his old training snarled. "This is what happens when you let the wave run the courtroom." Then Joel's recorded phrase, barely audible from the loudspeaker, drifted down again. "You are not the storm. You are responsible for what you choose next." Klein exhaled. "Anybody want to confess to throwing the first punch?" he asked. Silence. "Didn't think so," he said. "All right, listen up. This is the worst wave we've had yet. That's real. You're all wound tight enough to snap. That's real too. But if we start turning on each other every time Ashfall dials the knob, then we're doing their job for them." He gestured toward Trent. "We don't have proof he lit that fire," he said. "We have suspicion, timing, and the ugly convenience of an outsider to blame. If evidence turns up, we'll deal with it. In daylight. In a room. With more than one brain signing off. We will not," his voice hardened, "become the kind of place that hands out beatings in the dark and calls it justice." A murmur. Some nodded. Some crossed their arms, unconvinced. Marcus cleared his throat. "Guard was there," he said. "We should have stepped in sooner. That's on us. On me. Consider this a formal notice. Anyone in a red band who raises a fist in a crowd, instead of stopping one, will lose that band. Temporarily, if they're lucky. Permanently, if they're not." His eyes flicked briefly to Darrell, who didn't flinch. Darrell stepped forward. "I almost joined in," he said loudly. "Thought about it. Wanted to. The wave was screaming in my ear that we need to be tougher, that fear is useful. that we have to make examples. He swallowed. It's still screaming, he admitted. But that doesn't mean it's right. So consider that my confession. And my warning, because if it can get into my head, it can get into yours. The crowd shifted again, the mood complicated. Evie watched them all, chest heaving. This is the worst it's been, she said quietly to Chloe. But also, the most times I've heard people call it out while it's happening. Cracks and patches, Chloe murmured, scribbling. All at once. Far above, in the observation center, alarms pinged. C7 wave response spiking, Tal reported, scanning the graphs. Emotional volatility elevated, physical altercations up, but, he frowned, serious injury minimal. They're pulling punches. Literally. On the screen labeled F9, the line had dipped and jagged, then flattened. The red flag remained. C7's mortality remains below projected ceiling, Halden noted. Surprising, given intensification. Their counter-signal seems to be modulating self-harm and interpersonal violence rates. Like any good scientist, part of him was impressed. Another part was annoyed. It's corrupting the data, he said. They're introducing unmodeled variables. Lang turned in her chair. People talking to each other, she said. That's not a corruption. That's their only defense. You keep calling it noise. Maybe it's the signal. Halden ignored that. Phase 2 in C7 has run longer than planned, he said. We've observed sufficiently anomalous behavior. Time to decide, escalate or de-escalate. De-escalate, Lang said immediately. Tal blinked. We can do that? He asked before he could stop himself. Halden gave him a look. Of course we can, he said. We write the protocols. We can edit them. Lang leaned in. Look at the pattern, she said. They've developed self-generated mitigation strategies, counter-signal tapes, communal framing of the wave, and ethics, discourse about responsibility. They just pulled themselves back from a near lynching in the middle of our hardest push. That's resilience. If we keep turning the screws, we're not testing resilience anymore. We're trying to break it. Halden's jaw tightened. Breaking points are useful data, he said. So are thresholds, Lang shot back. Knowing when a system holds, when it self-corrects. If we overdrive every zone until it collapses, all we learn is that things collapse. We already know that. Silence. Tal cleared his throat cautiously. F9 showed what happens when we hammer a zone that tries to communicate laterally, he said. C7 is trying something else. Internal tools instead of external signals. He hesitated. If we let them stabilize, he said, we can study long-term adaptation instead of acute failure. That might be useful. For whatever comes after. Halden stared at C7's line. It was wobbling tonight's spike. Clear, but it hadn't shattered. The mortality index hovered stubbornly below the red mark. This isn't charity, he said at last. No, Lang said. It's science. And maybe mercy, if that word still means anything here. He exhaled through his nose. Very well, he said. Phase 2 in C7 will be allowed to wind down. No Phase 3 augmentation without further review. Tal let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. And the others? He asked quietly. Halden didn't answer. He didn't have to. The red flags on other screens glowed. We are not here to save everyone, he said. We're here to learn enough that someone, somewhere, might be saved in the long run. He turned away. Lang looked back at the C7 monitor and, on impulse, added a quiet note to their file. Operator's remark. Subject population C7 demonstrates capacity for ethical self-regulation under extreme stress. Recommend minimal further interference. It wasn't much. It was something. Evie felt it first as absence. Hours after the warehouse confrontation, after Trent's cuts had been cleaned and iced, after people had drifted into the church and clinic and rage yard, the wave still roared. She'd bounced between all three. a ghost with a mantra, repeating the fine print in person when people couldn't hear the tape, sitting with those who didn't want to talk but didn't want to be alone either. Sometime near dawn, as the first gray seeped into the sky, she stood outside the church, leaning against the cool stone, listening to the inside of her skull. And then something eased. It was subtle, like a fan in another room being turned off. The world didn't go quiet. There was still the murmur of voices, the rustle of bodies, a baby's cry, but the extra buzzing, the too bright edge to everything, softened. She blinked. "Did you?" she began, turning to Chloe, who was scribbling on the steps. Chloe paused, pen hovering. "Yeah," she said slowly, like someone turned the volume down a notch. Across town, others noticed it too. At the clinic, Maya straightened mid-sentence. "Wait," she said. "Does it feel less?" Ellen tilted her head, listening inward like she was taking a patient's pulse. "I'll be damned," she murmured. "Either I just had a stroke, or our uninvited guest finally took a coffee break." Katie, rocking Liam, realized she could hear her son's breathing without it sounding like an alarm. The urge to bolt, to run to the gate, to the hills, anywhere, receded a fraction. Liam sighed and went limp in her arms, truly asleep. At the guard post, Darrell realized his fists had unclenched without him forcing them. He flexed his fingers. "Feels weird," he muttered. "Normal feels weird now," Josh said. "That's how they get you." Marcus stepped outside, looked up at the lightening sky. "Feels like a test proctor just walked." "Out of the room," he said. Klein, standing in the square, listened too. For 3 days, he'd felt like someone had parked a truck on his chest. Now, the weight halved, not gone. Just shifted. He caught Rowdy's eye. "You feel it?" he asked. Rowdy nodded slowly. "I feel less," he said, in a good way. Evie ran up, breathless. "Do you think it's over?" she blurted. Klein didn't answer right away. "I think," he said carefully, "that something changed. Whether it's the end of Phase 2, or just a lull, we don't know yet. Can we call it a win?" she asked. He smiled, tired. "We can call it a round we didn't lose," he said. She'd take it. The days that followed didn't become paradise. The power didn't magically return. The shelves didn't restock themselves. Project Ashfall didn't broadcast a pep talk and an apology. But the hum stayed lower. Headaches still came, but less like ice picks, more like hangovers. The sudden surges of panic visited fewer people, less often. When they did, the counter-signal tapes waited, worn at the edges from use. The town, bruised, took stock. They counted sacks in the warehouse, patched the charred corner, installed extra locks, not because they trusted no one, but because everyone trusted themselves less now under certain conditions. That was part of the new ethics, empathy and caution, hand in hand. They revised the countersignal again. This time the additions were smaller. A short segment from Darrell, recorded through gritted teeth. "If you're thinking about hitting someone, and it feels righteous, maybe pause. Ask yourself if you'd still think that way in the morning. I almost didn't. I'm glad I did." A line from Trent, added after days of stubborn silence and one long talk with Joel. "If you did something you're not proud of, and you're hearing this, you're not unique. We've all wanted to do worse. It doesn't mean you're hopeless. It does mean you've got more work to do than just blaming the wave." They argued less about whether the phrase, "this is the wave, not you," was cheesy. They argued more about rations, chores, and rotation schedules, ordinary conflicts that felt almost luxurious. The guard remained divided, but more honestly so. Some leaned harder into Marcus's style, crisp commands, clear lines. Others gravitated toward Rowdy, who combined competence with a quiet, stubborn refusal to dehumanize. Marcus didn't get the clean power vacuum he might have once imagined. Instead, He found himself negotiating more than ordering, his authority tempered by the memory of how close he'd come to letting a mob define justice for him. He didn't like it. He also didn't entirely hate it. Klein remained sheriff. No one called an election. No one wrote him a forgiveness card either. He kept showing up every morning, walking the square, nodding to people, fixing what he could, apologizing when necessary, shutting things down when he had to. Turns out, Chloe wrote in one of her bulletins, the secret to leadership in C7 is not never messing up. It's messing up loudly, apologizing loudly, and keeping your hands busy between wave spikes. The Lakewood message became a story, then almost a legend. Kids whispered about F9 like it was a distant cousin. Adults argued about what containment protocol had really meant. Some clung to the hope that Lakewood had survived, that the flat line on the ashfall graphs didn't mean what everyone feared. Evie pinned the words, "They're not gods, they're bureaucrats," above the radio. Every time an ashfall voice came through with its cold jargon, she'd look up at that phrase and feel a little less small. A week after the wave's peak, when the sky had held its new, softer hum for several days in a row, Evie climbed the hill again. Same slope, same scrub, same sense of trespassing on something bigger than herself. This time she didn't carry a salvaged radio on her shoulder. The main gear lived in the courthouse now. She carried only a small, hand-cranked receiver Alex had cobbled together from leftover parts in sheer stubbornness. "Just in case," he'd said, pressing it into her hands. "If you hear anything up there, well, at least you won't be unarmed." She settled in her old spot, knees drawn up, the town spread below like a map of everything that had happened since the flash. The church, the clinic, the patched warehouse, the courthouse with its hidden basement. The air felt normal, or what now passed for it. She cranked the little radio, listening to the click, click, click as the spring wound. Static swelled, then steadied. For a long time she just sat, letting the hiss fill her ears, watching the sky lighten from pink to pale blue. She thought about all the charts she'd never see. C7's jagged line on Ashfall's screens. F9's flat one. The red flags and comments. The way someone up there had written the word anomalous, like they were describing a broken machine, not a town of people. She thought about Lakewood, that voice, shredded by static, calling out once across a gulf of interference. "If you're anything like what we've heard, you're done too." "I guess we are," she said softly to nobody. The static crackled. She expected nothing more. Alex had warned her. The chances of catching that specific, fragile piggyback again were slim. Lakewood might have been silenced permanently. The frequencies were mostly Ashfall's playground. Still, she listened. After a while, she pulled a folded scrap of paper from her pocket. It was creased from handling, the ink smudged at the edges. On one side, she'd written, "Things that are me. I care when people cry. I get angry when things are unfair. I make dumb jokes when I'm scared. I said, this is the wave, not you, and meant it. I don't like being watched." On the other side, "Things that are the wave. Everything is your fault. If you don't fix it, you're worthless. Hurt them before they hurt you. You are alone. They're gods." She'd shown it to Joel and Chloe. They'd nodded, told her to keep updating the lists. Now she added a line to the first column. "I climbed a hill twice, even knowing what might be listening." The static shifted. Her heart jumped, but it was only a change in the wind, a rustle in the tall grass. Still, she said it out loud, because it felt important. "This is the wave, not me," she murmured. "But I still choose." She chose to sit, to listen, to go back down later and help with lunch, to watch over Liam so Katie could nap, to nudge Margot into joining Joel's circle again, to remind Trent, when he scowled at every guard, that he was still there, to keep being an annoying lab rat, if Ashfall was still watching, and she assumed she hoped they were taking notes. She hoped they were confused. At the observation center, a technician might have marked C7, subject activity normal. Phase 2, symptoms subsiding. Resilience indicators remain high. At the hill, Evie just watched the sky and thought about Lakewood. "Wherever you are," she said softly, "we heard you." The wind carried her words, nowhere in particular, but in some unseen file, in some human mind above the graphs, in Dr. Lang's quiet rebellion and Tal's lingering discomfort, in the way a red flag for C7 never quite appeared on the mortality screen. The story of Burning Hollow's own C7 had already done something no Ashfall protocol had planned for. It had changed the people observing it. That wouldn't show up on any chart. Not yet. Maybe it didn't have to. Evie turned the radio off. Silence, not the crushing kind, but the ordinary kind, settled around her. Below, the town went. People arguing about chores, laughing at children's songs, scolding each other for forgetting water, playing tapes that skipped in the middle. Above, the sky held no visible signs of phases, projects, or ceilings. Whatever came next, a phase 3, a new experiment, a long, slow rebuilding, would meet a town that had already decided one thing. They might be in someone else's test, but they would not be what the test expected. Evie stood, dusted off her jeans, and started down the hill back toward Burning Hollow, back toward C7, the anomaly, the place that had learned, even under pressure, to say, "This is the wave, not us, but we still choose